College and Kansas State University, where it is awarded All-American status at both levels. In his collegiate coaching career, he has been on the coaching staff for 3 out of the last 6 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville. Aside from coaching, Brady and Allie assist the family operation Jensen Brothers Herefords in Cortland, Kansas, while expanding their operation Jensen Cattle, which focuses on Hereford and Simmental-influenced cattle. Let's give our heifer judges today, a Big Iowa Beef Expo, warm welcome. Once again, Brady Jensen, Brandon Machado. We'll run the steer side placings for Class 201, first class of the day. Simmental steers, first place, Ren Walter Veliska. Second place to Grace Crozier of Persia. And over on the heifer side, placings for the first class of the day, Class 101, Charlet Percentage Heifers, first place, Bryn Young, Wellman. Second place, Edward Hoops of Letts. And third place to Leah Simmons of Cincinnati.
Got a really nice set of them here in Class 2. I think the one that leads off is one that, just from a total standpoint, I think you get these cattle in motion. I think that one probably is just as good as any in her shoulder angle. Really bold and deep in terms of her center body. One that's still got some pin width and some real dimension. We step off to the side of them. I still think she's got plenty of length up ahead of her shoulder there. If we could just tweak this one a little bit, I'd probably like to just see her a little more refined there about the shape of her head. Maybe just square her hock up a touch as she goes, but I still think build, balance, and quality lends in that one's favor. Heifer in 2 is one that's probably just a little more conventional in terms of size, but I really like lots of parts and pieces. I think when you just study true skeleton and foot quality, she's maybe as good as any. From her shoulder back, I love that one's levelness aligns. She's awesome in terms of body shape. One that's really big pinned and long and level about her hip. It's just from her shoulders forward, maybe one that just plays out in her chest and maybe just doesn't hook her neck up quite as high and neat out of the top of her shoulder, but a good functional one that's packed full of power certainly has some value. The heifer that comes in 3, I think when these are parked, this one's maybe got as many unique pieces as anything. It's just maybe when you set her in motion, she kind of wants to come in some pieces. I think just set her back in her shoulder and knee, maybe lengthen her out and just loosen her up how she strides off her rear skeleton, but a really bold, stout, powerful, highly presented one to come in 3. Nice functional kind of female here in 4. like her moderation and body type. She's maybe one that's just a little small relative to her age and contemporaries. I'd like to just see that one a little bigger there in her rear foot size, free her up there in her pastern. A nice gray heifer that comes next, really good in terms of hind leg set, one that's certainly as stout and powerful as any of them. I just like to see this one with a little more sweep back there through her flank and just refine her on the way she's built in her shoulder. Then the gray heifer that's got a little white here on her top line, big, stout, growthy kind of a female. I just like to see her with a shot more body relative to her additional frame, see her work up the lineup. And then we got a pair of females that are fairly similar here towards the end of the class, like the extra rib shape and power that the young man's gold one has. We just need to free that one up. Just see her a shot more refined there for her shoulder and her neck shape. Really good kind of heifer that rounds out, stout and powerful. Just need to see her maybe more maternal there about the way she's designed in her rib and her forerib, but a really nice set of them.
Got a nice class of steers here in the Simmental in the second class. Some give and take in these two cattle. I think we end up with one with a little more substance to him, a little more width, a little more power. Like I said, probably these two not ideal in their structure, but I guess what we kind of come up with, this steer is acceptable, but got a little more product, a little more substance to him, and still maintain some balance and some completeness. The next steer, no doubt, is longer. He's longer-sided, good bodied calf, but again, we'd like to see him with a little more flex, a little more reach also, and we'd like to see him a little fuller there in his forerib, but two nice steers. The next steer, a real complete, real smooth calf, a calf that matches up with the top two, and that's where he needs to go, level and square and pretty complete. The next steer, the black and white one, probably a calf that has as much product as any in the class, but just gets a little looser, a little more out of balance as we get back and look at him. And the calf here coming in at the end of the class, a calf that's real complete and smooth. We just like to see a little more substance and a little more power to him. Nice class of Simmental steers.
I think as we continue through the Charolais Composite Show, another nice heifer to win this class, just two, but we think this heifer could stand some competition. Maybe at first, her hair coat, I don't know what happened there to the top of her shoulder, but it doesn't grab you. When you really study into her, she's very female-like in terms of her front 1/3, smooth in her shoulder. As you study that heifer in terms of her feet and her legs, her joints to the ground, I think that heifer operates really square and true off both ends of her skeleton. She's feminine and fresh in her appearance and her look. We could probably stouten her up, but we like her look and we like her refinement. Bold power heifer that comes in second probably holds the advantage in terms of just rib and robustness, true muscle down her top and to her pin. We'd probably like to just see her a little closer and neater there in terms of her shoulder blades. We could see her more ladylike about her front 1/3, but nice heifer to win the class, and congratulations to both exhibitors.
Well, all right, let's catch you up over on the heifer side. Second class, Class 102 Charolais percentage heifers. First place, Gentry Johnson Maquoketa. Second to Lincoln Bent of Corden. Third to Bell Nedowicki of Fairfax. Fourth, Mandy Niemeyer of Muscatine. Fifth, Luella Reeks of Lawyer. Sixth to Delaney Fellinger of Hopkinton. Seventh to Preston Martin of Springville. And eighth to Connor Shalla of Corona. And placings for the third and final class of Charolais percentage heifers, Class 103. First place, Camden Moffitt, Indianola. Second place to Toriana Schmidt of Adel. Now selecting your champion and reserve Charolais percentage heifers.
Well, we worked through this first division of cattle. I think Brandon and I are really excited about the quality of the cattle that we have out here. In particular, we think that the young people brought us some Charolais composites that you could probably talk about in some different areas. We think of our 3 class winners, they're probably the more female-like of this group, and it seems like when you get into these Charolais composites, you can have lots of different shapes and sizes. You can have some different structural builds and face shapes, and we think as you get into them, this heifer here at the front of the lineup really puts the most good together. We think she wins fairly handily, so we're going to congratulate our Class 1 exhibitor on our champion, and then we're going to get a second look at them in this group. But why don't you put your hands together around ringside, congratulate the young people in the Charolais composite division.
All right, your champion Charolais percentage heifer coming out of class number 1, exhibited by Bryn Young of Wellman. Bryn Young of Wellman. Coming into contention, Edward Hoops of Retz.
We think it's awfully tight here for a reserve, but between all 3 cattle, really, and I'm going to tell you what we see. I'm not sure we're quite certain on which way we're going to go, because we think all 3 cattle merit the quality to be reserved in this setting. It probably just depends on which one hits you the hardest today, which one's maybe got more future. So there's some discussion points. We think the young man's heifer that was second to our champion is probably the one that's wedged the most appropriately. Really nice in her face and her neck shape, like her body type. She's wide pinned and bold made. I think structurally, Brandon mentioned it as she came back into the arena. I wish she was just a little more confident in her step today. I do think the smoothness of her joints is real good. I think her length of cannon and her future grow, probably even her youthfulness in this group, gives her an advantage over both the heifers just behind her. We probably can't tell, do we want her to be sounder, or does she just need to be a little more halter broke today? We're not quite certain. That's kind of our read on that heifer, but we think she's in contention. Then we got this ready to go gold power heifer that's bold and big ended and wide pinned, very highly presented. Compliments to those that got this heifer ready today, because she draws you in at first glance. You like the set and angle to her hock and her pastern. Maybe you could just change that shoulder shape and head, lay it on just a little neater up front. And then the opposite can be said about the heifer that comes out of the 3rd slot. Long, level, smooth, feminine. Probably like this one's feet and leg structure the best of the 2 or 3 that are in contention for this. We just wonder if there's enough there. Will there be enough there? This stage in the game, it's hard. Are they green and skinny and they're just waiting to hit their high point this summer, or are they just not quite stout enough? So that's our read on these 3 cattle. Again, our compliments and congratulations to all the young people with the Charolais cattle.
And your reserve champion, Charolais percentage heifer, coming out of class 102. That's Gentry Johnson of Makokata. Once again, champion, percentage Charolais, going to Bryn Young of Wellman, reserve Gentry Johnson of Makokata. Now moving into the purebred Charolais division, 3 classes.
exceptional pair of semi-tall steers here on the top end of this class as we get them out here. We think it's really close here between these two. We prefer the black and white steer. He's a little truer and squarer off them front two. We like his extra added body shape and the way he ties into his flank and forerib is a nickel better. And you get him out and go, he's sure adequate in the terms the way he sets down on those back two. You know, he's maybe just not perfect in that regard, but he's a heavy muscled steer. We love his rib shape. Good looking black and white steer to win this class. Let's not take anything away from this black steer in second. Here's a big top steer, explosive out of the way he ties into his forerib, into that shoulder blade. We love that about him. He's a steer that he's big-footed, got a big end on him there. When you set him in motion is where we'd pick on him. Could set down softer and nicer the way he hits the ground off of them back two, and you get him set and he just twists out just a nickel on that front end. The steer in third, he's the big stylish, cool-looking steer of the class. You love the way that neck ties into his shoulder blade, nice and high. He's a long-sided kind of steer, and as a result, it kind of takes away from that extra rib shape and depth of flank that black baldy steer has. But a really cool-looking steer that a few more days on feed's going to help that guy a lot. The steer in fourth and fifth, very similar in terms of their type and kind, a lot more practical, big-bodied cattle. We like that about them. The steer in fourth just gives up far too much muscle. As we analyze them today, you get right behind them. Both those steers could just use a shot more muscle to run up any higher in this particular class. Great class of semi-tall steers all the way through.
Let me catch up on the steer side real quick. Placings for Class 202 semi-tall steers. First place, Houston Holdraffer of Bryant. Second to Preston Ford. West Chester. Third, Ryan Oglesby of Messina. Fourth, Chloe Sprague of Altoona. And fifth to Tatum Tucker of Jefferson. Placings for Class 203 semi-tall steers. First place, Chloe Rogers, Iowa City. Second place to Tanner Henningsen of Ames. Third to McKenna DeCap of Dixon. Fourth, Matthew Spade of Nevada. And fifth to Cade Headington of Decorah. That was placings for Class 203 semi-tall steers. 204 and final class of semi-tall steers now in the ring.
Nice trio of composites over here, and we're pretty quick to land on the young man's gold heifer. I think as soon as they hit the ring in terms of quality and presence, I think she stands out in this group in terms of the way she hooks her neck up at the top of her shoulder, one that's got some shape of rib. She's level in her lines when you study there on the standstill. We could certainly see that one just with a shot more power and pin width when we get behind them, maybe set down a little softer to the surface there off her rear two. But I think a heifer that stands out in this class has some really nice pieces of quality. Things get a little closer probably in 2 and 3, and I think when you set the cattle in motion and study them from a 3/4 view, young lady's heifer in second's just so functional in terms of her build. Really like this one in terms of shoulder angle, utilizes her hind leg with ease when we study her in motion, get behind the cattle, body shape, power, and just true width definitely land in that one's favor. Heifer in 3 is probably more slender about just her neck shape and a little more refined in terms of just her front end. But I think when you just get in behind that one, she may be just a shot green today, and with that, just kind of flattens up at the base of her rib cage and just gets a little flatter there when you step in right behind her.
Placings for first class purebred Charlie heifers, Class 104. First place, Logan Tibkin of Wyota. Second place to Rainey Davis of Corridon. And third place to Alyssa Teat of Waucona. Now entering the ring, Class 105 purebred Char heifers.
Boy, I think probably the highest quality class that we've had all day, and please do not hang your head if you're sitting third in this class, because we think highly, highly of all three of these cattle, and yet we probably don't think there's a perfect one in this set. Young man's really having to fight this heifer to get her looking the part, but when you let her kind of come together in this show ring environment, you look at them today and you look at them next summer, and I think this is the heifer that we're probably more excited to see mature on into a bred, because just her balance, her refinement, her wedge shape, her genuine turn of muscle and upper rib cage probably edges the heifer in second. She's not as advanced and maybe sappy as some of you may say from her heart and to her flank. She's more youthful in her appearance. We think structure, if you got into some structure discussion of these three, you'd probably still be battling out how you're going to place these cattle, because we could tweak them all there just a little bit. I think all three need more slope to their shoulder. This heifer utilizes her knee. She's better in her front feet. Probably like just when you get on top of the cattle, her genuine turn of upper rib and muscle. The one that hits you hard in terms of being ready to go is this one with a really deep belly line today. She's big and bold in terms of her center rib, very highly presented heifer, kind of wants to have a ear down today. I don't know if she's not feeling quite right, but she never just went out and got after it like an athlete. I'd change that knee and those front feet up front especially. Probably could just green her up just a little bit for this stage in the game, but that's a big bodied critter that you like as she comes in the ring just right away. Slicker haired, more what you see is what you get in this heifer that comes third. That's a good cow prospect in terms of moderation and body power. We'd probably just like to neaten that one up in her head, her face, her shoulder, but those are three really, really good cattle.
It's a nice class of steers here and the last class of Scimitals. We struggle with this because there's some give and take in both of these, and I guess where we put our emphasis is on the red steer. He's a little more complete, he's a little more fluid in his movement, and probably just a little safer in terms of the way that he's put together. No doubt he's given up some mass and body and bulk in the black steer, but the red steer is real complete and he's real balanced, and like I said, his angles are better, and a steer that's adequate in his muscle. He could have a little more width, a little more shape from behind, but like I said, in a real close placing, I think that the practicality of the red calf is better, and that's how we see it. The black steer is really stout and powerful, a lot of body, a lot of shape to him. He just wants to get up on his front feet a little bit and wants to kind of turn out on them, and then when you get viewing from the front, he kind of opens up in his shoulder, but no doubt stout, a lot of body, a lot of hip, and a lot of substance. The next steer, real complete, real smooth, a calf that's really doesn't have anything major wrong with him, just needs a little more width and a little more substance today to compete with these calves. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, all right, let me catch you up over on the Scimitol steer side. That was the final class of Scimitol steers, class 204, first place. Daniel Keneally, Piosta, second to McKenna Busing of Stockton, and third to Tucker Klima of Walker. Judge Corey Thompson and Mark Kopus will be selecting your 2021 champion Scimitol steer. And over on your heifer side, second class, class 105, Charlotte Heifers, first place, Jackson Krebs, Lake Park. Second to Kendall Burns of Oxford. Third, Michaela Hauk of Prescott. Currently in the ring, the final class of purebred Charlotte Heifers, class 106. Well, let me tell you about the heifer show judges over there. The young man in the black hat, that's Brandon Machado, currently resides in Kellyville, Oklahoma, where he manages the Longacre and Hyatt ranches. He's also the owner of Machado Livestock and primarily raises key, Maine, and crossbred cattle. He grew up in a diversified operation in Winton, California, where he and his family ran commercial, purebred, and crossbred cattle. He began his livestock judging career at Modesto Junior College, later transferred to Kansas State University, where he studied animal science, competed on a successful judging team. Among his judging accomplishments at Kansas State, Brandon was high individual and was a member of the champion team at the American Royal. The young man in the blue blazer, light hat, that's Brady Jensen. Brady resides near Brookings, South Dakota with his wife, Allie, and daughter, Kelly. He joined the faculty at South Dakota State University in 2017 and currently serves as the livestock judging team coach there. Brady serves as an assistant coach and completed a master's degree at Kansas State in animal science, focusing on genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended and judges competitively at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he was awarded the All-American status at both levels. In his collegiate coaching career, he has been on the coaching staff for 3 of the last 6 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville. And aside from coaching, Brady and Allie assist the family operation Jensen Brothers Herefords in Cortland, Kansas, while expanding their operation Jensen Cattle, which focuses on Hereford and Simmental-influenced cattle.
As we get ready to pick our champion Simmental steer out here, I think these 4 class winners, they weren't huge classes, but the 4 class winners we got left out here sure fit a trend that Mark and I are trying to stay on today. We try to get as much muscle in these cattle as we can, but yet still hold some structural integrity to them. I think all 4 of these do that to some degree. We get beyond that, to us, I guess, there's one that kind of sticks out here, and that's a young lady out of Class 3, the black and white steer. Good calf. Congratulations, young lady. And when we get in here for reserve, gets a little bit tighter in our eyes between the red steer out of Class 4 and this second out of Class 3. I guess to us, trying to hold true in terms of putting them together in terms of high quality skeletal build and structural integrity, we're going to stay with the red steer out of Class 4. He'll be a reserve.
I want to apologize for taking too much time over here because I think this pair of cattle here on the top end certainly warrant that. I just think they're different, and we had some discussion, and there's parts and pieces of both of them that are better than another, and I think you study them in motion, there's maybe a few different structure things. With that, we kind of land on the young man's heifer up front, and I just think that one as an individual is awfully intriguing when you study her from the vantage point that I'm currently standing. That one's neck hooks up awesome at the top of her shoulder. That one's big and robust in her rib cage. I love the length of her hip and the way her tail head sets there and her pin bones. And I just think that one of her bigger advantages with the heifer probably, and two, is she probably is just a little bigger footed and stouter featured. When you get behind those cattle, I think she tracks square and truer at the surface. A really nice one in her own right. If we're going to get a little nitpicky on her, maybe she does just tend to get a little downhill when we study that one in motion, and that's where the one in second just really keeps that pair interesting. She probably is the bigger outlined one that's longer and more slender there about her neck. That one's a little deceiving. I think Brady and I were discussing, you want to just throw all the power advantages to the one that wins, and I think outside of feet, I think her feature does, but get behind the cattle, and I think the pin width and true muscle shape in this one is awfully good. That one's really deep and maternal in the way she's built in her cage. I just think as we study those ones as long as we did, maybe she just doesn't quite have the extra stoutness of feature that the one that wins does. You get to a front 3/4, she wants to deviate a shot there in her forerib and just not hook up quite as strong there behind her shoulder. But I still think that one is an absolute unit, loaded full of quality, and I think that pair of cattle is extremely good on the top end. And nothing to take away from the cattle that come in 3 and 4. There's certainly kind of different on the opposite ends of the spectrum. Just think female quality in this one. She's a little leveler there in her lines. I just think her length and extension from her shoulder forward is kind of what warrants her to beat the one that it comes in 4. Heifer in 4 certainly stouter and bolder and just substantially more robust there in her rib. We just need to stretch that one out in her neck and just lean her up and just see her a bit fresher and leveler there when we study her out of her hip, but a nice female to round out with.
We've got a single entry here to start the Shorthorn show, a calf that's long and smooth and maintains good balance, a steer that really moves well as we get him in motion, a calf that we'd like to just see a little more substance to and maybe a little more time on feed, but a calf that's really complete.
Well, all right, over on the steer side, your 2021 champion Semitole steer comes out of class 203. That's Chloe Rogers. Your reserve champion steer coming out of the next and the final class, that's Daniel Keneally Piosta. Once again, champion Semitole steer, Chloe Rogers, reserve Daniel Keneally.
As we get here to the conclusion of our Charlet show, three really good classes. I thought there was some sort to them first two, and then in came class three, and we got two heifers that we think very, very highly of. Minute differences, I think Brandon did a nice job discussing them. I'm sure those cattle will see an immense amount of success. We're excited to congratulate both of them as your champion and reserve Charlet today. Congratulations to the Charlet exhibitors. Excellent, excellent division.
Your 2021 champion purebred Charlet heifer coming out of class 106. That's Cal Pryor of Woodbine. Coming into contention, Riley Smith, Grinnell. And she just got reserve champion. Reserve champion also coming out of the final class, class 106, going to Riley Smith, Grinnell. Let me give you the placings for that final class. Class 106, first place Cal Pryor, second place Riley Smith, third to Derek Klingman of New Virginia, and fourth to Henry Holdgraffer of Bryant. Once again, Cal Pryor with your champion from Woodbine, reserve Riley Smith from Grinnell.
Nice way to get us let off in our key show on this side, and I think the young lady's black heifer here just kind of wins pretty quick for us in terms of one that's ladylike in terms of her head, neck, and shoulder shape, one that's bold and maternal in the way she's built in her rib cage, one that I still think when she parks there at the profile has some nice balance and symmetry about her. We could probably intensify that one at the ground just to compensate for how much width and power she has up high, but I still think that one's build, look of quality, surfaces to the top pretty handily. Black and white heifer is one that you certainly gotta like in terms of just her extra body, really bold in her forerib, one that's got some stoutness back to her pins and some true power. I think if we could just get her and take her power pieces and blend them with a shot more refinement, we could see her working up the lineup just a little coarser maybe about the shape of her neck and a little bolder there to the point of her shoulder. Nice heifer that rounds out the class, one that certainly got some big bold spring of rib there, certainly has some power. She's just wanting to fight that halter and just reads a shot immature in terms of her body, but a nice female to round out with.
young man that's going to go ahead and win this class. Here's a kind of steer. Ray Charles can find one like this. Just a lot of power and presence to this individual, and just moves out on a super flexible set of feet and legs off of both ends. High quality shorthorn steer. He wins. Not take anything away from this calf in second. A little more practical in terms of his kind. He's a big-backed individual. You love how explosive he is out of the shoulder blade up high there. He's a big-barreled calf, moderate in terms of his type and kind. We like that about him. Maybe not the bells and whistles and the ESTs as the steer right ahead of him, but a high-quality shorthorn steer there to be second in this particular class. A little bigger framed cattle after those two big frame calf here that comes third. We like his length of body, length of hip, love that about him. Maybe just not quite the expressiveness in that lower quarter, just not the rib shape and boldness as in two right ahead of him, but a big outline, long-bodied steer there in third. And then a little more practical kind of steer in fourth. A calf that's got some bone work, he's got some muscle. You just like to make him just a little squarer in terms of the way he's built out of his hip and set down a little truer and squarer off those back wheels. And a big outline calf here, exiting stage right. Good looking shorthorn steer there to round out the class, just needs a shot more muscle.
All right, let's catch you up over on the shorthorn side. There was two classes. First class single entry, Kennedy. I'm going to butcher this name. Buttercuffer. I give. That was the single entry in class 205. Placings for class 206. First place, Lane Sommerfeld Walker. Second place to Kara Schultz of Esterville. Third to Bailey Crock of Mechanicsville. Fourth to Kylie Lloyd of New London. And fifth to Josie Tolsrud of Decorah. We are now selecting your champion shorthorn steer for the 2021 Iowa Beef Expo.
As we start to pick our champion shorthorn here in the steer show, I think we have a pretty handily winner here, a steer that is really stout, square, and he's sound. He moves good. He's really proportioned. As you step back and look at him from front to rear, a calf that I think just puts everything together we're looking for. And young man, you'll be champion.
over there. I don't know. There's a girl standing by it.
Thanks. I'll just do it.
For reserve, we're going to follow with the second place steer out of the same calf. It's a calf that's just a little deeper, a little softer, a calf that's just more complete and more to him from front to rear. But nice pair of steers. Let's give these shorthorn exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, all right, your 2021 champion, Shorthorn Steers, both coming out of Class 206. Your champion, Lane Sommerfeld from Walker. Your reserve, Kara Schultz from Esterville. Once again, Lane Sommerfeld, Walker, champion Shorthorn Steer, reserve, Kara Schultz, Esterville. All right, over on the heifer side, first class, Kenyan Heifer Division, Class 107, first place, Michaela Hauk of Prescott. Second place to Holly Riddle of Adele. Third to Joey McDonough of Sheraton. Once again, that was placing Class 107, first class of Kenyan Heifers. Well, let me tell you one more time. No, I won't.
As we get into the Shorthorn Plus steers here, young man's unusually colored black and white steer here simply dominates this class in terms of a muscularity aspect, just big and bold in his upper rib shape and top shape and dimensions awesome. And for as much muscle and back and width of hip that he has to tie it into that kind of smoothness through that lower shoulder and neck set, very, very high quality Shorthorn Plus steer. That's not take anything away from this young lady's red steer. He's maybe not had the days on feed. He's not as ready to go as that black and white steers that wins the class. But we appreciate a lot of things about this red steer. Love the way his neck ties into his shoulder blades, nice and high. Really cool fronted calf. You get him out and going, boy, he sets down extra soft off both ends of his skeleton. One that just doesn't have that width of stifle and power like that black and white one ahead of him, but come state fair time, that's going to be a high quality calf for that young lady.
Well, we think kind of a challenging class to work through. I think from the heifer that's first all the way down to sixth, probably a show judge could come in here and do a lot of different things. Some of the cattle hit you different at first. Some of them maybe aren't quite settled into this show ring environment. I think the longer we stand and look at them, the one we're most comfortable starting is this red heifer here that surfaces for us. When the young lady gets her planted, she's the one that we label as the hardest to make. Very neat and up through her head, neck, and chest. Probably the most impressive in her rib cage shape, or forerib, or body shape. I probably think she's got a decided advantage initial look of just practical versus a heifer in two. I think as you study her go away, for as big and bold as she is up high and to her pins, I could see her base just a little truer from hock to ground. She's maybe not as comfortable structured as what I like to see, but in terms of just balance, grab you bold and good looking, that's what that heifer does the best, and that's why she starts the class. Young man's heifer here in second, we think she's so close in some areas to being the absolute best one in this group, it merits her being up here. I can see some show judges coming in and saying that's the big one that needs more belly and sliding her on down. I can see some coming in and saying that's the highest quality heifer and starting the class with her. I just hope you around ringside can appreciate the good that we can see in that heifer. Spine, top line, tail head, neck set are really, really good. A little straight and needs a little more body. Heifer that comes next, some of you may say that's the safest heifer of the group. She's good in terms of her size, her body shape is excellent. That's a wide-built power heifer. I think as we watched her go off either end, she plants and tracks a little wide for us from end to end. Heifer here in fourth, some people could say this heifer it can have a case to start. Good cow, great body, a little moderate to small for us. Length of cannon, extension, just needs to be stretched out, but good cattle there in fourth. A heifer that kind of hits you neat-necked and heavy structured comes next. Probably starts a little wide at her shoulder as she is relative to her pin, but very good cattle. A neat level heifer that's giving the young lady a hard time here to conclude the set that just needs opened up in terms of her rib cage shape.
All right, let me catch you up. Over on the steer side, first class, 207 Shorthorn Plus steers. First place, Chase Anderson of Boone. Second place to McKenna Burmeister of Raleigh. Currently in the ring, class 208, second of three classes, Shorthorn Plus steers. And over on the heifer side, yes. Placings in class 108, second class, Kianiana heifers. First place, Alexa Fitzgerald of Tipton. Second place to Braden Smalley of Nevada. Third to William Hoops of Letts. Fourth to Logan Golly of Irwin. Fifth to Lauren Soberg of Rhodes, and sixth to Kaylee Axmere of North English. That was placings for class 108, second class, key heifers.
Got an exceptional top end of them here in this particular class. One that hits you awfully hard as soon as she comes through the gate over there. Really up-headed, one that's striking and has all the presence you could ask for. I think the build of her shoulder, the length of her hip, and the way she utilizes her hind leg is definitely the best in this particular group of cattle. I'm not going to tell you when you get behind her that she's just going to overwhelm you in terms of body volume and pin width and just true dimension and width down at the surface. And you know, if those things do bother you, then I could see you tying into the heifer into, you know, this heifer in second is substantially the boldest bodied. That one's awfully big pinned and chuck full of just true power and width. With that, she's probably a little further along in terms of condition today. I'd like to just freshen that one up and thin her up in the crest of her neck, peel her out there through the floor of her chest, and then I think we have a closer pair of them there on the top end. Heifer in 3, if your first glance is that one parked on the profile, you could definitely tie into that one. I think that one's extra length up front. She's level in her top line at the standstill, got some extra feature and a different color pattern that kind of draws you in. I just think when we study that one just there, the way she postures up her hock, she wants to lock it forward and get a little steeper there through her ankle, and I think accordingly in motion, just not one that just pushes back her hock and gets enough reach and cushion off her rear skeleton. But I think a heifer that certainly has some pieces of quality. The young lady's heifer that comes in 4, one that's certainly bold in terms of her forerib, really good in terms of upper body shape, and certainly one you can appreciate that has some power. I just like to clean her up and just see her a little more refined there about her head and jawline. Maybe see her a shot deeper there to her flank just to give her a shot more balance and proportionality. But I still think a nice, useful kind of a heifer. Young man brings a big, stout, high-performing one that's got some body. I think she's functional in her structure, maybe just not the most aesthetically pleasing in just terms of having that extra hock set, maybe one that could be smoothed up through the point of her shoulder. And then we round out with a heifer that's certainly got some extra growth and body shape, certainly one that you can appreciate for having lots of just muscle and power to go along with it. I'd like to just see her a little more cleaned up there through her front 1/3, see her a shot deeper through her flank, but a nice kind of heifer to round out with.
Really another nice class of steers. There's some give and take, and Corey and I kind of went back and forth on these, and I'll be the first to admit and tell you that they're not anything alike. But the steer that I think that wins the class, I think he's got a little more substance to him. When we get behind him, I think he's got a little more natural width, and we like the length and extension of what he has and kind of what we're trying to do in coming up with a pattern. Like I said, ideally, could we have a little more softness on him like we have in the second one? Yes, but the steer's nice, he's balanced, and he's proportioned, and he really moves pretty well. And like I said, when you get back and look at him, when he relaxes and shows, he's got some shape to him. But like I said, we like the length and the expression and then the balance and the way that he's put together a little better than the steer in second. The steer in second, really chunky, boxy, steer that's soft made. Like I said, they're neither one alike, but and in some aspects, like I told Corey, if we could put these two together, we'd really have something. But we like the depth and the softness of this calf. We just like to give him a little more width, a little more punch from behind, and to be ideal. And giving up a little bit of frame size today to the steer that wins, but a really, really nice practical steer. The white sox steer, a steer that probably in terms of balance and squareness and levelness has to go third. He's a steer that's just a little harsher in his forerib. He wants to get just a little twisted on the front, and he too's not cooperating the best today. But in terms of his length and balance and completeness and levelness of hip, that's where he needs to go. The next pair of steers, I think, are extremely close. The red steer has the advantage, and he's just a little sounder, just a little truer off his front end. He's got a little more flex and slope to him. A steer that's just real deep and soggy and complete. The black steer with the white specks, a steer we like the levelness and the squareness and the depth of rib that he has. He just wants to get opened up in his front and wants to lean forward on those front knees and kind of separate those at time. But a calf that has a lot of product to him. And then the roan redneck calf coming next, a steer that's real square and level and complete, just gets a little tighter on both ends to be ideal today. But a really nice class of cattle.
Over on the heifer side, Class 109 placings. First place, Riley Short, Masonville. Second to Chase Rosenboom of Bussy. Third, Tommy Rabel of Lake Park. Fourth to Stephanie Krogh of Sergeant's Bluff. Fifth to Colton Nedelicki of Fairfax. And sixth to Ty Gropper of Chelsea. That was placings for Class 109 Kenina heifers.
Again, a big class of key heifers as we continue to work through this show. And I think as soon as this white flanked heifer hits the ring, we identified our class winner and then thought it was kind of a horse race for second. When she stopped, parked, and profiled here, really I think she's the kind of heifer that we're going to look for. She's right in terms of angularity and refinement, and yet she's great in terms of body shape. Her underline is really, really nice. I like her strength behind her blades. I like her length, levelness of hip, and where her tail head sets. You study her down to the ground. Obviously, there's all kinds of set and cushion. Maybe it'll be interesting when we get some really elite cattle around her, how it looks out here versus some of those types. This heifer that comes in seconds, bigger scaled, really high in her neck shoulder attachment, big and strong down her top line. She's got some upper rib cage shape. I think as you start to study her structurally, she's not as comfortable. She walks a little more outside herself in terms of her rear skeleton, but a big, high-performing, neat-looking, bold-made one for second. Power heifer comes in third. Young man's got probably the truest, widest pinned, widest built heifer of this initial group, and that's what brings her up into this discussion. I think once you start to get into the cattle, evaluate them structurally, we could toe her square up front, we could refine her and make her neater and smoother at the point of her shoulder design. Brandon really liked the feet and leg structure of this black and white heifer next. Long and loose in her stride, down in her spine, and up in her neck shoulder attachment. probably just need more of this heifer in terms of width and body shape, but stick with that project, young man. There's quality there, there's structure there. That's a heifer that's got some good parts and pieces. Big, long, level kind of heifer that's right in terms of structure. Her feet point the right direction. Just need to drop her in terms of forerib and flank relative to her size and scale, but good cattle at the surface. Young lady's heifer next, another one that kind of grabs you, is strong and level in terms of her top line and neck. For us, we'd like to slope that shoulder back. We'd like to see more set and reach out of her hock, but she's strong in her top line design. The final two are different. Young lady's heifer that circles is a little flatter jointed and flatter shouldered, probably a little later maturing in terms of her cannon bone and height. Young lady's heifer that concludes the set's robust and powerful. She needs stretched out as we look at her in terms of the long game, but good cattle at the top end of this group, nice class. The young people did an excellent job getting these calves shown.
All right, over on the heifer side, placings for Class 110 Kenina heifers. First place, Jenna Talak of Prohl. Second to Lydia Recker of Hopkinton. Third, Peyton Gull of Strawberry Point. Fourth to Ryan Benchoff of Winterset. Fifth to Campbell Thomas of State Center. Sixth to Jolie Fisher of Velisca. Seventh to Haley Cook of Zwingle. And eighth to Jamie Toll of Lamoni. That was your placings for Class 110 Kenina heifers.
Only a pair of them here in this class, but I think we certainly get that with some quality. Really striking, good-looking one from the profile the young man brings us. Love this one's extra length, one that projects her neck really high out of the top of her shoulder. I really like that one, how she swoops back in there to her flank. She's level in her top line. One that's plenty functional and you know, good in terms of the way she sits to the surface. We could probably just lengthen that one out, just a touch there in her hip, and just stouten her up maybe there at the surface. But I still think a really nice, high-quality kind of female that certainly has lots of balance and look from the profile. Young lady's heifer in 2, really stout-featured, big-ribbed one that's got all the power you could ask for one. Maybe with that power, we could just clean her up, just see her with more extension, just lean her up there in her composition, but a nice female there in 2nd.
Placings for Class 111, Kenina heifers. First place, Cody Metcalf, Pleasantville. Second to Reagan Burmeister of Raleigh. Now entering the final class of Kenina heifers, Class 112. Let me catch you up over here on the steer side. Placings for Class 208 Shorthorn Plus steers. First place, Tyler Pudens of Story City. Second to Holly Evans of Creston. Third to Heidi Kipp of Yale. Fourth, Cody Van Glan of Vale. Fifth to Hayden Holdgraffer of Bryant. And sixth to Diesel Fueling Monona. That was placings for Class 208. And placings for Class 209, the final class of short.
Don't do this one yet.
very interesting class of Shorthorn Plus steers here to round out this show. Boy, really enjoy talking these classes out here with Mark and kind of talking through things. This yellow steer we're going to start off with in this class. We fully agree, you know, he maybe doesn't match the type and kind that we've been trying to find in every class in terms of length and extension and with that bring muscle. He's a little more compact. To us, he looks like he could have been down weight-wise. Just compared to in this class, he could have been down a weight class. Would have made him look a little more appropriate in terms of size and kind. But we think just from nose to tail, this is the best calf in this particular class. Love the way that neck ties nice and high out of his shoulder blades, a huge back calf, just explosive in his forerib and how he ties into that upper shoulder blade. Then you set him in motion, really comfortable and agile in terms of the way he floats around the ring. Just a high quality, off-colored yellow steer to win this particular class. Very striking profiling calf here is this young lady's black and white steer in second, big bodied, another extremely sound, extra fluid moving black and white steer. Where we change him is we just like to see more shape and dimension. No doubt about it, especially in terms of the width of hip that calf has and how he carries that muscle down into his lower stifle. Just like to see a shot more width there to go along with that length and extension that fits our type and kind very well. Young lady's black and white steer here, he's got that extra added shape and muscle in his back. We like that about him above the steer in second. However, you set him in motion, he's just not quite as correct in terms of the way he hits the ground off them back two, and you'd like to change the way he's designed out of his hip and in that tail head, just a pinch to move on up one place. Really long-necked, cool-looking red steer here to come forth. I mean, that neck shoots straight out of his shoulder blades and goes to the sky. It's a wild-looking deal. Where we change this calf when you set him in motion, he just gets a little rigid in terms of the way he sets down on those rear pasterns. Just like to see a little more cushion, a little more agility, a little more long-term look in that red steer, but boy, that's a cool-looking bugger right there. Then we round out the class with another extremely stylish calf. Love the front one-third of this calf. High-quality individual in his own right, really tough class here. Just doesn't have enough overall product to get on up any higher.
Well, the young people brought us two really high-quality heifers here in this group, and we think as you study into them, probably depending on how you look at cattle is how you're going to sort them. I don't know if there's an obvious advantage in terms of which heifer outmoves one another, but when you start studying balance, brood cow shape, and power, the heifer that wins for us is the young lady's critter up front. She's not the sleekest neck, she's not the prettiest faced one, but in terms of the word genuine, body shape, muscle, pin width, she's the one we give the upper hand to. We could see her just a little looser at times, but I like that critter just in terms of body shape. The more moderate heifer that's very highly fitted and presented here that comes next, probably as deep as you're going to find the cattle in this show relative to frame, from the middle of her back to the point of her belly. You wonder probably just how much of that, I guess, is depth, really highly fitted down through her underline. When you get on top of that one, you study her rib cage shape, just needs to have a turn to her upper rib design. She gets a little flat from behind, but a nice, loose structured, good spine, deep bellied, highly presented heifer for second.
All right, finishing up the last class of Chianina Heifers, Class 112. First place, Lauren Baer of Albia. Second place to Root Judy of Atemwa. We will now be selecting your champion and reserve champion, Chianina Heifer. And over on the steer side, placings for the final class of Shorthorn Plus steers, Class 209, first place Benjamin Moffitt, Indianola. Second place to Shelby Johnson of Rhodes. Third, Haley Ferris of Eldora. Fourth to Grace Harms of Bernard. And fifth to Macy Adamson of Creston. Judges Mark Copus And Mr. Thompson are now selecting your champion Shorthorn Plus steer.
Before we pick your champion here, I think Corey and I discussed when you're limited in the numbers in some of these breeds, it's hard because there's some give and take and like the class and the weights, how these match up. But I guess when we get back and look at them, ideally, I think it comes down to us in terms of a pattern and a look and completeness. And I think in terms of what we're looking at and what we like, I think the black steer here in the middle class will be your champion. I think he's just has a little more length of spine. He's a little wider and level out his pins and his hip. A steer that needs to be a little softer for sure, but if he does the right things, his structure's good, his balance is good, he's got a good look. If he does the right things, he could really be good, and he is good. But if he just does a few things, he could really be exceptional. Then when we get back out here for reserve, it gets a little closer. I think there's, like we talked, this black steer in the class with the champion, they're not alike, but if you could combine them, they're both really nice. I think it comes down to between the black steer and the gold steer, and I think the gold steer's just got a little more levelness to him, probably just a little bit nicer balance when we get up on his neck and his front end, and he'll be a reserve.
All right, right, your 2021 Champion Shorthorn Plus steer coming out of Class 208. That's Tyler Pudens of Story City. Your reserve champion coming out of Class 209, Benjamin Moffett of Indianola. Once again, Class 208, Tyler Pudens of Story City. Your champion, Shorthorn Plus, your reserve, Benjamin Moffett, Indianola.
What a tremendous Kenya division. As we worked through the cattle, there were some challenging classes. This heifer up front, great cow, good bodied, nice structured, really not a major hole in this heifer. I think as we get her back out here, I think she deserves a look because there's nothing wrong with her. I think when you get to this level and making them just really, really elite, I think there's a few things that I wish she could do a little bit better, just a little different there in her throat, maybe not quite the absolute levelist in terms of her pin. Also, she's at the front of the line here. This is a heifer that's probably not just terribly broke yet today. She's still getting used to this show ring environment, but you love her body shape, you love her cow look as you study her from the side or behind. Red heifer was in an interesting class. She was the hardest to make. She was neat looking, good chested, and really bold bodied. We questioned if she was maternal enough there in that set. I think as we get her back out here, she's probably not quite cowy enough for us in terms of the way she handles her spine, just her muscle pattern and shape when you get on behind the cattle. A really neat looking one that's just draws perfect in terms of her lines here in third. Cut out so nice. She's wild, neat, and pretty, and her head, neck, and shoulder beautifully presented. I think you just start to wonder, yeah, she's younger, yeah, she's skinnier, but even just is her stoutness, is her boldness, is her power ever going to be there? If it is, she's going to be really, really good. Today, I just don't know if we got enough there for us to grab a hold of that really, really neat looking one. For us, these next two are really tough to get around. I think there's great differences, and I think Brandon said it best. If we could put the hind legs of those two critters together, we'd probably have a heifer that we would just kind of run away with here to start this class. I think a disadvantage the heifer has here that the young lady in the blue shirt has is that one's not the softest, prettiest haired one. As a matter of fact, she might be the hardest haired one of this group. When that young lady gets her set and balanced, her lines are second to none in terms of length and correctness, and neck to shoulder, way it sets onto the point of her shoulder, the length and levelness of her top line, hook to pin, is just a little bit better than the heifer behind her. I like the way she sets her tail head down in between her pin bones, a shot neater. That's the better balanced heifer from the side. I think as you get in behind the cattle, it's interesting. This heifer probably sets nicer in her pins. I don't know if she's as bold right out of the back of her shoulder and in terms of her rib cage shape, but she's probably just as nice as you study her underneath. Structurally, I think both cattle are good. This heifer probably going to take just a little management there in terms of her hind feet, the way that pastern sets. You like them loose and flexible, and I certainly do, but there's times that I wonder if she'd be more comfortable if she sat down a little neater in terms of her foot. Heifer that's just behind her is going to be the more moderate one, I think, her whole life, even though she's a little older. I love this heifer's body shape. The way she transitions from her chest floor into her body cavity and opens up into her forerib. She balloons the nicest up high, so bold and so powerful. I think as you get off to the side, if you're into just the moderate, really high quality breeding cattle that are cowy in their look, that's the one that you're probably going to favor. As you start to study her down to the surface, I think she's got advantages, but I think she could be square from hock to ground. I think at times you'll catch her just a little up on them pasterns. This surface is hard. We were talking about it with them guys here at the start. You know, it's going to be interesting how these cattle handle this surface. That one's tail head either sets high or is fit a little high in her. Those are the differences we see in them too. Great heifer out of the next class in terms of boldness and power. She needed to be square from knee to ground to compete out here, but we like that heifer. Put your hands together. We're going to talk one more time, but we think it's a two-horse race here in these second and third from the end. Congratulations to the Kenya exhibitors.
single entry steer in this class, the Solaire steers, calf that for that breed of cattle sure has some quality in terms of its hip design. You like the way he's put together off both ends of his skeleton in terms of the way he hits the ground off of both ends. A calf that to us, just could be a little bolder and more shapely in terms of his rib shape and depth of body, could sure have a shot more muscle, but high quality calf to represent the Solaire breed.
Your 2021 champion Kianina heifer coming out of class 110, exhibited by Jenna Talak of Prole. Into contention, second from that class, Lydia Recker of Hopkins. And your reserve champion coming out of class 111, that's Cody Metcalf of Pleasantville. Once again, 2021 champion key heifer, Jenna Talak of Prole, reserve Cody Metcalf, Pleasantville.
Final call for class 213 miniature Hereford steers. Final call, class 213 miniature Hereford steers.
Got a really nice balancer heifer over here, and I believe this young lady is a single entry in this division as well, so let's put our hands together for her. She's going to have your champion here. Really nice heifer in terms of just boldness, really big pinned, and one that you certainly appreciate when you get to the three-quarter view of that one for how much true expression and just power that one possesses. One that I think has a nice posture to her hind leg. We could maybe just see that one just a little more neat about the point of her shoulder, maybe pick that neck up in her shoulder set and shoot it out just a shot higher. But I think relative to this breed and the qualities that she brings, I think a really nice heifer in her own right.
Just one Gelby here, heifer that comes to us real bold. I like her ribcage shape. You expect that. I grew up around a lot of Gelby cattle where I grew up, a lot of production-oriented, heavy-muscled, bold critters. I always respected how powerful they could be and yet still flexible and functional. And I think that's what she does. I think we can neaten her up in terms of her lines and balance, but a high-quality heifer in terms of the Gelby breed. Congratulations.
I think in the Red Angus division, the calf that we went with, just a little deeper side, a little smoother, a little leveler in his design from front to rear. I think a calf that comes out of his hip a little better and truer, and just a little more balance as you get back and look at him. The calf in second, a calf that's deep in his body and get some extension to his neck. We just like to fix him in his hip and give him some more width. But a nice pair of Red Angus. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, I was just told this young lady standing right next to me is having a birthday today. Happy birthday, Ashley Will. Got a child showing here shortly? Your child is going to be showing shortly, right? Mm-hmm. let's catch you up over on the heifer side. Single entry Gelby Balancer heifers. Your champion goes to Gentry Johnson of Makokada. And your champion purebred Gilby heifer goes to Chloe Sprague of Altoona. Now in the ring, first class horned Hereford heifers, class 115.
Well, we don't waste any time getting into some quality here in this horn show. Young man up front's heifer's one that really attractive when you study that one in motion. I really like the way that she's built in her shoulder, one that utilizes her knee extremely well. Really good in terms of the set and travel of her hind leg. Ultra soft there when she sets her rear foot to the surface, and then when she parks there at the profile. One that's still neat about her front end and tidy about her chest, one that's got a good sweep there to her lower rib, and I think one that just balances and proportions extremely well when he gets that one parked and standing on the side. Nice heifers in 2 and 3. Heifer in 2 probably just holds a little bit of an edge in terms of just having some extra stoutness a feature. She's bolder and truer at the top side of her rib cage, and I think one that's just a shot bigger there through her pin set and just has some more true muscle. Nothing to take away from the heifer in 3. Nice, functional, useful kind of female. She's just a little later maturing and one that maybe just runs out of gas in this particular lineup, but should continue to do nice things for that young man.
As we get started here on the miniature Hereford here, steer show, young lady brings us this lighter red miniature Hereford steer. Young lady tells me that her dad's got a bit of a nicotine problem. She named her calf Copenhagen as a result of it. Nice calf. You like the way that head, neck, and shoulder ties into this little Hereford steer. Young lady does a great job showing him. Let's give her a round of applause.
A February heifer here that's real cowy and moderate in size, good-bodied, loose-structured, really represents an easy kind of keep in cow prospect. With that, it's going to be hard to keep her fresh. She's got some chest. She's a little bit, run downhill and shorter cannon, but I do think that's a cowy critter that's flexible and loose. Nice cattle from just a cowman's perspective. Congratulations.
Nice single entry fall heifer here. One that you certainly like in terms of just one that's really big-footed and stout constructed, one that's really level there in her top line. Really like the extra curvature that one has out of the top side of her rib cage, one that's certainly got some power. If we're going to tweak a few things, I'd probably like to freshen that one up, peel her out there through her throat and her chest, and just see her with a shot more drop back in through her flank. But I think a female that in terms of build, body shape, and true power is one that you certainly can appreciate.
Let me catch up over on the heifer side. Class 115, first class Horned Hereford heifers, first place, Kennick Paulson, Preston. Second place to Kaiser Will of Anita, and third to Kennick Klingman of New Virginia. And the last class that was just in the ring, single entry, Celia Becker from Indianola.
We're going to keep moving as we work through these Horned Hereford cattle. As a Hereford guy myself, I really appreciate the quality that you guys brought to us. Good cattle. Every one of these is going to have some turnout value when their show career's done. They're functional, good structured, good bodied kind of females. Heifer up front probably wins for us just in terms of quality and balance. Congratulations to that young man. We're going to follow with the bigger September heifer for reserve. Put your hands together. Congratulations to our Hereford exhibitors.
Your champion Horned Hereford heifer coming out of class 115, that's Kennick Paulson of Preston. Your reserve going to Jennifer Holiday of Greenfield. Jennifer Holiday of Greenfield reserve, Kennick Paulson champion.
Another nice class of these miniature Herefords. I think the calf that we start off with, he's just got a little more balance. He's a little bit trimmer in his overall pattern, real level and square, and when we get him on the side view, I think he proportions better. The steer in second, probably a little softer, a little deeper, a little softer made. Wants to get just a little bit pinched as you get behind him right in his hip, with a calf that's really nice and got some body and substance to him. The next calf coming really complete and smooth. Just like to give him some more width out of the top of his hip, with a calf that's got a lot of body and shape to him. Young man's calf coming here, really bold sprung calf that's got some bone and substance, and I think really complete also. Nice set of calves.
Over here on our Hereford side, we're going to pull them in as they came. You know, if you're sitting around ringside, you're saying, wow, there's a lot of spread in size of these cattle. I do think we got in and out stages. We do have a June versus a May here, and I did say to Brandon as they walked in, I said, I probably like the smaller heifer better. You know, I hope she's younger, and when that was solidified to me, that made that decision just a little easier. Nice structured, smooth-shouldered. Her decided advantage over the heifer just behind her is the way she's sloped in her shoulder, knee, square on her front too. That it just enables her to go with more comfort out of her front skeleton. I think a very nice heifer in terms of refinement and smoothness. The longer you study her, the longer you like that heifer that wins the class. Big, long, extended heifer the young lady brought to us here in second. Highly presented, very nice in terms of her first impression. That's a bold heifer when you get on top of her that comes with some extra pins. I like her eye pigment as a Hereford guy myself. I just need more slope to her shoulder and knee, but that's a high quality heifer in terms of presentations and pin width.
All right, let me catch you up over on the steer side. Single entry Solaris steer. Champion goes to Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville. Red Angus steer division. Your champion goes to McKinley Cash of Clarence. Reserved to Jonathan Cash. And moving into the miniature Hereford division, first place single entry Kriya Lee of Mount Pleasant. Placings for Class 213.
Single entry here in this class of miniature Hereford steers. I guess the thing that jumps out at us on this calf is just the top shape and dimension that this guy has, just big and bold in his upper rib and back shape and power. If you're going to change him, he maybe breaks because of all that power, just breaks a shot in his loin there, and you'd sure like to trim him up in terms of the way he's put together up through his front 1/3. But we'll look at him again out here in Champion Drive.
Please listen up. If you have a, looks like brown or silver Buick Enclave on the east side of the cattle barn, license plate CVV 636. Can't tell what county that is exactly. Yeah. Needs moved is what I'm saying. Johnson County, Buick Enclave CVV 636. It's charcoal on the east side of the cattle barn. We need you to move it immediately.
Thank you. Wait, now, so
Once again, back over on the steer placings. Placings for single entry, Class 212, miniature Hereford Creole, Mount Pleasant. Placings for Class 213, miniature Hereford Lily Supple of Cascade. Second place to Lane Wyatt of Blakesburg. Third place to Skylar Coffey of Garden Grove. And fourth place to Hagen Lloyd of New London. Also single entry, Class 214, Marissa Muff of Ventura. Judges Corey Thompson, Mark Kopus now selecting your champion mini Hereford steer.
We got a really good standout winner here in our second class in this pole division. Really like this heifer in terms of just her looseness of skeleton. One that's pretty effortless when we study her structure and motion, like her shoulder angle. One that's really big and bold in her rib cage. I really like the length of her hip, the way her tail head sets there and her pin bones. Super attractive there about her hind leg. And then I still think she's really thin about the top side of her neck. She shoots it way up high out of the top of her shoulder. Really nice female hair to go ahead and start with. Heifer in 2 and 3, I think there's a little trade-off there, and I think there's just a shot more quality in the heifer that lands in 2 in terms of just length and cleanliness of front end. I think her neck attachment's higher. I think she's smoother in the way that she blends her hip into her loin. I think one that's maybe a little more coordinated off her rear skeleton. Heifer in 2 certainly holds the edge in terms of just body mass and volume. One that's got some pin width about her. Just one that's probably not as just fresh in terms of the shape of her neck and how she's playing out there in her chest floor. Like to clean her up and freshen her up in that regard. Heifer that has some nice pieces here that rounds out in terms of stoutness of feature. One that's kind of wanting to fight the halter and not be a great teammate for that young lady, but I think that one certainly has some quality. We just need to fix that one in terms of her build, drop her down there in her flank to see her work up in this particular lineup.
I think in our miniature Hereford division, we get out here and look at them. We got the 2 cattle out of the middle division that paired up nice that we talked about. Had a lot of similarities, and we're going to keep those 2 together. The 2 out of the middleweight class will be champion and reserve.
All right, your 2021 champion miniature Hereford steer, both coming out of the same class, Class 213. Your champion going to Lily Supple of Cascade, reserved to Lane White of Blakesburg.
Well, the heifer probably just cooperated as good as she has the whole time here as the young man allowed her to spin out here. But this splashed up white heifer is pretty neat to look at on the standstill. I hope she can come back out and allow us to read her structure here in the next group. I think her feet and her angles standing look real good, and that's why we're comfortable starting the class with her. Very three-dimensional in her rib cage and body shape. I love her power, and yet she's still neat, feminine about her face and her neck. Really a high quality heifer. Hopefully she comes back in a fashion that allows her to show herself off a little bit more as we get into this conclusion of this division. Heifer that comes next just does a better job of tandeming a refined female look with body shape and looseness of structure, and that's why she falls in second. I think we can all see that she's a little bit longer toed, and we'd like to just see that a little more conservative, especially up front. A heifer that you just like her cow look, we could tone down her tail head and stouten her up, and then maybe the conversation could get a little tighter. You like the power and dimension of the heifer here in third. Some of you might tie into her substance and weight per day of age and squareness to her tail head and hip. For Brandon and I, we'd like to see more reach and flex off both ends of her skeleton, but a bold heifer with true power and substance. Probably the heifer that's going to have the most frame when it's all said and done is this heifer that comes next, big and tall at the point of her shoulder, and yet still neat in her head and her neck. She's always forward in her ears and kind of attractive up front. I think relative to her frame, we could enhance her in terms of her body shape. Just see her a little more practical there at first glance. Skinnier heifer comes next with that curly hair, and young lady, I know how hard it is to get one blown out like that in the morning, so I think you did a nice job getting your heifer presented and brought to us in the ring here. Really skinny and neat up through her head and her neck. She just needs some more time. She needs some more groceries, start to fill out. A really nice class winner. I hope she comes back just a little more comfortable in this show ring environment.
All right, let's catch you up over on the heifer side. In the polled Hereford heifer division, class 118, first place, Macy Mack of Lake City, second to Kendall Knoll of Hedrick. Placings for class 119, polled Hereford heifers, first place, Jenna Talak of Prohl, second to Emma Davison of Calamus, third, Avery Harris, Waverly, and fourth to Maggie Anderwick of Dayton. Placings for class 120, polled Hereford heifers. First place, Nick Deppie, Makokada. Second to Jenna Smith of Newton. Third, Kennedy Rife of Columbus Junction. Fourth to Carly Pettyjohn of Knoxville. And fifth to Madeline Schroeder of Pella. Currently entering the ring, class 121, polled Hereford heifers.
Nice pair of them here in this particular class, and I think we land on the young lady's dark red heifer here pretty handily, just in terms of just her extra extension up front, her levelness aligns, one that's a little stouter, constructed there to the ground. I think both of these heifers probably at this stage of the game could just benefit from a shot more sweep and just depth through the center portion of the rib, but with that, I think body shape, muscle, and look of quality probably lies in the young ladies here up front. Nothing to take away from the heifer in two. Really long-bodied one that's got some performance and added length. I think she's got some shape of rib. We just need to see her drop down and softened up in her rib cage, stouten her up at the ground, and I think that pair maybe gets a little tighter. Nice set of cattle.
A big scale, long-bodied heifer here to go ahead and surface in this set. And I think in terms of quality, she grabs you pretty hard from the get-go. Really pretty headed and high in that neck-shoulder attachment. And if you're a sucker for one of them that's got that look, you're going to get drawn in pretty hard. I think that heifer just paints such a nice picture here from the side. Relative to her frame, she's kind of hitting that maturity where she's a little older, getting a little bigger and more stretched out. It's going to be really interesting to see how she fills out in terms of her upper rib cage, but man, she hits you hard in terms of her look and her strikingness up front. The differences in 2 and 3 is structure. As you study the cattle at the surface, the heifer that comes and edges our third place heifer is just a little better footed. She's more mobile off both ends. She's got more slope to her shoulder and set to her hock. There's a heifer that probably could use just a shade more balance as you study her underneath, but a nice heifer in terms of range of motion and flexibility there in second. A heifer that comes in third, that's kind of a heifer with some boldness and some power. I told the young lady if she would just go better, we'd have a little different discussion here between 2 and 3, but that heifer is definitely not short in terms of just robustness and upper rib cage shape.
Let me catch up on the Hereford side. Class 121 placings: first place, Emma Salazar of Columbus Junction. Second place to Thorsten Mitness of Russell. And placings for the final class, polled Hereford heifers. Class 122, first place, Wyatt Monroe, Truro. Second to Jenna White of Blakesburg. And third to Kylie Knoll of Hedrick.
Boy, really, as we get into these main steers here, really heated up here in this class. As Mark and I see it out here, I guess we're really high on this calf that leads off this particular class. One that for us, other than whoever was clipping on this show side neck over here, other than that nick in that front shoulder, one that for us is kind of tough to put a hole in. Just very complete in his build, super good and flexible off both ends, big backed, extremely stout in terms of his lower stifle, and got a killer look from the side. High quality calf here to win this class. Not take anything away from this calf in second. Calf that another class in the show is going to be very competitive. His feet and legs propel him into the second hole today. Maybe not quite the extra bells and whistles in terms of like lower rib shape and extra length of neck, but just a very good, solid, complete calf that's going to be there fighting in the end. Young man's black and white calf. Little unruly today, wanting to throw it in reverse. A calf here got a lot of natural product to him, no doubt. Big backed individual, big bodied calf that's going to do nothing but get better. I wish that calf would have just give us a little better look out here today as he goes around the ring. High quality calf there in third. Then we get into some give and take out here in these next 6 individuals. Red steer that comes next, a little longer outline, longer pattern kind of calf, just doesn't have the natural muscle and the mass that black and white one does ahead of him, but his feet and legs and skeletal build is why he kind of holds up where he's at. probably a heavier muscled calf here, no doubt about it, in terms of back shape and width, is the calf that comes next. This calf, we just like to lay him back in his front knee and just see him get out and go a little truer and squarer off of both ends. Gets just a little bow-legged as he goes away from you. When you get behind him, then we get into a couple longer pattern kind of steers, cattle that got some length of hip, got some look and style. Big-footed calf here that comes next, one that you'd just like to see him a little more shapely in terms of his build and design, a little more carcass traits to that calf to get him on up any higher. Much the same way as this calf that comes right behind him. Extremely stylish, eye-appealing, long and level in his build, just not quite enough power, especially enough width of hip and stifle. Then we get into a calf here, a little higher flanked, shallower bodied, kind of an individual, one that sure flexes good off of both ends. You just like to see a little more depth of rib and flank. And then we round out the class with the young man's black baldy calf. Boy, really sharp, up-headed individual, one that gets a little high in his back, gets a little awkward in terms of the way he goes off his back too.
This is the first call, class 218 main Andrews steers. First call, class 218 main Andrews steers.
Well, over on the heifer side, judges Brady Jensen and Brandon Machado currently discussing what they're going to do here for your champion polled Hereford heifer.
Well, we think this Hereford division has been really, really excellent. 5 good class winners. The young people brought us out here, and I think there's definitely some discussion to be merited. And I didn't know what kind of quality we were going to get into these Herefords, and I think there's 3 heifers out here that can compete at a very, very high level. I do think the first heifer, structure-wise, she fits in. Maybe not in terms of balance and quality, maybe just not as ready to go as some of the other critters, but I thought that young lady's young June heifer was nice-footed and nice structured. I think one of the real contenders in this set is this heifer here that comes out of the second slot, really advanced in terms of her condition, and that probably helps her in this set today in terms of how she balances underneath. I think a heifer that's length of body and length of hip, like Brandon talked about, really enables her to have such a nice set and flex there to her hock and her pastern. I think she's the overwhelming one at first as you study the cattle here from the side. I think as you really dive into the weeds of this heifer and start understanding what is she going to do going forward, where is she at today, there's probably some discussion to be had. She's got just a dabble of throat and chest, and probably the thing that we discuss the most is when you walk right in front of the cattle, she's a little close to me in terms of her knee and her chest. She could have a little more genuine shape to her forerib and transition stronger there behind her shoulder, but I think that's kind of part of what makes her so unique is because she's so loose and long-spined and very agile on the move. Just an interesting critter, I think, that we can discuss and talk the good and the bad and just know that she's good. Kind of an interesting type of heifer when you break her down. I sure wish the young man's heifer here in this third class was probably a little more halter broke today because when we get in and study her, we think a lot of this heifer. We probably love her rib cage shape, maybe as well as any critter we've seen today in terms of chest, forerib, and body shape. That transitions to what I like in cattle in terms of strength of top line, real width and real substance, yet she's nice from hook to pin. I think that heifer reads good in her joints. Her cleanliness of joint is good. that heifer's skinnier by some margin than the heifer that's just in front of her. I think that's why she's a little tighter and neater there in her throat latch. Relative to being the bold power heifer, I still think she's fairly feminine in her face. She's not quite broke today, and she's not quite setting her neck quite as nice out of the top of her shoulder as the other two contenders in this group. We can't get a good enough read on her structure to say, is she better, is she worse? We think she's acceptable. Her uniqueness comes to us in her body shape and when you get on top of the cattle. A real neat level-lined heifer that just needs more body and substance. The heifer that comes out of the last group is really big and long, quite a bit more in terms of scale and age, and that's obvious. She grabs you with quality. As a Hereford guy, that color pattern and her kind of pigmentation just hits you hard and hits you right. I think she's got an insane amount of presence up front, and her length is good. As you really get in and study her structure and her body, I don't know if it's quite as maternal, quite as loose structured, quite as bold in her heart and forerib, maybe as what the heifer with the little splashed up of white has. But I think those are the three that you can really discuss. We're going to talk about them one more time before we pick our champion. Congratulations to our polled heifer exhibitors.
She's got a really complete calf to start this class with, a steer that really balances good from his front to his rear. He's level and he's square and really, really good on his feet and legs. And I think just a real logical place to start in this class, kind of a calf that doesn't have a lot wrong with him. I think the next pair gets close. The red steer just a little bit tighter in his movement and what we like, but a steer that's got some body and some substance to him, and a steer that's really good and square in his hip. The next steer, we like some things about him, and if he will settle down and show for this young man someday, he's got some nice things about him. It's a little bit tough to look at him today. He's wanting to give him a little bit of a hard time, and he gives us just a little bit of a hard look, but a calf that's nice and down the road could be all right. And the next steer, real complete, real smooth and level, just gets a little tighter in his movement as we view him on the walk. And the steer at the end, just a little raw, a little hard in his condition.
All right, over on your heifer side, your champion polled Hereford heifer coming out of class 120, coming out of class 119, going to Jenna Talak of Pro. Your reserve coming out of class 120, exhibited by Nick Deppy of Makokada. Once again, champion polled Hereford heifer, Jenna Talak, Pro, reserve, Nick Deppy Makokata. Well, let's get caught up over on the steer side in the main Anjou steer division. Placings for class 215. First place, George Sinclair of Williamsburg. Second place to Brant Will of Wyoda. Third, Rain Elmquist of Audubon. Fourth, Madison Thoman of Ainsworth. Fifth, to Bree Barrier of Neola. Sixth, to Colton Davison of Calamus. Seventh, to Cade Headington Decorah. Eighth, to Grace Crozier of Persia. And ninth, to Cooper Oberbrockling of Prole. That was your placings for class 215, first class of main Anjou steers. Placings for the second class, class 216, first place, Riley Steffes, Nevada. Second place to Ethan Fast of Nottoway. Third to Jacob Ringcobb of Mobile. Fourth, Thomas Rittenmeyer of Riverside. And fifth, Allie Van Donseler of Cedar. Currently in the ring, class 217, main Anjou steers.
We get 3 head here in the Limb Flex division, but I think the one that's going to win this class and be your breed champion, certainly one that could withstand quite a bit of competition. I really like this heifer in terms of just how maternal she is. She's so functional about her feet and legs, one that's just ultra smooth blending from the profile. Love her extra body shape, one that's still got some power and just puts it all together in a ladylike fashion. Really good looking one from the profile. Darn nice champion in this particular lineup. Heifer in 2 just has so much stoutness and performance and body volume that keeps her in second there, and the choice between second and third. One that's really big and robust in her upper rib and really powerful. I'd probably like to just see her refine there about her head and neck shape, see her a bit softer there to her flank, and probably just loosen her up there off her hock and pastern. Nothing to take away from the one that's third here. Really like this one in terms of just having some body. She's got some extra length and some power to go along with it. Just need to see her a little more set down there in her ankle, drop her there to her flank, and just see her with a shot more size. What a really nice trio of cattle.
Well, all right, that was a single class division Limb Flex heifers. First place, Wade Spencer. He will be your champion Limb Flex for the 2021 Iowa Beef Expo. Second place and your reserve champion Limb Flex heifer goes to Owen Axmere of North English. Once again, champion Wade Spencer, Logan, Owen Axmere, North English reserve. And third place in that class, Morgan Will of Wyoda. Now moving into the purebred limousine heifer division.
That's first and this is second, okay? We got a January and a March here in our limousine division, and probably a heifer that when she hits the ring, you gravitate to right away. Balance, length, and levelness, really, really nice in this heifer that starts the class. Lots of future left in this heifer. You study the length of her cannon, her condition, her freshness through her chest. I think that's a female that's got a lot of gas left in the tank, and yet she's overwhelming today yet in terms of her balance and her lines. A really nice heifer to start off this class. Heifer that comes in second, gives up a couple months in age, but I think even if we take that into account, I wish she had a little more to her. But young man, you got a heifer that's right in terms of her body. I don't know if she's inappropriate in terms of her function, just not the extras in terms of muscle or stoutness or look to deviate there in that pair.
All right, attention please. Once again, we have a Brown Buick Enclave, Iowa plates, Johnson County, CVV 636 on the east side of the cattle barn, needs moved immediately. We needed it moved an hour ago. Once again, a Brown Buick Enclave, Iowa, Johnson County, Iowa plates, CVV 636. Please move it immediately. And over on the heifer side, that was your limousine division there in one class that you just watched, and your champion limousine heifer for the 2021 Expo goes to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap. Your reserve champion limousine heifer, Mason Herman of Missouri Valley. Once again, champion limousine, Sarah Sullivan, reserve, Mason Herman.
There's some give or take in this class of main steers, I guess. The only thing that is the easy thing to do is the young lady steer here leads off the class with. This main show is going to be a gunfight. Calf's got a lot of quality from nose to tail, huge-footed, extra heavy muscled, big-backed, just a high-quality individual. Look forward to seeing him out here in the champion drive. We get after that, it gets to be a lot of give and take out here, just in terms of studying them at the ground. I guess we think this calf in second is just simply the next most complete one out here. Big-bodied, wide-made, good-looking calf. You know, here's one in a lot of states, you know, you'd load this calf up and you'd be thinking you'd have a shot of winning the show, and most of them you would. You just ran into a very tough class. That's a high-quality calf to be second. Just not quite as much muscle in that individual, just that extra neck set, just all the extras to him, but that's an awful good one to go second. Young man's calf, the black and white steer that comes next, really good pattern calf. Young man does a nice job of showing him when he gets him set up. When you set that one in motion, he's maybe not quite as square and true as he sits the ground off those back two, but a really high quality one there in the third hole. Young lady's calf that we're going to come with next. We had pulled him a little higher, really good looking. He's got that extra high neck set to him that reaches out and grabs you. The more we study him, you know, he's maybe a little straighter shouldered. You just like to lay him back there and how he sits together with his front knee there, but big bodied, lots of muscle. A big-bodied, thick-ended calf here to come next, one that we just like to change his shoulder construction and front knee construction to get up a little higher. One of the heaviest muscled calves is the young lady's black and white steer that comes next. Here's a huge top, thick-ended one that from a carcass merit standpoint we love, big-bodied, one that we just like to see use his back wheels just a little better, maybe not quite as smooth in that lower shoulder, quite as sharp and attractive up through his front 1/3, but a very heavy muscled one. Then we round out the class here. Young man has a calf that's really sharp and attractive, really deep bodied calf, but with all that depth of body, he's maybe just a little higher flanked and doesn't quite have that extra added dimension that it took in this particular class.
All right, let me catch you up over on the steer side. Class 217, main and Jew steers first place. Riley Rogers, Searsboro. Second place to Ava Bauer of Swisher. Third, Ethan Heights Susan of Williamsburg. Fourth, Elise Badger of Bagley. 5th to Ada Lund of Corning, and 6th to Brian Graves of Durant. Once again, that was placings for 217 Main Angie steers, the final class of Main Angie steers currently being exhibited.
We got a really nice way to get us started here in the high mains, and the young man here in front of me just brings one that has a really good look from the side. One that's awesome in terms of just her stoutness and power that she brings to the table. I still think she's got enough sweep to her rib to make it all blend and have a look of maternal traits, and that one's good necked, really stout featured, big pinned, and one that's ultra wide when you study her underneath. Good looking one there to start. Things get closer, I think, in 2 and 3, and I think there's some structure differences, but I think as we discussed them a little more, I think the one we land on in 2 is maybe just a better kind in terms of just having an easier doing look. I think you get directly in front of those cattle. I'm more fond of the shape of her head, the width that she has through her sternum, one that's just bolder there in her forerib and through her center cavity. Certainly one that turns and goes away with more true muscle and just width. She probably wants to just drop her head and get a little upright in her shoulder at times, maybe throws off her spine just a little bit, and I think that's what made it a close pair for 2 and 3. Nice structured heifer in terms of just looseness of structure, one that takes a good long stride off either end, just one that for us is just a shot on the narrower and flatter side. I'd like to see that one just hossed up from a power and width standpoint to work up that particular lineup.
Got another really stout calf to start this class. Steer with a lot of body, a lot of substance to him. Really balances up good for the amount of width and depth that he has, and he maintains that proportion from his chin back to his chest and back to his flank. Steer that just really moves good. His angles are good. Just a really nice, solid place to start. The next steer, I think he's, in terms of pattern, he's more like him, a steer that's level and square and really nice in his structure. He's a steer that gets just a little bit harder in his body. We'd like to drop him in his mid-rib and back in his flank, but a calf that really gives you a nice look, and I think in terms of what we have here in the class, closely follows the steer that wins in terms of quality. The next steer just really solid, really complete, moves better than the black and white steer that we end the class with. Both nice steers, but let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
All right, let me catch you up on the final class of Main Anjou steers. That's class 218. First place, Matty Cohn, North English. Second to Keaton Kralik of Creston. Third to Garrett Cash of Garner. And fourth to Logan Ferris of Eldora. We will now be selecting your champion Main Anjou steer, judges Mark Kopus, Corey Thompson. Right now.
Well, another excellent class here as we continue to work through this show. And I think, to me, that they kind of fall into place as we get into talking about them. And I think, if you want to study the cattle on down the road, there maybe can be some shuffle and some change in these critters. But the one that demands your attention is this split-eared heifer here today. And I think, we can get into some differences structurally and talk about them. But when the heifer that comes to you just so overwhelming in terms of her look, yet she's probably as powerful, yet as bold, yet as deep as any of them, I think it's hard to get around her today. She's a little fuller in her chest maybe than what you thought at first glance, but a heifer that's got a really, really nice look here on the standstill. Heifer that comes in 2, and I actually think when you get in and study 2 and 3, they're a lot more interesting than what you think. They're really nicely presented heifer here in 2's got a big old forearm and foot. I think she's athletic at the surface, wants to run downhill just a little bit. I think a heifer that's got a great shape to her in terms of rib and body and power. I changed the shape of her head and face ever so slightly. Heifer that comes in 3rd, I like this heifer at the ground an awful lot, and I think this is one that's got a future in terms of how she's going to continue to get better. That's a good jointed, good footed, smooth made heifer. I think that's correct in her top line. She's neat in her neck to shoulder juncture. Brandon said, I just don't know if there's enough of her today, and I agree with him, but I do like her at the ground an awful lot. I think she's better and more proportional from her hook bone to the top of her shoulder than what the heifer was in 2. A good heifer in terms of just honesty of body shape and power. A female that's good in the column of her bone in terms of being smooth in her hock and yet powerful down to the ground. She needs a neater neck to match the fact that she's not quite as deep to have the quality to run with them top group. A big power heifer in terms of top and muscle. She's got some hair that you appreciate in terms of her look at first. Maybe just change her a little bit in terms of the way she goes off of her hind leg.
Well, I tell you what, let's give all these main exhibitors a round of applause, if you will. Boy, we had no idea it would get this competitive and this tough this early in the day, I guess, going into this deal. Boy, I mean, we think we're left out here with 4 class winners, just all 4 extremely, extremely high quality in their own right. I guess as we see them out here, there's some steers with some unique pieces on both ends of this deal, but I guess in our guesstimation, in terms of completeness, balance, muscle, and structural integrity, the one that is the most complete is the calf out of class number 3. He'll be your champion.
Your 2021 champion main and juice steer coming out of class 217, that's Riley Rogers, Searsboro. Coming into contention, Ava Bauer. Ava Bohr, excuse me.
Got a nice set of these high mains, and I think the one that wins, you know, if you're sitting ringside and say, you know, maybe she's not just the longest hipped and doesn't handle her rear pastern perfect, we're both not going to argue with you. But I think from that one's hip forward, the front 2/3 of her body just kind of demand the win in this particular lineup. I think that one from right here is just so attractive in the way her neck hooks up that high. She is incredibly bold-bodied. That one has some pin width and some true power. She's stout-featured, one that's really good in the assembly of her front-end structure. Like I said, when she gets out and goes, she does tend to duck in her pins and maybe just roll up there in her ankle and just not have the kind of comfort that we'd particularly like to see. But with that said, I'm not willing to sacrifice all the extra good things that she does just to beat her in that one area. We thought that heifer won this class and won so pretty handily. I think 2 and 3 are a little closer, and we had some discussion there, and I'll be the first to tell you that maybe the one in second isn't just the smoothest one in terms of her muscles. She does come with some extra power, and that's something that, you know, we take into account in terms of just breeding cattle. I still think relative to that pair, I think that her front footing, her angle of her shoulder, and her ability to set back in her knee and have comfort and have length of stride out of her front end is why we end up putting her there in second. Really bold, really stout one. We definitely like to just see her loosened up there as she travels directly away from you. Like some pieces of the heifer in 3, I think female quality and refinement in this one are as good as any in this class in terms of head and neck shape. She's got plenty of depth of rib, and she's one that's built nice in her hind leg. We just see that one set into travel into motion. She kind of wants to lunge forward and drop her head, wants to camp up there in her spine just so slightly, and just maybe isn't as aesthetically pleasing when we study her in motion, but a really nice one to set there in 3. Just a nice, easy-doing kind of a brood cow that comes out in 4, moderate, functional, plenty of rib in this one. She's just maybe a little more small and conventional, plenty far along from a fat condition standpoint, but I think a good, useful kind of a female down the road. Heifer that comes out next, really stout constructed one that we both thought was going to be a nice kind of a cow prospect for this young man. Maybe we drop her into a lineup like this where some are just a little more exotic about the front third of their body, and she just maybe falls out in terms of just the shape of her neck and her chest, but a good functional, big-bodied one that's definitely going to make a cow down the road. One that's got some nice pieces that comes out next. This one is incredibly round-bodied. She's really, really stout and powerful when you study the spread out of the backside of her shoulder. She's just probably not as good in terms of just the way she gets out and moves from just a freedom of structure standpoint. If we could loosen that one up, I could certainly see her coming up in the lineup, maybe peel her of some excess skin there through the front third of her body. Black and white heifer that comes next, one that's plenty loose skeletoned, and I appreciate that about her, one that's level in her lines. She's just maybe a shot skinny and shallow today. If we could just stouten her up, see her a little wider constructed as she comes and goes, she could certainly work her way up the lineup. Then we round out with the young lady's brockle face heifer. That's a big, growthy, high-performing one that's stout and long-bodied in her own right. We just need to drop her down there in her rib relative to her frame and just see her handle her hind leg with a little more authority and motion.
All right, if this would have been an easy decision, we'd have just gone ahead and picked a reserve without talking them. But I fully believe these cattle are good enough that these exhibitors need to know if they don't get a piece of this division, they need to know why. I guess for reserve, for us, it comes down to the two on both ends. Young man's calf out of the first class, young lady's calf out of the class 4. You know, I'll be the first to admit when I talked that class that this first one was in, be honest with you, that's the best calf we've seen all day. He would have won. He would have beat every calf that we've seen today. We got excited about him. I was excited about him. I mean, this is a tough division, tough. High neck set, quality build, striking pose from the side, impeccable structure. Where you change this one as compared to his contemporaries, the steer that beat him and the steer on the end, maybe not quite the upper rib shape, not quite as explosive as you'd study him right out of his, behind that shoulder blade, and as he ties into his forerib, you get back in that rear three-quarter view, he's just a little shallower in terms of how he comes out of his rib there. Maybe not quite the extra mass, you know, and the weight of the calf right down on the far end's got, but striking pose, impeccable structure, great build. Just like to see a little bit more rib shape and power in his back. And then the young lady's calf that comes out of the 4th class, you know, just massive build, just powerful out of his shoulder, huge stifled, wide hipped, you know, maybe not quite as attractive right up through his front 1/3 in terms of the way that neck and shoulder and that neck ties into that shoulder blade. But boy, in terms of muscularity, depth of rib, power, that calf's got a lot of carcass merit to him. So to us, it's very, very close in this reserve choice out here. I guess, you know, what we've been talking all day and what Mark and I talked about last night going into this deal, trying to get as much muscle as we can on these cattle, still keep structural integrity. The heaviest muscled one in the deal still moves. He's going to be your reserve.
Your reserve champion man and you steer coming out of class 218, exhibited by Matty Cohen of North English. Matty Kane of North English.
I think a really good division to get in and work through. We respect the cattle here a great deal on the top end. I think as we get into them, there becomes some great discussion in maybe how you're going to select breeding cattle, maybe what you like today and what you like down the road. And I don't know if there's one that totals it all up and dominates this group, but I think as you get in and study them, I think you can make some logic, and we did anyway, in justifying what we're going to do out here. Just to briefly describe them, probably the nicest conditioned heifer is this first one, good in terms of her chest, and her neck and her head is probably the most youthful and correct. Kind of one of them rounder bodied ones that just doesn't have as much shape underneath today. I think a heifer that's very honest in terms of her muscle and pin width. As you study her in terms of her feet and her legs, I think just a little wide in her shoulder, could go just a little more mobile off both ends. But if you like genuine cattle that are fresh, I think she should be in your discussion. The heifer that hits you the hardest and will probably take the fanciest picture is this heifer here out of the second group. She's the one that's really ready today in terms of probably condition and presentation. With that, I think it cuts both ways. She's plenty full in her brisket. I think that's kind of the fatter heifer around her tail head. Really good and developed in her body shape because so. As you study her in terms of her structure standing there, you'll really like her hip, her hind leg, her hock, her pastern. She probably handles the rear skeleton as well as any of them in this group. She struggles a bit out of her front end. She needs more mobility in terms of her shoulder and her reach up front. But good cattle. Heifer comes out of the third group, that white flanked heifer, stout. She's wide pinned, really heavy constructed. I think she's decidedly better in the slope of her shoulder, and she's more comfortable in how her neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. She's not as neat in terms of her head there. She probably is the heifer that's a little leaner than the one that's just in front of her, so you can maybe make a condition call if you think you need to. Probably what gets her into trouble is she'll want to just throw them hind legs a little out and then gets a little up in terms of her pastern. But young man, that's a really good heifer that's bold, stout, and got a really nice look. The respective seconds probably have a few things here and there that you can tweak, but they're really good cattle. They're a little greener even than what we have here in the group in front of them. They might catch those cattle on down the road. We're going to talk just for one more second. I think we got it selected, but go ahead, put your hands together for these main Anjou exhibitors.
In our first class, Lemmy steers, got just a real practical place to start. A steer that's got some body and some substance to him, really complete from end to end, really balances nice. He's level and he's square, and just a real complete package. Young lady does a nice job getting him showed. The next calf, real long-sided, really got a little more length actually than the calf that wins the class, but just gets a little harsher in his rib, a little harsher in his heart, and just needs a little more time and feed, but a nice pair of calves.
All right, your 2021 champion high percent main coming out of class 126. That's Abby Tlock of Prole. And your reserve coming out of class 127. That's Caden Olson of Nevada. Once again, champion high percent main heifer Abby Tlock, Prole, reserve Caden Olson of Nevada. All right, I got some catching up to do on that entire main Anjou division. First class of the main, high main heifers, class 121. First place, Jack Plug of Charlotte. Second to Abby Belcher of Blakesburg. And third to Elena Rosenboom of Bussy. That was the first class. Second class, class 126. First place, Abby Tlock of Prole. Second, Elizabeth Shable of Storm Lake. Third, Kara Olson of Calamus, fourth. To Kayla Muir of Rippey, and fifth. To Dylan McMorrin of State Center. And placings for the final class, class 127 of the high mains. First place, Caden Olson, Nevada. Second, to Lauren Anderson of Algona. Third, to Tucker Jackson of Waukon. Fourth, to Logan Golly of Irwin. Fifth, to Robert Schaefer of Goose Lake. Sixth, to Olivia Stout of Marble Rock. Seventh, to Hattie McCullum of Colo. And eighth, to Elena Oberbrockling of Prole. And once again, your champion come out of 126, Abby Tlack Reserve, Caden Olson. And over on the steer side, your limousine division, your champion limousine steer going to Brett Coughlin of Blairstown, your reserve to Garrett Cash of Garner. Once again, that was the limousine division, champion limousine steer Brett Coughlin, Blairstown, reserve Garrett Cash of Garner. Currently showing in the ring on the Hereford, or on the steer side, are the Hereford steers, two classes.
Get kicked off here in a new division on the heifer side, and I think the heifer that wins does so pretty swiftly in our minds. I love this heifer from her fore-rib back. I think her sweep of rib, extra body shape up high, one that's long and level about her hip and utilizes her hock and pastern extremely well. I certainly appreciate all those things. From her fore-rib forward is maybe where I could tweak some things. I think if she could just get laid back there in her shoulder angle and allow that neck to come up higher out of the top of her blade, take a longer, more fluid stride there out of her front skeleton. But that's getting picky on one that I think is an extremely good individual in her own right there. 2 and 3, kind of polar opposites, if you will. You got one that we use in 2 that's really late maturing and one that comes to us a little greener today. And I think that when he gets that one put together, she just has such an edge in terms of just quality and presence about her front end, length of neck, tidiness of chest and shoulder shape, one that's longer about her hip there, and I think one that's still appropriate and functional in terms of her structure. She does tend to duck her pins and maybe pull her hock in. Nice kind of a cow prospect that comes in 3, moderate, easy flesh, and one that's big and bold in her rib cage, certainly one that's packed full of power, just a little smaller frame kind of cattle that runs downhill, a little rounder there in her shoulder. I just like to pick up her neck set. Nice class of them.
I think we got a real useful kind of Hereford steer to lead off with here. Just a really solid built kind of calf, really good at the ground, like his levelness of hip, and very attractive up through his shoulder and up through his neck and front end up there for a Hereford calf, very up-headed. He wins the class quite handily in our guesstimation. The calf out of second, he's fighting a halter today. From a muscularity standpoint, we think this calf has as much width and power as any in this class, just not getting out and going and giving us the best look today, but that calf's got a bright future ahead of him. Young man's calf that comes third here, very attractive fronted individual, smooth shouldered, up-headed kind of a calf that's got some back shape and top shape shape to him. The young man does a great job of loining him, trying to fix his hip there a little bit, a little rounder in terms of his muscle pattern. We'd like to change that about him, square him up. Real practical kind of calf here that comes next, one that we would just like to trim him up through his front 1/3, just gets a little plainer fronted as compared to the cattle ahead of him. Then we round out the class here, real long-bodied kind of a calf, real pretty fronted, just doesn't have as much mass and center body, and breaks in his loin just a pinch.
As we continue to work through here, overwhelmed with the power and the substance and the heifer the young lady brings out here at the front of the lineup to win this deal. She's heavy structured, she's bold made. I think when she stopped, that's probably when you buy into her the most in terms of her look and her balance. As she goes, there's a few things here or there you could tweak in terms of maybe how she goes in her pastern and her hind leg, but at first you're just overwhelmed with that one's power, her look, her blend of substance, and yet being neat and tidy up through her front end. Heifer that comes in seconds, a little more honest in her condition, just a bold, big top, thick-ended kind of heifer. You could change her just in terms of her shoulder shape and lengthen her out as you get to the side of her, but those cattle both had some substance. Class winner just edges her out in terms of quality.
All right, let's catch you up over on the heifer side. Currently exhibiting our Maine Angus heifers. Maine Angus. We'll have high percent mains, Maine Angus, and maintainers. Placings for the first class of Maine Angus. First place, Katie Pryor of Woodbine. Second to Braden Sharks of Underwood. And third to Ryan Olson of Calamus. Placings for class 129 Maine Angus heifers. First place, Abby Tlock. Second to Cameron Heemstra of Knoxville.
got a very handily class winner here. Real easy to find a steer that's got a lot of presence to him, a lot of balance, a lot of body and rib shape. Still really good in his feet and legs. Like I said, we really like him. You get off and look at his balance. He's level and square and just very, very high quality calf. The second calf, I think in terms of just balance and completeness with some meat in him, I think that's where he needs to go. He's got some rib shape to him, and like I said, he's long and smooth and level and closely follows the steer in first. The next pair of steers I think are close. I think the added advantage in the steer in third's got a little more product to him. He doesn't have very much hair, but the quality the calf has, he's got some width and some substance to him, and I think out his upper hips where he beats the calf that's in fourth. The calf in fourth just a little bit pointed at the top of his hip. He wants to play out there. When you get back and look at him from the side view, he's got some balance to him and maintains some levelness. The last steer in the class, steer's got some body to him. It just gets a little flatter and a little bit narrower from behind, needs a little more shape and width. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, I think these front two cattle are awfully good, and I commented to those two exhibitors in third and fourth just how deep this class is. There's 4 excellent heifers, and I think, you know, these top 2 could not be more different. They're both very, very polarizing, and it depends on where you're going to put your preference, what kind of judge, what kind of evaluator you are, and how you're going to sort these cattle. We're structure guys, and that's why this heifer wins. As soon as you watch the heifers go, number one, she's leaner. And because she's leaner, she's more neat in how her chest and shoulder blades sit together up front. There's more slope and angle to her shoulder and knee and her front feet. That's the more comfortable top-lined heifer when asked to go. She's significantly more comfortable in how she goes from hock to pastern. She probably doesn't, these are main Angus, doesn't hit you maybe as Angus looking in her head. She's not as neat in her face. I thought at first that was a big heifer that was going to maybe need a little more to her. When you get up on those cattle, she's significantly bolder, way wider pinned, and way heavier structured than what you initially think. If we're just taking pictures and we're just wanting the fancy photo, this heifer that comes second is the one that you're going to tie to because her neck set's high. She's so good in her body shape and her forerib. I think she's really neat in her underline as you study her from her forerib back into her flank. I think she's got a little fat on her today, and that's starting to allow her to open up in her shoulders. She twists her front 2 out. She's not as comfortable at the surface or in her spine as she goes, but we think those cattle are excellent there in 1 and 2. We don't think this third place heifer is a slouch. From her shoulders back, she fits those cattle in body, top, thickness, and hind leg. She just needs a slope to her shoulder. That'll elongate her neck and allow her to balance more from the side. The heifer that comes in fourth, actually I think if you just dive into structure, you could probably switch the pair. She's a little longer and leveler hipped. She needs to be more comfortable in her spine and neater at the point of her shoulder blade. Good cattle. I think the top pair are really interesting to evaluate.
As we get out here and pick your champion Hereford steer today, I guess to us, if it's easy, no reason to take a lot of time. The steer out of Class 2, he's good. He'll be your champion. We bring that steer that was second in that class out there, and after that, that steer that wins this division wins it quite handily, just dominates this division in every aspect, really. We get beyond that, it gets a lot closer out here between the Class 1 first place calf and that young lady's calf out of the second hole in that second class. I guess in terms of a muscle standpoint, we still like those 2 out of that second class to stay together as a pair. Young lady out of Class 2, you'll be reserved.
Thank you.
Great.
Good pair of cattle, and I think the young man directly ahead of me here brings an extremely good individual. I think one that's just extremely smooth and good balance, and her proportions are nice when you study her from the profile. Maybe not just out there in any one area. I just think from a totals and completeness standpoint, I like her extension, one that's good in her spine. She's got a good sweep to her rib relative to her chest floor. One that's still good in terms of length of hip. She's attractive in the way she uses her hind leg and how it profiles at the standstill. Nice female to go ahead and start. Nothing to take away the heifer in two. Good pieces to this one, really wide constructed one. She's bold and stout in terms of just her muscle and body shape. One that you can certainly appreciate for that. And then we step off to the side in this particular group of them. Maybe one that's just got a little excess skin up front. If we could peel her out there, push that tail head down into her pin bones, you know, that's a really nice heifer in her own right.
Well, all right, let me catch you up over on the steer side in the Hereford Steer Division. First place in the first class, Class 220. That's Tate Riggin of Tiffin. Second to Haley Cook of Zwingle. Third to Cashton Headington of Decorah. Fourth to John Gordon of Dow City. And fifth to Katie Johnson of Independence. Placings for the second class, Hereford Steers, Class 221. First place, Kinnick Paulson Preston. Second place to Liberty Suchin of Gowrie. Third to Jenna Smith of Newton. Fourth to Carly Cremines of Williamsburg. And fifth to Colin Gravy of Carroll. And your 2021 champion Hereford Steer goes to Kinnick Paulson. Reserve to Liberty, and I'm going to apologize, I'm not sure how to say it, Sukin, I think. Sukin of Gowrie.
In our first class, the keys here, we've got a steer that's got just a little more substance to him, a little more shape of rib, a little more chunk to him, and a steer that when you get off of him's got some balance and some look to him. You like the way his neck comes out of him. A steer that just real complete in comparison to these two calves. The calf in second, a calf that's got some body to him also, got some squareness and levelness to him. Maybe needs to move just a little bit freer, and you like to see him with a little more substance of bone, but a pair of nice key steers.
Well, the water got deep out here in this division. Undoubtedly, the toughest division that we've had in terms of margin of difference from first heifer to about eighth heifer. I think these cattle are really, really high quality. I tell you what, I think you could probably have 5 or 6 different champions depending on where you put your selection preferences. We're going to get in and just describe what we see, because we think these young people, the folks that have bred these cattle and prepared these cattle, probably need some recognition, because they're very, very high quality. The heifer that wins the first class is demanding in terms of her presentation, her boldness, and her power. I think that's a heifer that when you study into her, she's as impressive in terms of her forerib and body shape, her mass and dimension as any of the cattle out here. I think she's just on the edge in line in terms of structure for me, and I think because of that, her neck is a little more wrinkled up and it doesn't set quite as comfortable there at the top side of her shoulder, and she doesn't reach and motor off of that front end quite like I'd like her to. But man, she's got a great look in terms of the right size, the right proportions, the right body, and the right power. I appreciate probably her condition as much as any of them in this group. This heifer that comes out of the second slot, she's overwhelming in terms of structure, in terms of stoutness of structure, not necessarily mobility. Big feet and heavy bone, still clean in her joints. I think parked on the profile, she would be in the discussion for most people in terms of lines and power. Study into the cattle, and she's got a little more condition on her over her pin bones, wants to jiggle a little more from behind. She's probably the least comfortable on the go of all these cattle in terms of the way she goes off of her hind leg. This heifer that comes out of the third group, I think she hits me a little more high percent mane as I look at her, but once you dive into those cattle, she's obviously the soundest structured one, that's the nicest in her foot shape. Love the slope of her shoulder and knee, the length and levelness of her hock and her pastern. For this guy, I change the shape of her head. We get past that, I think that's a heifer that's got a right body shape. She's got impressive in terms of shape down her top and power to her pins, and our favorite at the surface. Heifer that comes out of the oldest group is overwhelming again in terms of presentation. There's a heifer that hits you nice in terms of her lines. She's just really fault-free and kind of hard to pick a hole in. I think once you dive into her, you do identify her as complete, and you're like, well, there's a little thing here and a little thing there that probably holds her back. For us, the heifer with the most upside that we'd be the most excited to go back and breed upon is that heifer's structure and skeleton out of the third slot. She'll be your champion. Congratulations to that young lady.
Your champion Maine Angus heifer coming out of class 130, that's Addison Lehman from West Liberty. Coming into contention, Brenna Wilkins from Bennett. I've been asked to remind people in the makeup area, please limit it to 1 or 2 people per calf if you can. Getting a little congested in there as we get into these bigger classes, so keep it to a minimum if you can, folks. Once again, your champion Maine Angus heifer coming out of class 130 is Addison Lehman. Judges Brady Jensen and Brandon Machado. Now, discussing which one will be reserved.
We're going to quickly discuss this heifer that was second to our champion because, again, I think she comes in and fits right in with these cattle out here. A heifer that's rib and body is probably as excellent as any of the heifers in this group. Love her forerib and her underline shape. That's a good top heifer with the right kind of muscle and width. Yet it's smooth as you study her into her pins. I think that heifer uses her hock and her pasture nice. Again, we'd lean that heifer up in her condition. Like to see her a little neater in her shoulder and how she's set up front in her neck. I think as you back off the lineup, you could probably justify any four of these heifers that win these classes. You got some differences. You know, the first and the third one kind of pair up in terms of type, little shorter bodied, more moderate heifers that are bold and got some neat parts. Then you got a big power heifer that's heavy structured out of that second group, and the fresher condition one that's got some, you know, nice pieces, but you could tweak here or there. So I don't know if you have a clear-cut reserve. I think you got a discussion. I think you can pick what you like. We're going to pick our favorite. You pick yours. Congratulations to these main exhibitors.
Your reserve main Angus heifer coming out of class 131, that's Cal Pryor of Woodbine. Once again, your champion, Addison Lehman, West Liberty Reserve, Cal Pryor of Woodbine. I need to go ahead and announce the placings for Class 130. First place, Addison Lehman, West Liberty. Second, Brenna Wilkins Bennett. Third, Autumn Weaver, Mobile. And fourth, Taylor Lazoom of Fort Atkinson. Placings for that final class, Class 131. First place, Cal Pryor. Second place, Olivia Stott of Marble Rock. All right, over on the steer side, new division, Kianina Steers, Class 222, first place, Nolan Menson of Manchester. Second place to Peyton Schwartz. Currently in the ring, Class 223.
Nice trio of cattle over here in the heifer ring, and the one we go ahead and start, I just think from a comfort level standpoint, refinement, and just female look is where this one excels in this particular group of cattle. You study her head and the shape of her neck, she's easily the thinnest and cleanest through the front portion of her body, one that's got a good sweep there to her rib cage. I think she utilizes her hip and hind leg the best. If we're going to get a little critical on some things, maybe one that's just a shot smaller in her kind, we could probably pull that tail head down and set it deeper into her pin set, but I still think one that wins in this class and does so pretty handily for us. Quite a few differences in 2 and 3, and I think your just initial impression of kind just makes us land on the 1 and 2. Moderate, big ribbed, easy keeping kind of cattle like that. One that's got plenty of muscle and power to go with it. Maybe one that isn't just the longest reaching off either end of her skeleton. We could certainly lay her shoulder back and see her go a shot freer there off her rear too. But one that I certainly appreciate all her extra body and power. And then we conclude with one that's really long-bodied, one that's got some stoutness of feature. We just need this one to just set back there in her shoulder and relax in her spine to see her work up.
Wow, this is some good stuff. This class, quality cattle all the way through, really. I mean, just quality, high quality, problem-free cattle all the way from top to bottom. Probably the deepest class that we've seen all day. I guess the word that comes to mind, Mark and I both agree, this first calf, we just think he's the combination steer, the complete steer of the class, if you will. Extremely good looking, well balanced. Where he dominates this class in our minds, when she sets him in motion, just so free and easy and agile as he goes off both ends of his skeleton. Like I said, extremely attractive up front. He's sure got enough muscle. He's maybe not quite as expressive as this silver steer is down in his lower quarter, and how he carries that down low. But this, and it's not take anything away from this silver steer. He's very, very high quality in his own right. As we see him, as he goes away from you, he could move a little squarer in terms of how he moves his hock and how he hits the ground as compared to the steer right ahead of him. But boy, that's an awful good steer to be in the second hole. That's just where we change that calf, that back hock on him. The striking calf that this young lady gets this calf in third setup. I mean, his neck shoots high out of his shoulder blades. Love the way he transitions into his forerib, his depth of rib, his balance. Super good looking calf. When she sets this calf in motion, we just like to change how he handles those back hind wheels, and especially like to see him move a little more flexible, a little more agile in the near pasterns. But that's a really good calf there to be in the third hole. The one that's fighting the halter out here is this calf in fourth today. Here's one, I think when this calf doesn't fight the halter, he's got the extra angles to the way his skeletal build is, just all kinds of flexibility off both ends, and he combines that in a very good shoulder and neck extension. He's got all that going on. Where he just comes up a little bit short today is in terms of just sheer muscle and power and mass compared to the steers above him. And him fighting that halter, he wants to look a little bit relaxed in his back shape and how he handles his top line there. But attractive, high quality structural builds impeccable on that calf. Black and white calf that comes next. Here's one that's probably a little heavier muscle than that calf right ahead of him, no doubt about it. Be the first to admit his top shape is plumb better. Where we change this one, we'd just like to see him get out and move a little more flexible off of both ends, but a great fronted, thick-ended, big back steer that easily falls into that hole. This calf that comes next, here's another one, very expressive in terms of his muscle pattern, one that we just like to change at the ground there, just make him a little bit more relaxed off of both ends, especially in those rear pasterns as he goes out, just gets a little up on him, a little rigid. Then we get into a couple calves here, very similar in their type and kind, very usable kind of cattle, really sound one, sound-footed calf here that comes next. He's got some look, got some style to him. He's just not quite there in terms of fed up wise compared to the cattle right ahead of him in class, but a few more days on feed, that calf's going to do just fine. Then we round out the class with a real big outline calf that's a little high flanked, maybe just not quite as true and square in how he sits down in that rear hock.
Second call for class 225 PNES steers. Second call, class 225 PNES steers.
Really a fresh heifer here to surface in this group, not only in terms of presentation, but also condition. I think as you balance the cattle out and look at them from the side view profile, she just resembles the hardest to make in terms of her lines and quality, yet she's still got the right rib cage and muscle in her. You know, she reads really flexible and correct in terms of her skeleton. There was times that back right just was coming up a little short today, but heavy structured, good looking, smooth made, yet powerful in terms of her type and her kind. I think a heifer that comes second, that's robust, thick, and powerful, we could probably tweak her for us just in terms of her kind, a little bigger shouldered, a little tighter made. I wanted to make a case for the heifer in third. That's a really pretty, high-quality heifer in terms of her refinement and head and neck shape, loose structured as you study her underneath. I just don't know if there's enough stoutness and robustness to go ahead and justify today. But young man, I'd stick with that heifer because I think she's got future and potential in terms of her feet and legs, quality in terms of her spine and neck. This is a heavy structured stout one that comes forth, and young man, you got her well presented. You do a nice job getting her stuck and profiled here. For us, she's a little too stout in terms of her skull. She's just a little tighter in terms of her movement, but in terms of body shape and power, that's a heifer that you can appreciate. Another heifer that the young lady's got that's long and level and smooth in her type and design, I think as you study the function of her feet and legs, you can admire the way she goes. I just don't know if she's quite got enough to her in terms of bone or width. Heifer that comes next, I think there's quality in your heifer, young lady. She's got some pin width, she's got some shape. I think that's a heifer that relative to her age maybe gets a little bit lower to the ground. We could just extend her ever so slightly as you step off to the side and evaluate her. Got some shape, power in the heifer that comes next. Just need to deepen her up to her flank and increase her functionality in terms of her structure. Nice cattle in this class.
All right, over on the steer side, placings for Class 223, Kianina Steers, first place. Hallie Heinman of Albia, second to Jenna Funk of Manchester, third. Ellie Neal of Fairbank, fourth to Mason Roseboom of Hayward, and fifth to Parker Reese of Manchester, sixth to Sheridan Fox of Kanawha, seventh to Braden Grubel of Wacona, and eighth to Paul Hoops of Letts. That was your placings for the second class of Kianina Steers, Class 223. Hey, everybody in the makeup area, especially on the steer side, only one person with a calf, please. We're getting too congested. Only one person with a calf. You've been asked to thin the area out there just a little bit. One person only, besides the exhibitor. Let's give you some placings over on the heifer side. Maintainer heifer division, first place Clara Ballinger of Moravia in class 132. Second place to Regan Fox of Kanawha. That's Regan Fox of Kanawha. And third place, Ashlyn Hay of Webster City. That was the first class maintainer heifers, class 132. Second class 133. Maintainer heifers, first place Riley Supel of Cascade. Second to Cole Schneider of West Branch. Third to Zane Houts of Fort Madison. Fourth, Logan Knowles of Albia. Fifth, Hayden Wade of Oxford. Sixth to Willie Curry of Mount Ayr. And seventh to Addison Moeller of Beeman. Once again, that was class 133 maintainer heifers.
Very interesting pair of them here on our heifer side, and I think it definitely warranted some discussion. I think, depending on where your priorities are and certain traits that you're going to put weight on, I think you could maybe go a couple different ways with these two. And with that, I think the one that just better fits the mold of, a breeding heifer and a breeding cattle show is probably the young ladies here ahead of us. That one's just smoother blending. She's leveler there out of her hip. I think that one just transitions a little bit better in the way that she sets down on the surface in her pastern, one that's long and extended. Certainly one that doesn't, she's not perfect. I think when you stand directly in front of her there, she's one that's so excessive in the width through her chest, and she's big pinned that maybe one that's maybe not just the boldest and roundest in her rib cage and not the squarest in the way she sets up behind her blade. And I think that's what makes this a discussion, because if you look at this heifer here in terms of just her genuine width, body shape, freshness, and power, I think she's awesome. She's really good looking in terms of her front end. I like her shoulder and knee assembly as well. Our thing for us on her is she's maybe just a little smaller and more conventional in her size, and I think probably the biggest thing for us is when she gets out and goes, she's reluctant to just set down and press down with pressure there off her rear pastern. If we could soften her up there in her ankle, see her with a shot more size, I think that pair gets it very, very interesting. 1 and 3 surfaces in third just based off of just a refinement and female quality standpoint. Her head, neck, and shoulder shape's definitely the most refined relative to remaining cattle. One that's long and level about her top line. She needs some extra set to her hock and certainly could benefit from some extra power and width. And that's certainly where the young lady here in the boots has the advantage. That's a big, stout, bold one, really stout, constructed at the ground. We just need to refine her about her head, smoothen up that shoulder, and just free her up off her hock and ankle. The heifer that comes next, one that's certainly round-ribbed, one that's got lots of power. She maybe just wants to hike up in her spine ever so slightly, drop those pins, and just tuck that hind leg underneath herself, but one that's more than functional. And then we round out with one that's big, high-performing kind of a heifer, big-footed. She just needs more body. We need to rock her back in her shoulder and just free her up on the go.
A really nice class of heifers here, and some differences in condition in this top pair that really probably allow you to get in and study them, and you could probably justify switching it if you care to. But I do think today the young man's heifer there just so much more correct in terms of her rib and body. A lover from her shoulder into her forerib, just how she's built. I think that allows her to have the nicest top line design, really good from hooks to pins. A nice heifer in terms of spread and power, and still looks like a lady up front. I think that's a heifer that's got low condition through her chest. We can neaten her up in terms of her shoulder shape, but quality look, powerful. Young man, that's a very high quality heifer that goes ahead and starts that class. Kind of the greener heifer of the set is the one that comes in second. And there may be a day that she can run and maybe catch that heifer up top, because I do think just the smoothness of her shoulder and the length of step that she offers off of her rear skeleton is enough better than the heifer that wins the class that you can discuss this pair just a little bit. I think, though, you can see through that hair, there's just not enough to that heifer in terms of her forerib and back into her body shape. A heifer that comes third's conservative in her frame size, has got some shape as you study her from behind. Just need to loosen that heifer up in terms of her front skeleton to just let her reach and go. A heifer that comes here in fourth, strong and level in her top line. Heifer in fifth is more powerful. There's some differences here in fourth and fifth. We like the levelness and the neater necked heifer in fourth. The heifer in fifth has got more power and shape. We just need to see more flank and balance underneath.
Well, let me make an announcement that I was supposed to make back when the Simmental steers showed, and I just plumb forgot. The Iowa Simmental champion supporters have come together to raise funds to give back to the champion and reserve champion Simmental steers at the Iowa State Fair. The champion Simmental steer at the Iowa State Fair will receive $1,000, and the reserve will receive $500. And the good people supporting this include England Cattle Company, Gertis Show Cattle, Mesh Cattle Company, Paulson Cattle, the Moore Team, and CNN Cattle Company. So if you're a Simmental steer exhibitor, don't give up right now. Keep working on that thing through the state fair and see if you can get you $1,000 or $500 put in your pocket thanks to these fine folks. Let's catch back up over on the maintainer heifer side, Class 134 placings. First place, Adam Bergman of Paulina. Second place to Olivia Noonan of Bernard. Third, Bryn Young, Wellman. Fourth, Paige Martin of Springville. Fifth, Adelaida Ebersol of Kellerton, 6th. Jake Wales of Wyoda. Once again, that was placings for Class 134 maintainer heifers. And placings for Class 135 maintainer heifers. First place, Landon Tipkin of Wyoda. Second to Reese Glenn of Colfax. Third, Ethan Timez of Mechanicsville. Fourth to Kyle Anderson of Olin. And fifth to Aubrey Wallace of Harris. Once again, that was your placings for Class 135 maintainer heifers. Currently in the ring, Class 136, 2 more classes. Once again, our heifer show judges today. In the blue jacket, that's Brady Jensen, hails from South Dakota, and in the black hat, getting ready to talk, is Brandon Machado.
Got an interesting class of them, and certainly a class where we had to have some discussion and really dive in and break some things down. You know, the heifer that we end up landing on, I think parked at the standstill, one that gives you a really deadly look from the side. I think that one's neck hooks up extremely high. When you get in behind this animal, her forerib, center body shape, length of hip, and pin width is pretty overwhelming. I think that's one that's incredibly stout constructed in terms of just foot and bone. You know, it's hard to say what you accredit, you know, how she wants to roll up in her spine to. I don't know if she maybe got a little carried away when she was eating and drinking, or if you know, maybe her shoulder angle just kind of limits her ability, you know, to stay comfortable there in her spine. But I think relative to her contemporaries, the one that has probably the most hard to make pieces and puts them together in the closest fashion in terms of balance is the young man's, and we go ahead and lead off with that one. Heifer in 2 is one that's really refined and feminine in her overall look, one that's plenty deep-sided. She's level-hipped. I think she's really good in terms of her hind leg design. Maybe one that just wants to open there to the top side of her shoulder. She maybe pinches in her forerib and just flattens there to the base of her upper cage, but I still think a heifer that has some quality to sit there in 2. Nice, functional, easy-doing kind of female in the young lady's brockle face. Functional, structured, good-bodied, low-input kind. When we talk about throwing her back into the mix with some cattle that have some extras and some extra length and look from the side, that's just maybe where she falls out in that regard. Then we bring the young man's heifer there in 4, one that's really big and stout, really big ribbed kind of a heifer. She's just one that gets a little east and west for us in terms of her front footing. Like to lay that one back in her shoulder and just smooth her up in her point of her shoulder, make that neck jump up a little higher and clean her out of the top side of her shoulder there. The young man that comes next, really round-bodied one, incredibly stout constructed. We just need to fix her off both ends and just set her back in her shoulder, free up her hock and her pastern. Young lady brings us a nice heifer next that's moderate, easy keeping kind of cattle. She's good bodied, one that's just a little rounder there in her hip, rounder about her shoulder, and just maybe doesn't have the balance of some of the others. And then we round out with the young lady's stocked-footed calf, one that's certainly neat looking. She's fresh in terms of her condition. We just got to soften her up and just fix her in her foundation and foot size. Really nice cut of cattle.
This is the second call for Class 138 maintainer heifers. Second call for Class 138 maintainer heifers. 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 138 mainta
It's a nice class of steers, a lot of differences. I think the steer that we start with, I think he's the most complete in terms of his balance, his body, and his shape. And what we really like this calf is when we get off of him, the way he proportions from front to rear, real level, real square, and adequate in his movement. I wouldn't say that he's perfect, but he's good enough. But I really like how he's proportioned, his rib shape, his levelness, the hip, and just ties it all together in a nice package. The gold steer that we moved up, a little deceiving. He's really chunky and boxy, and then sometimes you get off of him, he wants to look a little shorter couple, but then when we get him pulled in over here, I think he more closely follows the type of the steer that we use to win the class. He's just a little softer, a little chunkier, and a steer that I think combines some muscle and product with a nice package. The young lady steer in third, I really like. I like the way his pattern is. I like his length. I like his soundness. Just the longer we stayed out here and watched him, he wanted to get just a little shallow. When you get right up on him, it doesn't look as bad, but when you get back off of him, he's a little bit shallow and a little harder made, and he appears to have lost some hair and doesn't look quite as fresh, but I really like that calf if he does the right things. The next calf, a little shorter couple, a little boxier type calf that gets a little tighter in his forerib, and maybe we'd like to see him just reach out and stride a little bit better, but really, really nice pattern, real good balance, really complete. Also, when you get back off of him, really proportions nice, really nice steer. The young lady steer coming next, really long-sided, really free-moving steer that's good-bodied, up-headed, just gets a little flatter in his quarter, a little flatter from behind when we look at him, but just a real complete steer. The silver steer, I guess, of the next four, just a little more complete, probably doesn't have the hair and the softness to him in terms of his hair, but a calf that's just real complete, put together real nice, a lot of body and a lot of shape. The next black steer, a little longer sided steer than the silver steer, just gives up a little bit of stoutness and some body and depth. The young lady's gold steer next, really nice proportion steer that's balanced and really eye-appealing. He's just hurt his leg here and it throws him off, so kind of makes it hard to look at. And the calf that we end the class with just needs a little more substance and needs to be a little bit stouter from end to end. Really good class of steers. Let's give them a hand.
Well, let's catch up a class over on the heifer side. Class 136 maintainer heifers, first place, Dakota DeVore, Promise City. Second place to Haley Steffner of Sperry. Third to Madison Tolman of Ainsworth. Fourth to Landon Rosenboom of Bussy. Fifth to Ryland Gall of Strawberry Point. Sixth to Casey Fink of Center Point. And seventh to Olivia Briggs of Letts. That was placings for class 136 maintainer heifers. Class 137 currently in the ring, and then one single entry, and judges Brady Jensen and Brandon Machado will be selecting your champion maintainer heifer here at the 2021 Iowa Beef Expo.
Hey, this is a good set of maintainers. I think really fun to evaluate. I think as you get into these cattle, your first impression was there was quite a few good heifers in this set. Brandon said it the best, young lady's heifer here that surfaces is pretty dang hard to make. I think when you get in and start analyzing her for all the good that she has, you know, there's some things structurally in all four of these cattle that you could tweak ever so slightly, but I love this one's size. I love her refinement. I love her condition in her chest. Her body shape is excellent. I think a lot of that heifer that wins this class. The heifer that probably didn't hit us as hard at the first was this white stocked-legged heifer. The more you study her, the more she easily becomes our second place heifer. I actually think she's got a little bigger foot than the heifer that's just in front of her. I think she's got more real muscle shape, probably honest shape to her pins and stifle. I still like some power and some robustness and shape and breeding cattle, and she has that. Her front toes just kind of twist out up front ever so slightly. She maybe came in a little fast and wasn't handling her top line just quite as nice there, but a big-footed, heavy-structured heifer with power and a nice look. You know, at first we probably had third and fourth switched, and I think we just liked the function of the heifer in fourth a little better. Smoother shouldered, more refined, a little extra set to that hind leg, but really, really functional. Obviously she's not as powerful, obviously she's not as stout, but good cattle that I respect just where she comes from a feet and leg perspective. This one's highly presented. Young man, when you got him parked, we have no doubt that this heifer could be second. Once we put these cattle into motion, we just had to draw the line, and I don't know if she quite moves good enough for us. Just a little wide up front and tight in her back leg, but man, do you have her presented good. Man, is she bold and stout. Just needs to be a little sounder for us. Heifer that comes next, young lady's got a really good striding, long, level designed heifer. She wants to roll in on those front two. She's not quite as good in terms of her body shape and depth from forerib to flank, but awkwardly long-bodied relative to her height, but you still appreciate a lot about her. Young man's female that comes next, the next two, a little contrasting in their type and their kind. Young man's heifer's big and stout and heavy structured, probably needs to be a little looser made and deeper as you study her from underneath back into her flank. Big, long, big hip, shapely, hard-muscled heifer that comes next. Young lady, I'd just like to see her a little more functional back to her flank, but man, she's got a big hip and she's powerful.
All right, placings over.
Got a real nice January single entry here. I think this one's really nice in terms of just her foundation and her build. Angles up front, read right. She's got a high quality foot shape, one that's got a good set to her hind leg. She sets down with some comfort to the surface. I think one that certainly you can appreciate her extra body shape, one that certainly has some power. I guess if we're going to get on this one just a little bit, we thin her up in her neck shape, clean her up there through her shoulder and her chest, and maybe just drop that flank ever so slightly. But I still think one that's functional, certainly has some use for that young lady. Nice kind of a female.
All right, let's catch you up on the entire maintainer show here. Placings for Class 137. First place, Hallie Recker of Hopkinton. Second place to Riley Short, Masonville. Third place to Madison Pohl of Macokota. Fourth to Cale Plug of Charlotte. Fifth to Aurora Schlichty of Melbourne. Sixth to Bennett Kraus of Madrid. And seventh to Savannah Moeller of Beeman. And the final class, Class 138, a maintainer single entry, that's Lauren Soberg of Rhodes. Judges Brady Jensen and Brandon Machado now selecting your 2021 Iowa Beef Expo champion, maintainer heifer.
As we get into this hybrid division of maintainers, a lot of different ways to get here. You can tell as far as the sizes and shapes. I don't know if there's one heifer like another one out here. There's a lot of really good pieces and parts to all of the cattle. I don't know if there's one that just puts it all together so easily that we can say she's a dominant winner in this set. I think as we get into evaluating them, I'm going to briefly discuss them because there's 5 or 6 that, boy, I think you could probably justify depending on how you're looking at them. Young lady here with this blue sweater on's got a really complete heifer, just bottom to top, a problem-free critter that's nice structured, appropriate in terms of her body balance and how she's built and her lines and her condition. I think, yes, she's young, but she's a little shorter cannoned. We wonder where that extension's going to come from as we look into the future of that heifer. But, man, she's highly presented, and she's really, really nice looking. The white-stocked legged heifer is one that I think the longer you look at her, the longer you appreciate her in this set. She's kind of built from a different mold than a lot of the other cattle that we've looked at today. And I think I said it best in class, and I didn't realize it even how important it was until we come back out here. The word fresh best describes her in terms of condition and in presentation. I think, you know, her structure as you break it down standing there is very, very appropriate. Something about her spine and hip and right hind leg is just not really getting out and going hard today. But when she's stopped, she's heavy structured, she's clean jointed. I like how her neck and shoulder all sit together so feminine and maternal. I think when you're way back there, that white does not help that heifer in terms of her belly line and her presentation underneath. There's plenty of shape, plenty of power. There are just differences in parts and pieces. The heifer that got a little excited earlier, we got her tamed back down. You know, if we're just drawing lines from the side, that's a heifer that you like in a lot of areas because of how she's built and the top of her neck to her shoulder and down her top line. She's got a lot of hair in her belly, and that really helps that, you know, kind of look like she's got the right sweep underneath. She's interesting when you get into studying that heifer. She's pretty wide at her shoulder blade, and she'll want to roll them front just in ever so slightly. And relative to how wide she is in her shoulder, she could be enhanced in terms of the trueness of her rib cage. I think her levelness of hip is good. Her hock's a little big relative to her foot, but she moves nice in terms of her rear skeleton. Heifer that comes next, I think if we lean her up, man, she'd look real good out here. Pretty necked and bold-bodied and wedged right. Very nice in terms of her hip and her hind leg set. A little heavy condition and a little extra up front, but you get past that, and that's a great cow that's maybe a little moderate in this group. This is the problem child of the group for us, is this heifer that comes next. If you're just cutting them out, looking at presentation and quality standing there, boy, she hits you like a ton of bricks. But the longer you study her, mainly on the go, you just are like, can I use her or can I not? I have to draw a line and you have to make a decision. Standing there, she's overwhelming. Moving, she's tough to look at, and how she's handling her spine. We don't know if it's fill, we don't know if it's structure, but it has to be mentioned. The heifer that comes next, I think one of them that puts together a lot of pieces that you like. She kind of wows you and overwhelms you at first in terms of body shape and true dimension, and yet she looks like a lady as you back off and evaluate her skull. Her length of neck isn't outstanding, but her shape of neck is good. I like how she sets her chest floor into her body cavity. She's so robust in her forerib and blends the smoothest from her shoulder into her forerib and is the nicest back to her flank. A good pinned, good tail-headed heifer. We'd like to just see that one a little bigger footed with a little more cushion in terms of her rear leg, and then this deal maybe gets a little bit different as we evaluate them. The heifer that came out of a single entry class, I don't want to say she came out of a single entry and didn't come to compete, because the longer you look at her, maybe as problem-free a cattle as we have in the group. Smooth jointed, long-bodied, good spined, very fresh in her condition. Probably fresh because she's a little thick-necked, and then because of that, she's just a little bit deeper back, or needs to be deeper back to her flank. I don't know if we've quite decided yet. I think you could do a lot of things. There's a lot of good cattle out here. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
All right, your 2021 champion maintainer heifer coming out of class 137, first place. There in that class was Hallie Recker. She'll be your champion. And second place coming into contention, Riley Short of Masonville.
Extremely high quality set of 3 steers out here in the key side of the steer show here. We're going to talk these as best we can because I think these exhibitors need an explanation. If I loaded that calf in third to come to a show, I'd be doing it to win. I mean, all 3 of these are high quality cattle in their own right. Like we've talked all day, a lot of our class winners are complete. We think this black steer is that way. He's not the longest, freakiest necked. He's not just maybe the biggest and boldest anywhere, but in terms of his smoothness, his balance, foot size, just completeness, we think he's the best. Just very tough to put a hole in. No, he's not quite as trim, quite as extended, doesn't carry maybe that head and neck as high as the 2 right behind him. But in terms of making a fat steer that'll show here in August this year, we feel very comfortable with that black steer. We're going to use him to win. That's not to take anything away from this silver one. We think his type and kind follows suit with our class winner, and we like that about him. Big and bold and heavy muscled, very sound structured, very safe in terms of his structural integrity, where we would pick on this one just a pinch. He's maybe not quite as bold in his forerib right there and how he ties into his shoulder blade, and really when you get right up on him, he's probably got a little bit more shoulder than that calf right ahead of him, but another heavy muscle, big body, practical, just a good old-fashioned fat steer. Now you want to talk about genetic mutations and making cattle with ESTs and just out there, wild thing look. This calf in third's got it. Just like to cut his head off, mount it on a plaque, and put it up in the living room because, boy, the way that neck shoots out of his shoulder blades, it's incredible. Calf's got some body. When you get right behind him is where he maybe disappoints us a pinch. He's a higher twisted kind of a calf, maybe doesn't quite have the explosiveness as them 2 right ahead of us. Like Mark and I talked, I'm sure the scales were right, but this calf looks like he could have been the class earlier, and in that class he probably wins that class. Just in this class he looks a little immature out here, just a little bit behind those 2 bigger, bullier steers that win this class. But boy, another exceptional. Love the structure on that calf. Just wish we could pull him apart, just a pinch, but very good kind of a calf there. White sock calf, standing still, he's one that kind of reached out and grabbed us. Just a real well-balanced calf. When he sets in motion is where we get disappointed in this one. He wants to just break in his loin a pinch, maybe shoots up in his tail head just a fraction, but a real well-balanced kind of a calf that's got some practicality to him, like that white sock steer. Big outline steer here, probably one of the longest sided, bigger kind of cattle in this class. A calf that gets a little bit plainer up through his front 1/3, maybe not quite the added dimension to that center body as steers on up the line, but a big bone, big footed calf like that about him. Really square built, square hip kind of calf that comes next. Another one, got big old feet in him, I like that about him. Real up-headed, sharp-fronted calf. When you get him in motion, we just like him to reach just a little better off both ends. But hey, that calf there does the right things. You get a good hoof trimmer on him, that calf's going to be there in the end. The silver calf that comes next, here's a calf got a lot of back shape and top shape to him. One that's a little straighter in his shoulder and his front knee, a little shorter fronted, a little plainer fronted kind of a calf, but love the top shape and back shape in that individual. long-fronted, real stylish kind of calf that comes next here. He gets a little straighter off both ends of his skeleton. We'd just like to see him move out with a little bit more flexibility off of both ends. Big outline, big back kind of calf that comes next here. One that's just a little shallower flank, shallower body. Maybe doesn't move as true and square as you'd like to see off his back too. Young lady's black steer here that comes next, one that just real balanced and proportional, but just doesn't have enough sheer carcass power to him to run on up ahead of them, ones ahead of him. Then we round out the class with a real big body, practical kind of steer, just doesn't have enough sheer volume of muscle to get on up any higher.
We get rolling over here with our mini Herefords, and we got a couple of little falls and then a heifer there in second that, I'm not sure if she was born this fall or last fall, but we're just going to go ahead and just quality them out. And with that, I think the young lady with the pink bow in her hair has got a really nice little calf, one that's pretty level in terms of its lines, stout featured, one that's got some body shape and got some muscle. I think where this calf excels in this particular group is in terms of just its build and mobility off both ends of its skeleton. Nice little heifer calf for that young lady. The one that comes in two is obviously the one that we're not necessarily sure if she was born the same time as our two little guys in here, but with that, this one's awfully wide constructed, one that's bold, one that's certainly got some power. Probably just like to tidy her up in her chest and drop her back there in her flank just to give her a little more balance. And then the young man that's doing an awesome job showing his little heifer, he's strutting around here and finally getting that one to slow down for him. One that's certainly sound, as you could tell, as it trots across the ring here. One that's really good in terms of body, maybe just a little rounder hipped. We could widen that one at the surface. That's the slowest. I feel like I've been in your way.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we got an awfully nice little heifer here to start off this class. I don't care if we're talking miniatures or any size of cattle, just quality. Boy, this one's pretty dang nice. I don't know if I'd want to be the person having to maybe fit that belly. It'd be a little low to the ground, but man, she's bold and she's neat looking, a high quality hind leg. Young lady's got a very, very nice heifer. Congratulations on your class winner. I think the heifers in 2 and 3 are awfully interesting, and you could probably discuss them how you may and sort them how you may. Some differences that we see of the 2 prettier necked heifers here in 2nd and 3rd. This heifer comes with a little more width to her pins. She's a beautiful profiling, neat fronted kind of heifer. Another really sharp looking one that's got a little more white running down the top of her neck. She's youthful and elegant in her look, wants to dip her pins ever so slightly, and just doesn't come with the same shape and power that we find in the 2 above. There is more power, more shape and dimension in the young lady's heifer that concludes the set. A little more navel, a little plainer in her neck shape. As you project them out, maybe not as fancy, but bolder. So there's some discussion and some shuffle, but we're comfortable with how we like that class.
Another nice calf to win this class, just real complete, real easy place to start, a steer that's level and square and really balances good, got some body to him, really moves out easy and just really nice. We're going to fix him just a little bit. We might like to give him a little more width and expression out the top of his hip, but a calf that you really like the way that he ties together and the way that he balances. Like I said, good rib shape, good feet. Just really made nice. The baldy steer coming next, a little longer sided probably, and matches the class winner a little more. He's a steer that maintains some power to him and still some substance in a relatively nice package. The next pair of steers, we end up with one in 3rd, a little deeper, a little softer in his design, a little easier moving, but a steer that's got some product to him that you have to appreciate. The steer that comes next, long-sided, level steer that has got some back and top in him, just gets a little tighter in his structure.
It's always fun to get in here when these younger kids show these minis, and I mean to tell you, this one that wins is certainly nothing to joke about. I think that one's quality and balance, and especially at the ground in terms of their shoulder, how good she remains in her spine and utilizes her hawk and pastern. Really good balance, clean-chested, ones that's got an extremely high-quality look, really nice place to start. Differences in 2 and 3, I think, are just a little bit of refinement and length of neck. And the young lady's in 2nd, one that's a little longer, neater there through the front portion of her body, one that's probably longer and leveler there about her hip. We could probably just loosen her up there in her pastern ever so slightly, and I'd probably give the advantage to that. And the one that comes next in 3, she is a little softer there in her pastern, one that's really bold and powerful. We just need to get that one's feet trimmed up, lengthen her up in her neck, and just level her out in her spine, but a nice female.
Assistant judge that year. Let me catch up over on the heifer side. Miniature Hereford Division, Class 139, first place, Hadley McRunnell of Webster City, second to Quintry Lee of Mount Pleasant, and third to George McCullum of Colo. That was the first class of mini heifers. Second class, Class 140, first place Kennedy Burns, Oxford. Second to Jack Murphy of Melrose. Third to Jace Murphy of Melrose. And fourth to Emma Willett of Belle Plaine. And placings for Class 141 mini heifers. Izzy Shea, Camrar, first place. Second place to Kaylin Huseman of Clarence, and third to Liam Muff.
They just keep coming here in the Miniature Hereford Show. Another one that's got a great rib cage design, some top and muscle and power. Maybe not quite as neat looking as you study her through her shoulder and her head and neck, but young man, that's a heifer with all kinds of body and power. Congratulations on your single entry.
Placings in that class there, class 142, single entry, Henry McCullum of Coro, first place. All right, we got a little catching up to do over on the steer side. Canina Steers, Class 224. First place, Cale Klein, State Center. Second, Mason Shalla of Riverside. Third, Peyton Busing of Stockton. Fourth, Dayton Weaver of Millville. Fifth, to Grace Harms of Bernard. Sixth, to Molly Chapman of Tipton. Seventh, to Aaron Moynihan of Manchester. Eighth, to Chloe Bruce of Red Oak. And ninth, to Grace Pierce of McClellan. That was placings for Class 224, Canina Steers. Placings for Class 225, Key Steers. First place, Nora Lund, Corning. Second to Laney DeVries of Red Oak. Third, George Sinclair of Williamsburg. Fourth, to Reese Glenn of Creston. Fifth, to Cash Johnston of Rhodes. Sixth, to Andrew Matthias of Fairbanks. Seventh, to Jamie Hellick of Garner. Eighth, to Ethan Heitsusen of Williamsburg. Ninth, to Slade Graham of Stanton. 10th, Jaron Warner of Mount Auburn, and 11th to Ethan Timmis of Mechanicsville.
Another nice pair of them here on the mini side, and I think just the quality and balance of the young lady's heifer is what needs to make her win this particular lineup. Extra length up front, she's leveler there in her spine, one that's stouter featured and just has more levelness to her lines and balance. She's probably not just the deepest back in her flank, and maybe she could be, set back there in the angle of her shoulder. I'd probably give both of those edges to the young man's heifer, one that's certainly functional in her build and really bold and deep in her rib cage. One that today's probably just packing a little extra cover for us, maybe gets a little lower there in her pins, but a big rib, stout one that's functional in her build should make a nice cow for that young man.
And finishing up the final class of Key Steers, first place, Alexa Fitzgerald, Tipton. Second to Ryder Hogan Lennox. Third, Tyson Maurer of Ladora. And fourth to Natalie Achmere. Judge Corey Thompson, go ahead.
As we get ready to pick our champion Key Steer out here again, another tough division. Let's give all the exhibitors a big round of applause, if you will. It gets really, really close for us out here, and not to sound long-winded, but I just think when you bring as many of them as there are out here that are good, you deserve to know why you got beat, in my mind. I would want to know that, I guess, driving home. To us, boils down to these four last steers here. The calf that comes out of the second class, really like this one on the ground. He's one you study him. Love his foot shape and the way he moves his joint work is just awesome. Very well balanced calf. No doubt about it. He gives up some muscle to the cattle behind him. Maybe not quite as big and bold in his rib shape as some behind him, but that's a calf in terms of structural integrity, one that we absolutely love. The well-balanced, complete calf is this calf out of the third class. Just no major holes, not just a wow factor kind of a calf that just reaches out and grabs you, but there's no holes in this calf. You know, if we're just going to nitpick on him slightly, how he sets down on those back two, not saying he's unsound, but maybe just a shot uncoordinated, how he handles those back two, but that's a well-balanced, good rib shape, good honest fat steer right there. The explosive steer is the calf that comes next. Here's the one, in terms of back shape and dimension, he's got it. In terms of width of stifle, he's got that extra power, dimension, huge feet, huge bones, and just works them. He's got the feet and legs to climb tall mountains, like that about him. If you're going to nitpick on this calf slightly, maybe not quite the length up front, maybe not quite the cleanliness up front as a couple ahead of him, but that's a calf, power, mass, foot, bone, he's got it. This calf that rounds out the deal in terms of stylishness and the way his front one-third is put together, we maybe like him as good as any. Good rib shape. You know, if you're going to nitpick on this calf, he's a little higher flank kind of a calf, and like Mark and I were just talking, when he goes away from you, you just like to raise his pins just a bit and level him out of his hip just a smidgen. I mean, these are four high quality individuals in terms of putting a type and kind and having breed champions out there in Supreme Drive tomorrow. I guess the one that's going to go ahead and suit us the best is the young lady's calf out of Class 4. He's going to be your champion.
Congrats.
Your champion Kenyan steer coming out of 225. That's Nora Lund, Corning.
Over here on the miniature Hereford Drive, fun to work through this group with these young people. I tell you what, though, it's not fun to place them because it's pretty tight here, particularly on the top end, and a lot of pretty nice cattle that come in a high-quality fashion to us. We kind of boil it down to the two young ladies here in the second and third hole, and we don't think you can go wrong. We think either one of the young ladies' calves are really high quality. You got a bolder, stouter one and a longer, prettier one. For us, we think the one that's harder to make is the young ladies out of this second slot. Congratulations to you, and the one behind will be reserved. Congratulations to the miniature Hereford exhibitors.
Once again, over on the steer side, coming out of Class 225 is your champion key steer. That's Nora Lund from Corning. Coming into contention, Laney DeVries from Red Oak. Judges Mark Kopus and Corey Thompson talking about which one will end up your reserve champion key steer.
Got a very nice single entry here to get us started up in the Red Angus division. One that you certainly like in terms of just her silhouette, her depth of body, one that's long and level hipped and has an attractive set to her hind leg, attractive about her neck and plenty clean about her chest. If we're going to get on this one a little bit, she maybe gets a little piecier there in her loin when we study her in motion, and maybe just drop that one down in her flank, just give her a little more sweep to her lower rib. But I think a high quality one with the build and look that moving forward should continue to do the right things.
I guess as Mark, as I study these out here for a reserve, again, it gets, like everything today, it gets very tough again, and it boils down to, honestly, between these three in the center here. But to me and Mark both, in terms of following type and kind of cattle that got some rib shape, some natural muscling, and that are going to be on a path to the purple ribbon at the state fair time in August, we like the young lady's silver calf here. He's going to be a reserve.
Your reserve champion coming out of the same class, Class 225. That's Laney DeVries of Red Oak. Once again, champion Key Steer 2021 Iowa Beef Expo goes to Nora Lund of Corning. Reserve out of the same class, Laney DeVries, Red Oak.
As we continue to work through this heifer show, I think we're struck with a pretty nice, freshly presented Red Angus heifer. Young lady, we like your heifer quite a bit in terms of just balance, quality look up front, comes to us in a high quality fashion underneath. I think structurally, it's a heifer that you like in terms of range of motion and reach. We can neaten up maybe how she sets her shoulders and front feet down, but high quality, good looking, very nice Red Angus heifer to start the class. Probably a stronger topped, better tail-headed heifer that comes in second, really lean in her condition yet. Both those heifers have a lot of gas left in the tank. That one gets a little bit frailer down to the ground, but a really nice heifer in terms of strength at top, levelness and correctness of tailhead. Young man's heifer here that concludes the set. Really nice in terms of her top line, holds herself together good on the go. We could probably just change how she motors off of her rear too. Probably a little behind in terms of performance, but a long level top heifer.
All right, let's catch up over on the heifer side. The final class of miniature Hereford heifers where we left off. First place, Presley K. Van Winkle of Osceola. Second to Jack Murphy of Melrose. Kennedy Burns went on to exhibit your champion miniature Hereford. Kennedy Burns. Reserve was Izzy Shea. Izzy Shea with your reserve mini Herf. Moving into the Red Angus heifer division. Single entry, class 144, Dalton Barnes, Lamoni. Placings for the second class, class 145, Red Angus, first place, Riley Smith, Grinnell, second to Avery Mather, State Center, and third to Blaine Cornelison of New Virginia. Currently in the ring, third out of four, Red Angus heifer classes.
Young man that goes ahead and wins this class brings us one that gives us a high quality look there at the standstill. I think one that's extremely long necked. She's plenty tidy there through the floor of her chest. One that's got some spring of rib. I think at this stage from a maturity standpoint, she's plenty deep back into her flank, and one that really postures up nice in her hip and hind leg here at the standstill. set the cattle in motion, and we could probably go and fix a few things. Maybe one that just wants to get a little weak there behind her blade and just a little reluctant to get out and take a long fluid stride there off her hip and hind leg. She's also wanting to fight the halter quite a bit, and I still think her overwhelming quality and look makes that one a pretty easy one to find. The 1 and 2 gets up here just from the fact that she's kind of the easy keeping find of the remaining trio. One that's big and robust in her rib cage, plenty deep-sided. I think she's functional enough in her structure. Is she aesthetically pleasing in the way she gets around the ring? You know, maybe not. She's a little straighter there in her shoulder, wants to get up in her spine and just pull that hock in and just maybe not flex her ankle quite as good as we'd like. Big, growthy, high-performing one that comes next. I love her shape of body. If we could just deepen her back into her flank relative to her chest, widen up her pins, and just reconfigure that hind leg posture, then I think that's one that, you know, could work up in that lineup. And then we round out the class with a nice heifer that's plenty functional there, really good in terms of her foot and ankle. One that just probably falls out from just a quality standpoint, a little thicker necked, one that wants to play out through her chest and just get a little shallower there through her flank.
Another real logical place to start here, a steer that's got a lot of balance to him, a lot of depth and shape, really good at his hip and good width and expression down his top. Still maintains really nice balance for the amount of substance and body he has, and an adequate amount of flex and give off his structure, but really complete steer from end to end. The next steer, a steer that's really square, a little longer sided probably than the steer that wins the class, a little more up off the ground, but a calf that gets just a little tight in his structure off the front and rear both. We'd like to loosen him up and make him better that way, but just in terms of conformation, he matches the steer that wins the class. The next steer, a bigger, growthier steer that's got some length and some width to him, just a little flatter up in his forerib and a little bit deeper set in his chest and neck, but a steer that's got some length and some function to him. Next two steers, the silver steers, both nice, balanced and complete steers, just giving up a little size and power today in this class.
We continue to work through these Red Angus cattle, and I think good cattle, but probably one that surfaces in terms of balance and quality. The one the young man has is just enough stronger in her top line, neater in how her chest sets into her mid-body, and smoother shouldered. We like her to win. I think both the cattle are useful, not a lot of differences in terms of condition and body mass. Young lady's got a heifer that's growing right in terms of performance, a long-cannoned heifer that's long-sided and level-topped. Probably just need to neaten up how that shoulder and chest sit on her relative to the depth of her flank, but both of those cattle are useful brood cow prospects. We think the Red Angus division wasn't as deep in numbers, but the cattle that end up working to the top group are very good. And they're a little greener, maybe not quite as ready to go as some of the cattle we've seen, but I hope you guys around ringside know that the two that we're about to use, we think awfully highly of. They're good in their lines and quality and structure. You know, there's some differences as you break them down. We're going to use the young lady out of the second class to be your champion Red Angus. Young man at the cowboy hat will be reserved. Both are good heifers. Congratulations to all in this division.
Your 2021 champion Red Angus heifer coming out of class 145. That's Riley Smith. Luke Pladson. And coming out of class 146, your reserve champion out of Harper's Ferry, that's Luke Pladson. Once again, 145, your champion Riley Smith. Grinnell, reserve Luke Pladson. Let me go ahead and give you the placings. Class 146, first place Luke Pladson. Second, Carly Steenhook, Monroe. Third place, Cooper Avey of Randolph. And fourth to Sage Cornelison of New Virginia. Placings for the final class Red Angus, class 147. First place, Kate Dodge, Terrell. Second place to Callie Nickel of Gravity.
We got our single entry, and he'll end up being our champion here in the Solaire show. And young man's got him a nice one. I think one that's certainly got some quality and presence about her front end. She's level in her top line, got some body shape. You know, if I'm going to critique this one, I'd say, you know, relative to her side and at this stage, maybe we could just see her a little deeper bodied. And if she can find it to grow deep and out instead of up, I think that one will be pretty nice moving forward for that young man.
Let me remind everybody this show is being broadcast, and I've had a few snaps. It is being broadcast on liveauctions.tv there, Google liveauctions.tv, and they are right up here overhead broadcasting the entire show. So if you got family at home asking, want to watch, just text them, let them know liveauctions.tv is here. You can also check out the updated classes placings on the IJBBA Facebook page. They're being updated here regularly, and check those out there. Placings in the single entry Solaire division, that was Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville with your champion. Wyatt Pasteur of Mitchellville with champion Solaire. Over on the steer side, placings for the first class of Charlet steers, class 227, first place, Drew Jacobson, Osceola. Second place to Abby Finley of La Villa. Third, Carly Cremines of Williamsburg. Fourth to Chase Simmons of Centerville. Always got to think about that. Chase Simmons of Centerville. And fifth to Haley Dodge of Terrell. That was placings for the first class, Charlet steers, class 227.
A really nice class here. Forehead, it'd be fun to have the judging team around to discuss this class, because good differences, and yet I think at the end of the day this is just kind of how they need to line up. When we project the cattle on down the road from today on to tomorrow, I think it's this heifer's structure, length of cannon, and slope of shoulder that probably enables her to have just a little more upside as we look at these cattle going forward. That being said, she's probably longer and smoother in her neck and shoulder, nice in her underline. Maybe her chest can set a little forward in her relative to maybe the heifer that's just behind her. We love her freedom of movement or comfortability as she's asked to go. Plenty of dimension, plenty of power. A very nice heifer to win this class. The heifer that comes second is certainly more moderate. She's got more shape and boldness as you get on top of the cattle and study them in terms of rib cage shape out of their spine. She's wide to her pins and good in her tail head setting. We can see as you study her to the surface, she twists those front two out. I think that's a product of the fact that she's not quite as sloped in her shoulder, but a high quality presented heifer that's very, very bold and very, very powerful. The heifer that comes in third is elegant. I think there's upside and future in this heifer because she's so refined and pretty up front. She's the neatest chested heifer that's still got a very genuine turn of rib and muscle. A little awkward in how she's built in her hip and hind leg. Sometimes they just need to be broke more, though. I understand that. That heifer's got some future and got some quality. Heifer that concludes the set's big outlined and strong topped, needs a little more quality about her head and neck and drop deeper in her flank, but powerful and strong in her top line design.
Really a deep class of Charolais steers in this division here. I guess this one, that the silver calf we're going to use to win, just at the ground, his foot shape and size and just how he goes off of both ends. We just think he's the soundest one in here. He's sure got enough muscle and mass to him. He's more than acceptable in terms of his rim shape. We just think an all-around combination kind of a calf. The really extra big-bodied one is this yellow steer in second. I love the length of body, this kind of calf. It represents just really complete from that aspect. Another thick-ended, big-backed individual. Where we get critical on this one is in his front two. He likes to twist out and maybe paddle as he goes, as he comes at you. Just wants to paddle on those front end, and we change that about him. He's not as long-bodied kind of a calf, but as a result, he is bigger-bodied than that calf right ahead of him. Two really high-quality ones on the front end. We'd just like to change the front two on that one in second. The calf in third, here's the long-bodied calf in the class, really long-hipped and long rib cage in this individual. Loved his back shape and how explosive he is right out of his shoulder blade, jerk-necked, like all that about him. One that when you set him in motion, maybe doesn't quite work his hock as good as them ones right on up ahead of him, and just a little bit coarser in terms of the way his muscle pattern is out of his hip right there, but a calf. Love his length of body, love his top shape. This young lady does a great job of showing this yellow steer right here. She gets him set up. He gives you a striking pose, has that neck that just shoots up high out of his shoulder blade. We love that about him. A calf that, as you compare him on up to calves in the class, maybe not quite the mass and dimension, maybe not quite as level right out of his hip and pin set right there. You'd like to raise just a pinch, but a calf that's got some good to him, just not quite the power. Much like the young man's yellow steer that comes next. Here's a real flexible one that takes a big long stride off his back end, one that he's built for the long haul in terms of his structural integrity, in terms of carcass merit and muscle dimension, just comes up a little bit short here. Just doesn't quite have that extra big butt on him to get on up any higher in the class. Talking about structure and soundness, young man brings us a really sound white steer here, takes a big old long stride, really like the extra flex he's got in his rear hock. However, much like the yellow calf right ahead of him, just doesn't have that lower stifle muscle, just doesn't have the width and dimension to get up any higher. Then we round out the class with probably the big frame, longest sided calf in the class. As a result, it works to his detriment because he doesn't have that depth of flank, maybe isn't quite hooked up as solid right behind his shoulder blade there.
We've got a really nice pair of these blue roan heifers here on top in this plus class, and they're certainly different in quite a few areas. The one that we go ahead and start with, probably the one that just in terms of her shoulder angle, the ability to bend her knee and just take a long fluid stride up front. I think just in terms of her length of body, one that's way longer and more extended about her neck and just more refined about the top side of her neck. I just think one that's just really impressive when you study her in motion. If we're going to nitpick her, that angle right there is a good spot where you could probably just see she needs to just be cleaned up there at the base of her shoulder. We could probably intensify her feature just to match all her extra body volume and power that she possesses. But a good structured one that's got a good high quality look. Nothing to take away from the heifer in two. I think this one from her forerib back is awesome in terms of body volume. She's one that's level in her top line. She's probably stouter featured and bigger footed than our class winner. We just work from her forerib forward. One that's just a little too upright in her shoulder. Maybe wants to do a little march in there up front when we study her in motion. I'd like to just lean that one up and see her a little cleaner there about her throat and down there through her chest. But more importantly, we just got to fix her there up front. Nice kind of a little roan heifer that comes out in three, one that certainly has some look through her neck. She's got some body and got some power. She's just quite a bit far behind today from a fat standpoint. We got to tweak that one and the way she sets down there to the surface. Then we got a big, high-performing one, certainly has lots of body. I think she's plenty functional in her terms of her structure. I just need to see more body in this one relative to her excess frame. We got to get those feet trimmed up just a little bit, maybe clean her up there through her navel. And then we round out with the black and white chromed up one, really stout constructed, one that certainly has muscle. I just think that her power maybe hinders her ability to just get around the ring. We free that one up in her movement, deepen her up through her center body, work her up a little higher.
This is a really nice class of heifers. Lots of really good cattle that you can find some parts and pieces to talk about and get excited about. The young lady's heifer that surfaces does so rather handily for us in terms of profile, structure, eye appeal, and balance. Beautiful in her head, neck, and shoulder, and it's partially because she's so good in the shape and angle of her shoulder and knee. She's got as much flex and reach up front as any. Really like her shape from chest to heart to flank and underneath. Maintains a good level top line. Probably not the most robust, powerful heifer we've seen, but sure a good looking, pretty profiling heifer there to start. Heifer that comes in second, if we could change her shoulder and knee and maybe her front too, man, we really like her from there back. She's skinny. She's green yet. I think there's a lot of real honest shape in that heifer as you study her upper rib cage. She's strong and good behind her shoulder, like her length and levelness of hip and how her tail head sets in between a wide pin set. She just needs to be a little nicer in terms of her front skeleton. I like a lot about your heifer in third here, young man. She's three-dimensional and bold and powerful. She wants to maybe come a little more open in her shoulder and high in her tail head, but good cattle. She covers her stride, she's bold, and she's got a quality look. This is a nice heifer, young lady. It's a good class. A little skinny, a little green. Stick with it because her balance, her profile, her quality might enable you to slide on up when these cattle mature and develop. We just want to know, is there going to be enough there? Probably not today, and that's where she lands where she does. A nice blue roan heifer that's bold and stout up high, maybe comes apart in terms of balance as you study her from her chest to her flank underneath. The red heifer that concludes the set, relative to her frame, got enough body and substance. She's going to struggle off her back right leg. I hope she's not injured, but just not wanting to get out and go with comfort today.
We got two nice calves here, both different, a lot of variation here. The steer that we're going to switch from second to first, just a little more body to him, a little probably more problem-free, a little more practical. Steer that's got good balance and level and square. Just a really, really complete steer from front to back. little sounder, a little freer moving than the steer in second. We like the look and the length of the steer in second, but he's wanting to fight the halter today, and it's a little bit hard to look at him, and he has a tendency to want to get just a little bound up when he fights the halter, but two really nice calves. The next steer has got a little more body to him than the next yellow one, a little more product in him, a steer that just has a little more dimension. The last two calves, just a little trimmer, a little more refined, need just a little more power from end to end.
All right, let's catch you up over on the Charolais Steer side. Placings for the first class of Charolais Steers, class 228. First place, Dylan Manning, Milwaukee. Second to Marcy Bailey of Creston. Third to Brady Werner of Williamsburg. Fourth to Nadine Klofke of Alden. Fifth to Easton Maurer of Ladora. Sixth to Nathan Tapkin of Adel. And seventh to Connor Andresen of Owen. Placings for class 229 Charolais Steers, final class of the Charolais division. First place, Garrett Arnold, Webster City. Second to Jaron Goki of State Center. Third to William Hoops Wetz. Fourth, Dawson Minor, Bondurant. And fifth to Dylan Summers of Fort Dodge. We're now selecting your champion and reserve Charolais Steer.
I think in a class that Brady and I both agreed had quite a bit of depth, one thing that we were quick to find is a young man's heifer here that we go ahead and lead off with. I think this one is just so maternal when you study her there from the profile. I love how she's tucked up in her chest, that sweep, she works back to her rib, and she does that while still having some body shape, some pin width, and some true power to go with it. Step off to the side of them and study balance pieces. I think that one just fits together extremely nice. Really high quality one for us to go ahead and lead off with. We think things get a little closer in 2 and 3, and the one we land on we think is just probably more genuine in terms of just composition, one that's substantially leaner there than the 1 and 3, and you know, she's maybe not just the most pulled apart in her forerib and squares behind her shoulder, but of those, of 2 and 3, I think her upper body shape, pin width, and just shape through the plane of her stifle is certainly better. One that I think has a heads-up look, ever so slightly. Like I said, that one behind her blade, she wants to kind of sprawl out sometimes there up front, but I think a heifer with lots of nice pieces. Young man's blue heifer that comes next, one that's overwhelming in terms of just body volume, really deep-sided kind of a female. For us, maybe one that's just a little far along in terms of fat cover relative to her size and maturity. If we could yank that neck up a little higher, clean her up there through her chest, and just give her some more true power and freshen her up from a condition standpoint, I think that pair in 2 and 3 could potentially be flip-flop, but today we just need to lean that one up and power her up. Young man's heifer in 4 gets there by just kind of being one that's fresh in terms of her composition. She's plenty functional from a feet and leg standpoint. one that isn't the most overwhelming from a depth of body standpoint, wants to slope off there in her hip, duck those pins when we set her in motion, but a good, useful kind of a female there too in her own right. Then we bring the young lady in the cowboy hats heifer out, and that's a big, stout heifer that's got some volume and some performance. One that's just maybe not as mobile. When we study the way she travels there off her hip and hind leg, she's set a little higher there in her tail head. Just some aesthetic and balance pieces that sort her down the lineup. The white roan heifer here that comes next, one that's awfully lean, and I think we could all appreciate how much true muscle shape that female has. Maybe one that just doesn't come off as just soft and maternal about the way she's designed there through her rib. If we could just soften that one up and see her a little relaxed there through her shoulder angle, we could certainly see that one moving up the lineup. Young man brings a red roan heifer here, one that's big and stout, lots of body mass in that one as well. We just got to loosen up the way she gets around the ring and travels off her rear skeleton. And then we conclude the class with the yellow heifer here, one that's certainly powered up. We just got to free that one up, soften her up in her body, and see her with a shot more growth.
As we get ready to pick our champion Charolais steer out here, let's give all these Charolais exhibitors a big round of applause, if you will. Boy, all three class winners out here, just exceptional in their own right. Quality all the way through this division. Maybe not all the same stage in their life and same type and kind, but high quality cattle in their own right. Young man steer out of the first class. For a younger, lighter weight steer, here's one just very explosive in terms of his muscle pattern. Like Mark said, down in his country, you cut the hair off of this one, he's going to slick shear very, very well. He's got some shape to him. He's got some dimension. Good soft feet on him. We like that about him. He's sure not as mature as the two right behind him, no doubt about it. Maybe not quite as wild and out there up toward it his front 1/3 and the way that neck comes out of his shoulder. But in terms of his muscularity and just the type and kind of cattle he represents, we sure like him. When you get talking this Class 2 and Class 3 steers, they're not exactly the same kind. The Class 2 steer here, a little longer-sided kind of a calf. He's huge-footed. We love the foot size and dimension this calf has. Big old soft feet. We like that about him. We think he uses his hock just a pinch better than the calf right behind him. Maybe doesn't have the added dimension of rib that calf right behind him has, but we do like his length of hip, length of side, and the kind of cattle he represents. Got big old soft feet on him too. The chubby calf is this calf that comes out of the third class. This calf, just in terms of center body dimension, just big old huge barrel in this calf. Complementary, he's a shorter bodied calf, so it's easier for him to be big bodied, if you will. A calf that's adequate, we believe, in terms of his structure, maybe just doesn't get out and flex that hock quite as good as that one right ahead of him. Muscularity's probably a push between these two. That one's just a little bigger barreled. The calf right ahead of him's a little longer sided, a little longer hip kind of a calf. I guess, we talked about it quite a bit. If doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out. We just think the maturity of Class 2 and 3, those are the two that it boils down to. We talked it over quite a bit. I guess just from a longevity standpoint, we could be wrong come August at the State Fair. From a longevity standpoint, the foot size, the extra flex, the extra length, we like that calf out of Class number 2. He'll be your champion Charolais steer.
Champion Charolais steer coming out of Class 228. That's Dylan Manning of Waukee. Coming into contention, Marcy Bailey of Creston.
We just have 3 Shorthorn Plus heifers. What a good Shorthorn Plus show this has been. This kind of red and white heifer is just cowier than the other 3 in the group. Like her mid-body and depth from heart to flank. Good in her top line design. Just think the best of both worlds, balance and cowiness in this set. Maybe not as high quality in her structure up front. Maybe a little chubbier in her condition than what we want to see. But man, we like her cow character to her rib, her body, her flushing ability. Probably the heifers in 2 and 3, I don't know if there's a right placing. I just think they're different. For us, the black heifer is a little greener and more sensible in her size. She maintains more levelness in her top line and hip. Heifer that's got some genuine shape and power, and yet she's feminine in her look up front. Probably one that we could see just a little looser in terms of her structure, but a nice heifer in terms of power. The red and white heifer certainly is going to cross the scale with more weight. She's strong in terms of how her neck ties out of the top of her shoulder, has some power down her top. You'd like to rearrange the way she sets and travels off of her hind leg and hip. Probably a pair that you could go either way with a nice class winner.
Nice pair of big-bodied kind of heifers out here, and just from a female quality and balance standpoint, I think the one that starts does so pretty handily. You study the shape of their heads and necks. She's definitely more refined about that. One that's leveler there to her top line. She's incredibly deep-bodied. One that's got some stoutness of feature. She's plenty functional structured. It's probably not the most attractive, I guess, for me in terms of just the way she's built in her hind leg. Maybe a little excessive in the set to her hock, but that certainly doesn't hinder her ability to get around the ring. Really nice heifer to go ahead and start that particular class. Heifer in 2 is extremely powerful, really big-bodied, one that's certainly got a lot of true dimension and muscle working through her. We just got to fix that one in her head shape, smoothing her up through her shoulder and peel her out there through her chest. Just see her loosened up there as she strikes the surface off her rear 2, but a nice female there in second.
a big, strong, stout September heifer with quality to her top line and lines. Young lady, you got a very nice single entry. She's going to drop a little more flank when she gets some calf to kind of complete her balanced look, but a heifer that's sure got some power and strength and quality up high.
Well, I guess Mark and I think it gets down really, really close here between these two powerful cattle in the second class and the third class, second place in the second class and this third class. You know, as we see it, this yellow calf here out of the second class, big old wide hip in him. He probably has the advantage in terms of muscularity, no doubt about it. We think the calf that comes out of the last class maybe handles his hind wheels a little nicer, maybe balances up a little better from the side. I guess as we get off of him and looked at him, in terms of a completeness aspect, we like the young man's white calf out of class number 3. He's going to be a reserve.
Your reserve champion Charlet steer coming out of class 229. That's Garrett Arnold at Webster City. Once again, champion Dylan Manning, Milwaukee reserve Garrett Arnold, Webster City.
Class what? This is the plus division.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
Breed division. All right, over on the heifer side, let's get you caught up in the Shorthorn Plus heifers. Tell me if they're getting ready to do something. First class, class 149, Shorthorn Plus heifers, first place. Riley German, Atumwa, second to Julie Happ of Washita, third, McKenna Sontag, Atlantic, and fourth to Sammy Sagar of Reynolds. Second class, Shorthorn Plus heifers, class 150, first place, Henley Holgraffer of Bryant, second to Addison Brigham of Paulina, third to Kylie Lloyd of Newland, and fourth, Zinlin Lee of Mount Pleasant, and fifth to Kerrigan Glau of Farmersburg. Placings class 151, Shorthorn Plus heifers, first place, Keston Holmes of Wellman, second to Matt Colbert of Riverside, third, Benjamin Moffett, Indianola, fourth, Addie Baumert of Harper, fifth, Emma Willett of Belle Plaine, and sixth, Kennedy Beautifier of Hawkeye. Sorry. Placings for class 152, Shorthorn Plus heifers, first place, Jet Kroenke of Schleswig, second to Alyssa Obrecht of Harlan, third, Chase Rosenboom of Bussy, fourth, Colton Metcalf of Pleasantville, fifth, McKenna Rogers of Solon, sixth, Luella Fisher of Melbourne, seventh, Jacqueline Wales, boy, I don't know, Wyota, eighth to Savannah Moeller of Behrman. And placings for Class 153, Shorthorn Plus heifers, Abigail Green, State Center, second to Maddie Schmidt of Andrew, and third to Holly Gudenkoff of Manchester. Placings for Class 154, Shorthorn Plus heifers, first place Maddie Anderson, second place Abigail Green, and final class Shorthorn Plus heifers, single entry Addison Obrecht of Harlan. Judges Brandon and Brady are going to select your champion, Shorthorn Plus heifer.
Well, this is an absolutely impressive division as we get back out here, and I think there's a lot of really nice cattle, and we can get in and discuss some differences, but at the end of the day, you can probably justify a lot of different things out here again, and we do feel pretty comfortable quality-wise on the two that we're going to land on, but man, I think you can probably have a very intelligent discussion in talking about which ones you might like or where you might like them better. The heifer that wins the first class, just really square built and sound structured, great bodied. When you get right on top of the cattle, she's probably as impressive as any in terms of the spread and upper rib cage shape and the way she hooks from the top of her shoulder down her back into her hooks and pins and tail head. I think that's just really good kind of cattle from the basics of structure and body and width and shapes. When you step off to the profile, you have to ask yourself, you know, is she in that same league in terms of look and balance? Her chest wants to sit a little further forward in her than a couple of the other cattle out here, so she just doesn't have that neat enough look sometimes up through that front 1/3 of her body. But in terms of just structure, reach, mobility, body, hip, and top line, man, we think she's absolutely in the discussion here in this set. The young lady's heifer that's circling right now back here, I think she's got some scurs or something. One that was in a class that was fairly challenging there in the top two. I'm really satisfied with our winner in that set because this one's just more grab you good looking as she gets back out here. Really throws her neck neat out of the top of her shoulders, very tight in terms of her throat latch. You know, I don't know if her face and her shoulder is maybe the most feminine in the shape, but it's sure neat looking, and she's bold bodied and wide pinned. I think as you get into the weeds of the structure discussion here, her way her shoulders assembled and the way her hock is built, you know, maybe not as much Brandon and I's speed, but in terms of look and quality, boy, she has to be in your discussion. Young lady that's circling, that's kind of going to have to find a spot here to go. Probably, you know, having a younger showman, she's probably not getting the opportunity to get to show that heifer off quite as well as what we were hoping for at times, but when you dive in and study that heifer's freedom of movement and range of motion, flexibility, we think she's very, very good, comfortable in her spine, easily the longest necked, neatest in her head carriage, very highly presented and nice in terms of, I guess, the sweep of her rib cage. I think when you get right into her and dig underneath that hair, that's a bigger framed heifer that maybe doesn't have the same shape to her heart. Heifer that from behind's a little higher twisted. We don't talk about that a lot in cattle, but maybe just not quite as expansive in terms of true power and real dimension, but a big outline critter that's very neat to look at and high quality structured. The heifer that comes out of the next class, the young man had a tough class to work through. As she gets back out here, she demands our attention in terms of female quality and presence from the profile. We think she's a beautiful, balanced, high-quality heifer through her front 1/3, blends seamlessly from chest, shoulder to forerib and underline, beautiful in her top line and tail head. I think her structure's good enough. She's not the soft pastern one out here. I don't know if we need them soft pastern, but she's a little tight at times in that regard. Just a discussion piece on one that hits us with so much quality. Good cow that came out of the next class. It's a little plain. Another really nice functional structured one that's got a little extra set to her hock. And then there's this big stout power heifer. We're pretty comfortable in the young man's heifer right here to be your champion. Congratulations.
This first class, Angus steers, got a calf to start with. I think it's got a little more dimension to him, a little more width, a little more natural width out his hip, and still maintain some balance and some completeness to him. the first two are really a lot alike. I guess in his dimension is the difference between him and the second place calf. The second place calf might be just a little sharper out his neck and the way that he sets in his neck, but he gets just a little bit narrow out his pins and doesn't quite have the width, but really balanced and really nice steer. The next steer, real complete, a little more dimension, a little more balance to him, and a steer that's just got a little more eye appeal from the profile. The steer that finishes the class, a long-bodied steer that's real level and good in his lines, just needs to be a little bit more dimension and more width.
This is a final call for Class 232 market heifers. Final call for Class 232 market heifers. This is the first call for Class 233 market heifers. First call for Class 233 market heifers.
Over on the steer side, placings for the first class of Angus steers, that's class 230. First place, Tayden Freeman Newman of Cascade. Tayden Freeman Noonan of Cascade. Second, Olivia Osborne of Eli. Third to Carson Mather of State Center. And fourth to Devin Davis of Corridon. That was your placings for class 230 Angus steers. Keston? Where's it at? Right there. 152. And what? Where's the other one?
Right there. 560.
Keston. Well, all right, over on your heifer side, your champion Shorthorn Plus heifer Jet Conkey, and your reserve champion Shorthorn Plus Keston Holmes. Once again, Jet Conkey champion, reserve Keston Holmes.
As we round out the Angus Steer Show here, we got one that just kind of flies to the top of the class here, and these three, just a super well-balanced, really attractive kind of a calf, just super problem-free in his kind. He wins this class very handily. We get beyond him. There's some give and take here between second and third, there's no doubt. I guess we just believe this second calf, he's got more sheer muscle from nose to tail, especially bigger and wider down his top, wider stifled kind of a calf, and just maybe more correct in terms of his build and design. That's not take anything away from this young lady's calf that rounds out the class in third. A really big-bodied, production-oriented kind of a calf that's sure quality in terms of the way he's put together at the ground. But this calf just simply gives up too much carcass merit today to get up in those top two.
Really nice trio of heifers. The one we go ahead and land on, I think, just from a quality, composition, and just build standpoint is where she surfaces pretty easily for us. From the side, I really love this heifer in terms of how lean and tidy she is up front, how she still drops back with some depth through her flank, one that's good and level in her lines. She's got some stoutness down low at the surface, one that when you study them coming and going, really square and genuine in her build, one that I certainly like. Maybe not all the time she's just the loosest and the most consistent in how she sets down her pastern, but I think a really nice heifer that gets us leaded off here. The heifer in 2, I like this one a lot from her loin forward. One's got a good look up front. I think she's built appropriate in terms of her shoulder, one that's really bold and deep in her body. From her loin back, she's kind of shorter, measuring about her hip. You know, maybe one that just wants to drop those pins ever so slightly. If we could level that hip up, keep her top line together in motion, I think that pair gets pretty close. Roan heifer that we round out with, certainly one that's big and attractive, one that's plenty functional in terms of her build. She just runs in quite a bit of quality ahead of her. We just need to fix that one and level her up there through her loin and just give her some more body to go ahead and go against those two ahead of her. But a really green one that I think has some future moving forward.
Well, on the steer side, placings on the final class of Angus Steers, Class 231, first place, Carson Suchin of Gowrie, second to Natalie Axmere of North English, and third to Willie Hammond of Tiffin. Judges Mark Kopus.
We think over here on the Shorthorn side, an excellent class and good differences. The red heifer's the power heifer of the group, bold and stout and wide pinned. I think she handles herself good enough in terms of the surface. To me, she just overwhelms the group in terms of substance, still can get out and go with enough comfort. The white heifer is a little softer structured and softer flanked. Here's a heifer we appreciate a lot in terms of her levelness and flexibility. Probably just like to see a little more shape in that heifer as you get on top of her, and rib and muscle and body. The final two are probably a little tougher to figure out maybe which way you go. We use the bigger, more performance-oriented heifer that's got more correctness to her top line. The red heifer is a little bolder in terms of her rib. You could just see more balance underneath as you study her from chest to flank. Nice class winner.
Over on the steer side, we pick our champion Angus. We got a pair of steers out of here, the light and the heavyweight. Both nice steers. Their pattern is good and is similar. I think we got just a little more balance, a little more levelness, more width out his hip in the heavyweight, and he'll be your champion.
Your champion steer coming out of Class 231, that's Carson Suchin of Gowrie. Coming into contention, Natalie Axmere, North English. Has he picked a reserve?
I think when we get out here for reserve, we got to follow the heavyweight with the lightweight. I think he's more like the heavyweight. He's a little nicer out his hip and handles his back leg a little better than the heavyweight. So the young man with the first class winner will be reserved.
And your reserve champion coming out of first class, that's Tayden Freeman Noonan of Cascade. Once again.
We got a nice pair of them here in the short ring. Young man's dark cherry red heifer, one you could certainly admire. Lots of body volume in that one. When you study her up high, she's got a lot of shape working out of the backside of her shoulder. And in a comparative sense, I think pin width, true muscle merit, stoutness of feature, all lend towards her advantage. Nothing to take away from the heifer that comes in two. Moderate, kind of an easy keeping looking one that's got some body shape. Maybe we could just pick her up there in her pins, stouten her up there in the ground, and maybe just give her some extra length. But a nice heifer there in second.
This class of two, a single class, and then
Let's catch up over on the heifer side. First place in the purebred shorthorn divisions, class 156. That's Holland Reek of Creston. Second place, Colton Becker of Atlantic, and third to Abigail Green of State Center. As places in the first class, shorthorn heifers, class 156. Class 157, first place, Sheridan Fox, Kanawha. Second place to McKenna Sontag of Atlantic. Third, Gus Irwin of Lacona. And fourth, Natalie Nissen of Coggin. And placings for class 158. First place, Brock Studer, Creston. Second to Sammy Sayar of Runnels.
As we continue to work through this Shorthorn show, I think just your first impression of cow character and maternal image surfaces the young man's heifer to the front. A little longer toed, a little high in her tail head, but an easy fleshing, big-bodied heifer that's got the right look as you step to the side. A long, level designed heifer that's got a nice set to her hock and her pastern. Maybe gets a little flat when you get in behind her, but man, she's got a nice top line design and a good set and angle to her hock and her pastern.
Young man brings us a nice November heifer here as a single entry. Probably in this division, one that's as wide constructed, bold, and powerful as any of them as we've seen, and certainly like and appreciate those things. Maybe at this stage we could just lean her up a little bit and in doing so, I'd say it might allow her just to get out of her rear skeleton with a little more ease, but with that really big, stout, powerful one. Love the extra body volume. Nice heifer there as a single entry.
Got a lot of different pieces of the puzzle here in this class of market heifers. The only thing we're real confident of is this young man's heifer that wins the class does so quite handily. Just outweighs the class in terms of mass and power. Really big-footed, really sound structured, got some muscularity. She's the best heifer in this class, no doubt about it. Young lady's red and white heifer comes next. We think in terms of skeleton and structural build, this one's the second best one. Just works her hock a pinch nicer than the rest of the class. Still has some rib shape and some body dimension to her, and couples that with enough added dimension and power. We just think she logically fits into the second hole. After that, it gets to be some give and take. We're going to use the lightweight immature heifer here third. We just think in terms of structural merit, she maybe takes a little easier step off her back end, still has some muscle, little rib shape. Young lady's black and white heifer that comes next. Here's one, she just sets down a little awkward on those back two hind wheels. Big wide hip, big back. We just like to see her go a nickel better off her back end. Then we round out the class with a real long hipped, long back type of heifer. Just doesn't have that rib shape and body, and she couples that with a little on her back end. She just gets underneath of herself a pinch as she goes away from you.
This is a final call for Class 160 Foundation Simmental heifers. Final call for Class 160 Foundation Simmental heifers. First call for Class 161 Foundation Simmental heifers. First call for Class 161 Foundation Simmental heifers.
We've kind of boiled it down to these front two heifers here in this shorthorn division. Nothing taken away because those final three are good cows. Big-bodied, sound-structured, easy fleshing kind of cattle. Just don't know if they come with quite the same presence and quality as you study their outline and design. These two heifers up front, I think they're both pretty good kind of cattle, quite a bit different in their type and their kind. The heifer that wins the first class, that kind of red roan heifer, I like her youthfulness. I like her greener look. She's a little prettier about her head and her neck. I think she's actually more honest and genuine in her forerib shape, a heifer that's got some true turn of muscle down her top and from behind. And I think structurally those heifers are a little bit different. I don't know if there's an obvious call to make one way or another. I do think this heifer is going to remain more sensible in her size in relation to her flank. She's set neater in her chest floor as you studied into her body cavity. This red heifer is big and stout, probably bigger and stouter than any heifer in the group, has just genuine top shape and power, a little disproportional in terms of her balance as you study it up high. I think as we read through that hair underneath, we wondered, is she look just a little hard flanked? Does she have a real maternal look about her? That's kind of our question mark on her. We go back and forth. We land on just a sensible size roan heifer to win. The heifer behind her will be reserved. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Your 2021 champion purebred shorthorn heifer coming out of class 156 and exhibited by Holland Reek of Creston, Iowa. Reserve coming out of class 157 and exhibited by Sheridan Fox, Kanawha. Finishing up placings in the Shorthorn Heifer Division, Class 159, first place Brock Studer, second place Sarah Anderegg of Mason City, and final Class 159A, first place Cade Burke. Well, once again, your 2021 champion purebred Shorthorn Heifer coming out of Class 156, that's Holland Reek of Creston Reserve, Sheridan Fox. Over on the market side, we are now in the market heifer division. Placings for the first class of market heifers, Class 232, first place Tucker Jackson of Waukon, second to Lynn Eakes of Leon, third to Natalie Brown of Seymour, fourth Madeline Howell of Columbus Junction, and fifth to Casey Crosscup of Ridgeway. That was placings for the first class of market heifers, Class 232. Well, all right, over on the heifer side, I need to announce once again, just as I did earlier, missed it during the show, but catching the heifer side, the Iowa Simmental Champion supporters have come together to raise funds to give back to the Champion Reserve Simmental heifers at the Iowa State Fair. On the heifer side, the champion purebred and champion percentage heifers will receive $500. The champions will receive $500 and the reserves will receive $250 at the state fair. Supporters of this include Bracker Livestock, Finch Cattle, Finesse Cattle Company, Udell Cattle Company, CNN Cattle Company, and Weiss Cattle Company. Once again, at the state fair, both champion percentage and purebred will receive $500, and the reserves of each division will receive $250.
this second class of market heifers, I think the heifer we end up starting the class with just beats the others just in overall completeness. I think she's a little more balanced, a little smoother from front to rear. And when you get off and look at her, she's just more proportioned, and I think she gets around the ring with a little more ease in her structure. The second heifer, real deep and square. The next two, I think, are really close. And I wouldn't argue with you if you wanted to switch them some. A heifer that's got some body to her and some dimension and moves relatively well, I think matches the first one better than the heifer in third. The heifer in third, when she wants to cooperate, can look nice, but when she wants to pull back and give this young lady a hard time, it's a little bit hard to look at her, but I think she's a heifer that's got some substance to her and some rib and some muscle and some things that I think match up with the first two. The next heifer's a little longer sided, a little more eye appeal to her, but a heifer that we'd like to give her a little more substance of bone and fix her on those back pasterns. The next three heifers as they come, we end up with some little bit of structure issues and some body and some things that we need to change in those three to make them any better today.
Got a heck of a way to get us started here in the foundation semi-ring. Really nice heifer that grabs our attention pretty quick in this particular lineup of cattle. Just kind of one that's just real balanced and attractive from the profile. She's good in terms of her neck. Really like her in terms of her assembly there through her rib cage and back and through her hip. One that's stout enough in her feature. There's maybe some times where she wants to just stand there a little excessive in her width up front, but I think outside of that, one that you really have to appreciate for how maternal and bold she is, but still one that's late maturing and has lots of gas left in the tank. Really skinny green one here in second, but we think this one has definitely a bright future ahead of her. When she gets this one parked, that one's really long and slender-necked, and though she's probably comparatively not one of the deeper-bodied ones, I think relative to her maturity and her size, she's plenty deep there back through her flank. She's shaped really good in terms of her body shape up high, one that's long about her hip. There is some times where she maybe gets a little uncoordinated there off her rear too, and maybe just doesn't plant down with cushion there through her pastern, but I think that one is moving towards the right direction in terms of the good things that she does for one that's really late maturing. Nice kind of a cow prospect here in three. The young man's baldy, moderate, easy keeping kind of a female, big and bold in her rib design, one that's really good in terms of her feet and legs. Maybe just from a quality and just refinement standpoint, she's maybe a little stouter about her head. We could probably just see her more refined about her neck and shoulder shape, but I think a good functional kind of a cow prospect for that young man. Next, we bring out the stocked-legged baldy here. This is the big volume, high-performing one of the set. Love this one in terms of her length of her neck. Maybe just a little upright in her shoulder, and that just doesn't allow her to just be as comfortable in her spine and maintain her hip levelness when we study her in motion, but I think a heifer that brings lots of good to the table in her own right. Young man in the vest that comes out next probably has the stoutest constructed heifer in the class in terms of foot size and bone, one that hooks her neck up extremely high out of her shoulder. She's maybe just a little tighter in her spine, and we could just free her up in her movement off either end, but a good kind of a female there too in her own right. And then we conclude the set with a young man's heifer here in front of me, one that's got some body. I think she's an easy fleshing kind of a female. Maybe just runs out of gas in terms of just extension there up front and just power and width.
We're going to do a snap together, okay? Over on the heifer side, placings for the first class of Foundation Simmental heifers. First place, Jenna White, Blakesburg. Second to Maya Kern of Sheraton. Third, Brant Will, Wyota. Fourth to Carolyn Hine of Webster City. Fifth to Braden Tjarks of Underwood. And sixth to Colton Happ of Washita. That was placings first class, 160 Foundation Simmental heifers.
Challenging class of market heifers here, a lot of differences from end to end. I guess we're going to start off with one that we think is just real complete in terms of her kind. We wish she had the skeletal outline of that one in the second hole in terms of a little added frame and size, but we like the way this one hits the ground off of both ends. She's a big-bodied, just very complete individual. We just like to pull her apart and just see a nickel more of her, lengthen her out. The heifer in second, I'll be the first to admit she's probably wider in terms of her pin set. She might have just a freckle of an advantage in terms of back shape and dimension. Where we would pick on this one is when you set her in motion, she may be not quite as agile in terms of how she sets down in those rear pasterns. We'd like to change that about her, but we do like the skeletal outline and the kind of cattle she represents from that aspect. The black and white heifer that comes in the third hole, really a tall fronted heifer. We like the way this one's put together up through that front 1/3, but also she comes to us a little straighter shouldered, a little forward in her knee, and we'd like to see her move out with a little more flexibility off of those back two. Heifer that comes next, the real big barreled one here, this black heifer this young lady brings to us, big bone, big footed kind of a heifer that's just a little plainer in terms of her front end, just a little more plain in terms of she's put together all over really, but a heifer that her added body and dimension excel her over this silver heifer that rounds out the class. This silver heifer, really sharp fronted, she's got that advantage, but beyond that, just doesn't have that lower rib shape, a little more refined in terms of her bone work, and you'd like to stouten her up a whole bunch in terms of her hip and lower quarter.
Brandon commented as we were working through this class that he just got pretty pumped up when these cattle walked in the ring, and I hope you guys around ringside did too. We've had some really good classes today. Some nice heifers on the top end, but man, we've had 2 classes now of these percentage Simmentals, and I told the last place exhibitor in the previous class that that's a good replacement heifer. So I just think we got lots and lots of good cattle. A lot of variation here, top to bottom, in terms of frame size, maturity, condition, skeleton. You know, the heifer that wins is big. You wonder how big she's going to get relative to her age, but she's pretty tough to get around in this group. Overwhelming in terms of balance, good in her heart and forerib and underneath. Lots of shape as you get on top of them. Study them from a balance perspective. Both those cattle are really similar to me in terms of their type and kind. This heifer is a little bit smoother there in her neck to the top of her shoulder blade, a little longer out of her hip. Nice heifer though as you study her top to bottom. Heifer that hit us pretty hard here at the first, and she's just greener, she's smaller, and we understand that, and some of you may slide her down because of that. Pretty nice cattle though, great body shape. Really like the smoothness of her hock joint. She maybe has a little bit of a shallower heel as you study that rear skeleton. And for us to make that a pair, she needed to just operate with more looseness out of her knee. But when you stop and study that heifer into the angles that she puts together from the balance and profile, her chest to flank, her body shape, her true dimension is extra good. She'll lose her pins a little bit as she goes as well. I think that all kind of goes to her rear skeleton, but lots of unique pieces in the heifer that's second. Heifer that's third, standing, can grab you hard. She's wild-necked and good-chested, a little harder in her muscle, a little harder in her forerib, not as comfortable in her spine as she goes, but she grabs you hard. That one will take a good picture. She just needs to be a little sounder for us. Heifer that comes in fourth, we tried to make a case for this heifer to be third because we thought she's more functional. She's got more set to her hock, more sweep to her rib. She's cowier looking, no doubt. When you dive into the details of this one, probably not quite elite enough to justify ranking third, but she's ladylike, she's cowy, high tail head, a little frail, and closes up behind. Heifer that comes next, young man, it's a big, strong, stout power heifer that's balanced when you get her put together. She comes apart when she's asked to go, a little tighter in her loin and more restricted in terms of her spine. A big power heifer in terms of pins, and yet her neck still comes out good out of the top of her shoulder. One of them rounder bodied ones that needs more flank and balance underneath. Heifer that comes next is a big power performance heifer, might weigh as much as any in terms of substance and mass. She gets a little tough moving as you study her shoulder. Nice heifer that's more functional in her back leg and bigger bodied that comes next. Little plain as you study her up front. Young lady's heifer that concludes the set. I like her. I think she's got body, shape, and a neat look. Kind of runs out of gas in this group. Really, really nice class of cattle.
Attention in the barn. If Cade Burke could come to the pavilion and pick up his award, that would be great. Cade Burke.
We're over on the heifer side. Placings for second class of Foundation Simmental heifers. First place, Max McClure of Burlington. Second place to Austin Voss of Northwood. Third, Kaylee Clark of Grand Mound. Fourth to Carly Henderson of Wyota. Fifth, Quinn McCullum of Colo. Sixth to Levi Graber of Mount Pleasant. Seventh to Carson Poston of Villisca. Eighth to Ty Grupper of Chelsea. And ninth to Oakley Suter of Pleasantville. Currently in the ring, class 162 of Foundation Simmentals. All right. Good. I like to talk classes. And over on the market side, placings for class 233, second class of Margaret Evers. First place, Thomas Jacoby of Grand Mound. Second to Cassidy Snyder of Winterset. Third, Allison Haywood, Albia. Fourth to Delaney Peterson of Gladbrook. Fifth, McKinley Curtis of Bernard. Sixth, Anna Cota of Bellevue. And seventh to Aiden Tolsfrud of Decorah. Placings for class 234, Market Heifers. First place, Keisha Van Ingen of Melvin. Second to Emma Salazar of Grand Junction. Third, Keaton Crosskoff of Ridgeway. Fourth, Anna Holthouse of Ocean. And fifth to Leighton Wales of Wyota. Currently in the ring, class 235, final class of Division I Market Heifers, and we'll be selecting your champion and reserve Division I.
really nice class of heifers here, and some give and take in these first two. The gold heifer that I think we win the class with, she's got a little more substance, a little more up off the ground, and a little more volume to her. I think she's denser in her muscle, and I think she proportions a little nicer. We'd like to see her have just a little more flex off her back end in comparison to the heifer in second, but just overall conformation and body and balance and the power that she has and the way that she maintains her look, I think that's where she needs to go. I wouldn't argue with you that the heifer in second is better off her back legs, and a heifer that's got really good body and really good bulk to her. She has a tendency to want to get just a little wider off her front end when we stop her, and we'd like to see her just a little bigger in her frame as compared to the heifer that wins the class. But a really nice, stout, square, big-bodied heifer. The next heifer, a little more attractive probably in her front end, a little more balance to her, a heifer that we'd like to see with just a little more substance of bone and maybe handle those back legs a little bit better. But you like her when you get her on the profile, and she has a lot of style and balance to her. The next heifer, probably a little bigger boned heifer that maybe has just got a little more substance to her bone, but not quite as balanced and not quite as complete in her overall look. We'd like to see her just a little sharper right in her lower shoulder and the way she comes out at, but a nice heifer. The next two heifers, heifers that are real complete, real eye appealing, just need a little more bulk and body to be moved up today.
Catch up over on the Market Ever side. Final class, Division 1, was Class 235. First place, Tyson Goretzka of Gordon. Second to Mallory Kane of North English. Third to Trey Fukin of Mount Ayr. Fourth, Riley Hemmingson of Trainer. Fifth to Graham Hagan of Anita. And sixth to Josie Tolsrud of Decorah. Now entering for your champion Division 1 Market Drive.
I think it's safe to say that we really got into the heat of things here in this particular class. I think there's quality all the way down the lineup, and we took our time on those top three, and then eventually made it down to these two. And I'll just kind of tell you the differences that that we see in the cattle. The young lady that we're going to go ahead and start with, I think when we got all three of those cattle out there, we like lots of parts and pieces. I just think comfort level, angles, and just lower joints are just in that one's favor. She's easily the most flexible, longest reaching animal out here when we study all three of those in the move. One that's just so overwhelming in terms of her mass and her power pieces, and she still blends it together relatively smooth into an attractive kind of a look from the profile. I guess our thing with her is we could probably just peel her down there in her tail head and just help her out in her top line there. But man, that is one stout, powerful, bold creature. That is an athlete in motion that still has a high look of quality from the profile. We love the symmetry and balance of this heifer in second on the standstill. That's the up-headed one. She's awesome in her spine, one that's bold in her rib cage. We just question that one in terms of just width down low. When you get behind the cattle, maybe one that just gets a little shorter in her stride and maybe isn't just the most pulled apart in terms of her base width, but that is one really, really good heifer that sits in second in a class that we had a lot of fun sorting through. Dang sure no slouch here in the heifer in third. When she gets that one put together and gets her head up, that's a smooth, maternal-looking kind of heifer in terms of just how big ribbed she is, one that's packed full of power and volume. Maybe one that just gets a little excessive in her width up front at times. She's probably the least coordinated in terms of their hawk and pastern when we study those top three in motion, but that's an awfully good animal that sits there in third. We bring the heifer out here in four, and big, powerful kind of a female in her own right, really, really bold through the center portion of her rib. Maybe one that's just a shot rounder through her shoulder. We need to clean her up there through her chest and just widen her there through her pin set. Young man's heifer that comes next is one that's awfully bold in terms of center body, extremely stout. She's maybe just not as refined about her neck shape. We could smoothen her up there through her shoulder and just drop her there back through her flank. And then the heifer that we conclude the class with, certainly one you can appreciate for being a moderate, easy fleshing kind of a female. We just need to get her going with a little more speed and ease off both ends of her skeleton.
As we get ready to pick our Division I champion market heifer out here, we could talk about and describe these first three class winners out here, but the facts of the matter is the speed and the action in this division was in that fourth class, and I guess the logical thing in Mark and I's eyes is to use that young man's yellow heifer. She's going to be your champion in this division.
Over on the market side, your champion Division I, Tyson Gretzka, coming into contention, Mallory Kane of North English. Go ahead, Corey.
And when we get looking for reserve out here in this division, much the same way with our champion, the heat was in that class. We like this yellow and white, the white heifer this young lady's got. She's going to be a reserve.
And your reserve, coming out of the same class, that's Mallory Kane of North English. Once again, champion Division I market heifers out of class 235, first place. And your champion Division I, Tyson Gretzka of Corydon, Iowa. Reserve, Mallory Kane of North English. Coming into the ring, class 236. Let me give you placings for class 235. First place, Tyson Gretzky. Second place, Mallory Kane. Third, Trey Fukin of Mount Air. Fourth to Riley Hemingson of Trainer. Fifth to Graham Hagan of Anita. And sixth to Josie Tolstrud of Decorah. Over on the heifer side, placings for Class 162 Foundation Simmental heifers. First place, Carly Spear of Newton. Second to Blake Wilkins of Bennett. Third, Gentry Johnson Makokata. Fourth to Briar Fisher of Aliska. Fifth, Cash Brammer of Corning. And sixth to Chloe Sprague of Altoona. That was placings for Class 162. 163 currently showing.
This is a first call for Class 238 market heifers. First call, Class 238 market heifers. This is the second call for Class 238 market heifers. Second call, Class 238 market heifers.
Another fantastic class here in our Foundation Simmental show, and I don't know, Brandon got to talk to that last class, and great quality there at the top end. And I think this class is equal in terms of depth. I think as we get to the front end, it's a little bit more conceptual in the sort. As you get into the details of these cattle, the heifer that wins, to me, is just more maternal in terms of her joint shape, and that's what allows her to win in this group. Smoother shouldered, cleaner kneed, cleaner hocked. I don't know if she's just a total upgrade structurally, but for us, just her smoothness and her smooth blending parts is what gives her the edge. I don't know if she's got an outright flex or reach advantage. Just a nice nice looking, balanced, pretty, smooth profiling heifer there to start with. This heifer that's second is insanely shapely, like big muscle down her top, wide pinned and a lot of stifle shape, round, bold bodied, really sets her neck on high and nice out of the top of her shoulder. I just need her a little smoother in her joint and shoulder. Her knee will want to come forward just ever so slightly, but when she goes, she's athletic enough, she's bold, and she's powerful. A nice critter there to go second. Really like the type and kind of the cow character coming next. Young man's got a very good low-maintenance cow prospect. Rib and body is tremendous, a little lower to ground than some of the other cattle. Could be just a little bit leaner condition so we could project her on down the road more. At times, I thought this heifer could start the class. Then we got her to going, and I just didn't know if she held herself together good enough to justify sliding all the way up. The Baldy heifer that comes next is wide-pinned and big stout in terms of her bone and power. Kind of presents a nice look at times. Other times she'll want to camp underneath herself, look a little plainer about her neck, but good quality cattle in terms of stoutness and power. Young man's heifer that comes next, nice on the profile, long-necked, big outlining kind of female with a good square pin set from the side. We just caught her too many times a little wide up front, twisting those front two a little east and west, but a nice heifer in terms of balance and nice heifer in terms of refinement up front. The heifer coming next needs a little bit of a darker hair coat probably to blend in with this group, a little lighter colored, but a smooth jointed, smooth blending, refined, feminine kind of female that just ran out of gas in terms of substance and power. A big stout power heifer the young lady in the yellow has, just tremendous in terms of width and muscle. Doesn't come with enough female character to her shoulder, her face, and her joint. A little more feminine kind of female to conclude in terms of face and shoulder, just needs to be a little stouter and more powerful as you study her to the surface.
This is a final call for Class 238 market heifers. Final call for Class 238 market heifers.
Over on the heifer side, placings for Class 163, Foundation Semitole heifers first place. McKenna DeCap of Dixon second, to Michaela Jones of Tingley third, to Ty Becker Williamsburg fourth, to Burke Willis of Diagonal fifth, Benjamin Axmere of North English sixth, Brandy Whitted of Marcus seventh, to Delaney Fellinger of Hopkinton, and 8th to Haley Dodge of Terrell. That was placings for Class 163.
Congrats. Thanks, Brad. Look good. Congrats to you, too.
We got two really nice heifers in this class that stand out, and I think the one that wins pretty handily. A heifer that's really stout, deep, bold, really balanced for the amount of substance and stoutness she has. She maintains really good balance and gets around pretty well. She's got some bone and hip to her. I really like the way she's put together. The next heifer, maybe just a little sharper at times when you look at her from the side, but a heifer that doesn't have the substance and the power of the heifer that wins the class. Really complete, really nice made, nice balance and level. Like to see her maybe not, she's got just a little bit of bow on her back legs, but a heifer that moves good and has got good balance and put together nice. The next heifer I think's probably a little more like the first two. She's a little leveler, square in the way that she's made. We'd like to change her in the way she handles her back legs from behind. She wants to get just a little hawked in, but in terms of balance and the body she has, I think she matches the first two. The young lady's shorthorn heifer, really sound, deep-bodied heifer that has got some substance and power to her. Just gets a little easy in her top, maybe a little rounder and coarser in her hip and tail head, but a real complete heifer. The next black and white heifer, I like a lot of things about her body and her width and her shape. Just too straight off the front end. We'd like to see her have more reach and handle her front end better, but we like her substance. The next heifer, a little longer sided heifer that's got some length and some width, but just gets a little harder made. Also like to see her just a little bit better in her structure. The next heifer, really deep and square. Some heifers down the line that maybe just give up some size and some volume in this class.
We're definitely keeping the trend of high quality ones going over here in the percentage semi ring. The one that wins, I just love the way she blends that much cow character with an elite look of quality from the side. Like the way she sets her neck there and her shoulder. That one's awesome in terms of her rib shape. I like the way she utilizes her hip and hind leg. Still one that's ultra fresh, really good footed and clean jointed. Just one that does a lot of really good things. Love the stoutness of feature and power in the young lady snip nose heifer that comes in two. That's a really bold ribbed one that's as big pinned as any. Loaded full of shape. When you get directly right there and behind her, it's just when you get in front of her is where she falls into second there for us. Maybe a little bolder at the point of her shoulder. If we could just peel her out there through her chest, make her a little thinner there about the shape to her neck, I can certainly see that pair getting a little more difficult. Nice kind of maternal function in the heifer that comes in three. Big body volume in that one, lots of true power. Maybe one that's just a little more fragile in terms of her feature, maybe a little bolder there at the point of her shoulder, just doesn't quite have the balance and presence to work up against the two ahead of her. Nice kind of a low input, good bodied one that comes with the young lady's red one. One that's ultra big rib. She's definitely stout, maybe just a shot rounder off either end, and maybe doesn't have the upheadedness and length from her shoulder forward as some of the others, but certainly a useful low input kind. And then we come with the young man's next, and this one is probably pretty easily the stoutest, most powerful heifer in this class. With that, you know, maybe she's a little chubbier today in terms of fat, maybe, and I think if we could lean her up, it would allow her to get around the ring with maybe a shot more ease moving forward. I like the refinement and body shape in the heifer that comes next. We just need to drop her there through her flank and just make her a little more coordinated in her reach and flex at the surface. Young man's Baldy that comes next. Really long and attractive about her neck. She's one of the fresher composition females in this class, but just relative to her extra size, I'd just like to see her a little more moderate, softer through the center portion of her rib. Maybe just give her a little dose of power from behind, and then we round out the class with a really nice female. I think one that just as good bodied as any that we've seen in this particular lineup. Big pinned, one that's plenty powerful. We just need to yank her neck up just a little bit, clean her up there through her shoulder. Just see her loosened up on the go.
Let me catch up over on the market heifer side. First class of Division II, Class 236. First place, Sidney Leveren of Clarksville. Second to Austin Evans of Creston. Third to Taden Freeman Noonan of Cascade. Fourth to Olivia Briggs of Letts. Fifth to Michael Ilg of Clare. Sixth to Tyson Gravel of Anamosa. Seventh to Hayden Wade of Oxford. Eighth, Tyson Moore of Ladora. Ninth to Miley Walls of Edgewood. And 10th to Maddie McCoy of Villisca. Those are placings for the first class in Division II, 236. Class 237 currently in the ring. And over on the heifer side, placings for Class 164 Foundation Simmental heifers. First place, Tanner Curtin, Oxford. Second to Olivia Beeson, Anthon. Third, Peyton Ford of Westchester. Fourth to Riley Davis of Corden. Fifth, Garrett Werzer of Wacoma. Sixth to Danny Gravel of Anamosa. Seventh, Wyatt Bailey of Mitchellville. Eighth to Colton Whitaker of Ames. That was placings for Class 164, Foundation Simmental heifers. 165 currently showing.
This is a second call for Class 167 Foundation Simmental heifers. Second call, Class 167 Foundation Simmental heifers.
Solid class of heifers here as we continue to work through this percentage Simmental show. Just a little more refinement and smoother jointed in the heifer here that wins the class. You could probably say they both could be a little better at the surface. This one's a little up on her ankle, but she's so much smoother in her knee and shoulder and hock. Good-bodied, wide-pinned heifer that's really elegant in terms of her head and her neck, still bold in her body and a little fresher in her condition. A nice heifer to go ahead and start this class. Heifer that comes into a little stouter in her bone, a little wider in her pin and bolder. I think as I get on front of the cattle and study her shoulder and knee, I just like to tone her down ever so slightly. There's times that her lines and the way she sets down in her pastern can edge out that heifer to win the class. It's a pair. Probably the biggest fault I have on this heifer is her teats. They're just a little long for a heifer at this stage in the game. This blaze face heifer is really good bodied and powerful. So much shape and power that she's not quite smooth enough in terms of her kind. A little crestier necked, a little rounder shouldered, but good cattle. Bold, got some power, and still handles it good enough as you study her going off either end of her skeleton. Big, long, extended heifer here coming next. Probably has as much weight per day of age as any. A little tougher to look at in terms of her hind leg structure and tail head, but smooth-shouldered. a heifer that's got enough body depth. I think the next three you could shuffle around. I like the heifer the young man's got. He did a nice job getting her stuck on profile, kind of ties her neck in high to the top side of her shoulder. The Freeze branded heifer the young man's got, really, really functional heifer. Feet and legs and body, certainly going to make a good cow. She just comes apart more in her top line as she goes, and the heifer that concludes is bold and powerful. I just like to neaten her up as we step to the profile. A little bigger shouldered and wants to cross her back feet.
This is the final call for Class 167 Foundation Simmental Heifers. Final call, Class 167 Foundation Simmental Heifers.
Very challenging class for us, I guess, the way we saw it in this market effort class. We just think that the most complete one out here is this young man's white-socked heifer. On the stand, she just completely dominates this class in every respect, really. Huge-footed, big-bodied. There's heavier muscled one on down the line, but just from enough muscle, but carrying it the right way, she sure excels in that regard. Where we'd pick on this one slightly is at the ground on her back too, she could just pick them feet up and just make them stretch a little longer in terms of a stride. You get right behind her, we'd just like to see a pinch more base width in terms of the way she goes away from you, but big-bodied, practical, easy flushing kind of a female. Sure represents the kind of cattle we like. In terms of structural integrity, we like this black and white one. Just foot size and shape is so good. When that young man gets her in motion, just flips and flops them around as good as any in this class by quite some margin. Where we change this one, she just doesn't have that extra muscularity that one right ahead of her does, no doubt about it. We'd just like to punch her up on muscle just a little bit to get around that one right ahead of her. Then we come into a black heifer here, a really long patterned heifer. Like the top shape and dimension this heifer's got, she's just a little bit more refined in terms of the way she's put together in her bone work. She's a little bigger frame kind of a heifer, just doesn't look quite as soft-bodied as the two right ahead of her, but we just think she logically fits in the third hole. The heavy muscled heifer is this silver heifer in fourth. No doubt about it. Love her width of base, her stifle width, her back shape and width. We love all that about her. When this young lady gets her in motion is where we change her. We just like to see her handle that hock and hind leg just a pinch better, but a lot of carcass merit in that female. We just like to see a little more agility off of those back two hind wheels. Again, another heifer, a lot of width and power in this one, a huge bone. Her bone work is almost so big, it makes her foot size look a little small. And this one here, when you get off of her, we thought she was a little shallower ribbed and a little higher flank kind of a female. But boy, muscle power, she's got that for sure. Really long-fronted, baldy heifer here coming next. We like the style when you get off of her from the side, you get right behind her. Maybe just doesn't have the base width, doesn't have that extra punch in her lower stifle like some on up the line, but long-bodied, big-footed heifer, we like that about her. And we round out the class with this little red heifer, huge back in this female. You get up on top of her, you like the back shape and width that this red heifer's got. Just a little short coupled, little early and maturing kind of heifer, stands down on a smaller foot and a little more refined bone work.
Let me catch you up over on the market side. Market heifer class 237. First place, Colton Becker, Atlantic. Second to Dalton Swartz of Bedford. Third, Kennedy Christ of Tipton. Fourth to Mariah Cron of Riverside. Fifth to Chloe Bruce of Red Oak. Sixth to Dalton Hartman of Yarmouth. And seventh to Briley Steffen of Wyota. That was placings for class 237 market heifers.
Yeah, I'd say to say that this class is difficult and has lots of talking points as any that we've seen today. And I mean, there's quality that runs deep. There's times where you look at each and one of these and, you know, you could certainly see them as a winner. There's other points and vantage points you study these cattle and you could certainly nitpick some things. With that, I think on those top three, when we talk about just balance, underlying quality, ones that have body volume and true muscle, we go ahead and land with the young man's heifer here. I think when you study them in the terms of their shoulder angle and their knee of the top trio, I think she's as good as any of those. Upper body shape is really impressive. I think the way her chest to her flank is from a symmetry standpoint is as good as any in those three. And then you get behind the cattle, she's big pinned. I think she's got enough true dimension and power working in her. There is some times where maybe when you get directly behind her, where maybe she wants to just get a little bit wide, yet I still think from the side, the way she flexes her hock, the way she sets down with some cushion in her ankle especially, one that we really like and think has lots of quality, lots of cow character to go with it. The striking one that has as many neat, unique pieces is probably the one in 2. That one's really long-necked. She's level in her top line. She's presented as highly as anything we've seen today, and I commend whoever was behind that. With that, you know, I think when you really dig into the presentation of that one, maybe she isn't just the most pulled apart underneath. She's one that maybe just sets a little higher there in her tail head. I think the two main things for us when studying these top three that are this good, I just think genuine muscle and the way that she handles her ankle and her rear foot is kind of what sticks her there in second. If we could tweak her there and pull that tail head down, I have no question she starts this class. Heifer in third, I told Brady a couple times while we were discussing these, from her fore-rib back, she's maybe my favorite heifer in the class. That one is so bold, so maternal in her sweep to her rib. I love the length of her hip and how she utilizes her hind leg and her pastern. It's just from her fore-rib forward where you just kind of have to ask yourself, is there just enough quality there? She's maybe a little lower in the way her neck jumps out of her shoulder, a little deeper to the base of her neck. And I just think when you step off and study her, the point of her shoulder and her chest floor is where she falls out for us in terms of just balance, and that's how she ends up there in third. But I mean, that's getting pretty critical on one that I like an awful good deal. The heifer that comes in 4, really nice in terms of feet and legs in this one. I think she's probably one of the better heifers in terms of the build of her hip and hind leg, certainly enough body volume and mass. For us, we just thought maybe about the top side of her neck's getting a little thicker. She's wanting to push out there in her chest, and in a class that ran that deep on the top end of quality, just little tiny balanced aesthetic pieces that end her up there in 4th. Baldy is a powerhouse that comes out next. This one is huge ribbed. She's as shapely and powerful as any, but what you'd expect with the amount of power that she's packing. She's maybe not just as athletic and long reaching off either end, but I certainly think that one that can still balance from the side at the standstill, be that smooth, certainly has some value moving down the road. Then we get to a heifer that comes next, and one that's certainly really big-bodied and maternal appearing in her overall look. Maybe just one that we could just set back there in her shoulder angle, widen her out there through her pin set, and just loosen up that hind leg. Young man's blaze face, wide underlined one, really big-bodied, one that's plenty functional in her hind leg set. She just gets a little excessive there in the set of her hock, wants to duck those pins ever so slightly. Well, that'd be a good cow moving on down the line. Same thing goes for the one that we conclude with. Stout, big-ribbed, plenty functional, just doesn't have quite the presence and look about her front third as some of the others, but a nice one to round out.
Got another nice class of market heifers. Some differences in these first two. The heifer we chose to start with, a little bolder sprung, a heifer that's got a little more volume and thickness to her, a little more body and a little more substance. A heifer that maybe we'd like to see her a little nicer right in her chest floor, but whenever you get back off and look at her, she's just got more substance to her and more body, and she's just a little nicer in the way that she moves off her feet and legs. The next heifer, real nice. in terms of her balance and the way she's put together. I like the way she comes up out of her neck and her chest floor a little better than the heifer that wins the class, but she's good-bodied and she's built good. She just gives up a little bit of stoutness from behind, from hooks to pins. Would like to give her a little more punch. The next heifer, real sound, real complete, deep heifer that's put together nice, just gets a little flatter in her stifle, a little flatter in her hip, and we'd like to give her a little more width and substance. The next heifer in class, heifer that's probably got a little more width to her, but just gets a little bit straighter up and down, a little more upright in her structure as she goes away. The next heifer, a long-bodied, level heifer that's got some rib shape to her that we just like to see her with a little more stride and a little easier moving. The last heifer's really, really stout, a lot of body to her, a lot of substance, just gets a little restricted in her movement.
All right, let me catch you up over on the market side. Placings for Class 238 market heifers. First place, Allison Wallace of Harris. Second to Saul Christensen of Royal. Third to Sidney Schaefer of Wellsburg. Fourth, Jaden Nabb of Loudon. Fifth, Briley Alliger of Gowrie. And sixth to Olivia Alber of Independence. That was your placings for Class 238. Market Evers 239 currently entering the ring. This class in the ring will be the final class of Division II. We will then select your champion and reserve Division II Market Evers. Let me catch you up over on the heifer side. Placings for Class 165, Foundation Simmental Heifers. First place, James Gruber of Sully. Second to Danny Gravel of Anamosa. Third, Maxwell Skellinger of Orient. Fourth, Kinsey Leverett of Oskaloosa. Fifth to Brody Schaff of Randolph. Sixth to Gabe Scott of Oskaloosa. And seventh to Savannah Hull of Oskaloosa. That was placings for Class 165, Foundation Simmental Heifers. And placings for Class 166, Foundation Simmental Heifers. First place, Cody Klein, State Center. Second to John Vanderveen of Hartley. Third, Riley Tim of Guernsey. Fourth, Brock Henderson of Wyota. Fifth to Colton Harkin of Applington. Sixth to Kendall Knoll of Hedrick. Seventh to Cole Toby of Charlotte. And eighth to Dana Shires of Corning.
Well, the further we work through these foundation Semital's, I think the more and more good cattle we get. I do think, you know, if you're thinking, well, I like that one, I like this one, I challenge you to come out here and weigh out the options that you need to, because the top end quality of this is absolutely second to none as far as just foundation Semital cattle with quality and differences. You know, where you're going to be, you want to make a perfect one in terms of structure, balance, body, those kind of things all come to your mind. I think depending on how these three hitches, how you'll place them, the heifer that starts the class for me, when she walked in, I thought she was the best cow prospect. I don't know if we got one here that it comes to like a really, really elite level, but I think as far as putting together function, feet and legs, body, and cowiness, this heifer surfaces. Not quite this neatness through her throat latch, not quite as long and level out of her hook to pin. Because of that, she'll want to turn her hock in a little bit as she goes, but there's more function and use to that one's joints. She's a lot smoother in her shoulder and better in her underline. The heifer that comes second is big-scaled, long-bodied, highly presented, and really, really good looking. I asked Brandon, I said if she's got enough go in her, she can win. She just comes up a little short when you ask her to reach, and I think she's the tall, flatter heifer of the pair when you get right in behind her, but I think a heifer that really hits you highly presented, strong and level in her top line. She needs more length to her stride for us to go ahead and use her in first. Heifer that comes in third, really strong in her top line, feminine in her head and her neck shape. I think a good bodied heifer in terms of her center rib cage, a little wide in terms of her shoulder, a little tight in terms of her hock. Just needs to go better for us to slide her any higher. Young lady's black heifer that comes next does so in terms of quality and strength of top line. Another heifer that we could rearrange the way she goes in her shoulder, hock, and pasture. And again, lots of good heifers towards that top end. Lots of structure differences where there's not a clear-cut winner. Pick your poison. The smoky heifer that comes next, long and level and good in her hock joint and reaches good. Just a little flat and narrow as you step behind the cattle. This red baldy heifer is bold and stout and thick-ended and powerful. She wants to roll out of her shoulder and just too coarse in her make. Heifer that concludes the set's a long, level made one that just closes up too much from behind. Good class, solid top three.
We got a pretty impressive individual here in this class of two. I don't even think I need to go into too much description. If you don't like this one, I don't know if we could be friends. I mean, she's just so striking and captivating. She's bold, she's stout, she puts it all together, so functional in her feet and legs. That is an awfully elite, good-looking one to go ahead and win this class. Young lady in second, don't hang your head. You ran into an absolute tough class. I know there's just two of them, but your heifer in her own right's a good moderate. easy fleshing kind. I think her body and extra bold shape will definitely make her a nice cow for you. Just got to free her up in her structure a little bit when we study that one in motion.
Boy, the quality, the quality sure came up a notch here in this market heifer show in this class. These three heifers on any given day, obviously, you know, there's different things are going to happen. I guess I'll tell you how we see them today. Young lady's heifer that we're going to lead off with, just in terms of her groundwork, her foot, her bone, and just overall completeness, we just think she fits the bill. Heifer that's got sure enough muscle to her, just very well balanced. Love the way she handles her hock and hind leg. If we're going to criticize her just ever so slightly, when she gets out and goes, she could stay just a little leveler in her top line, but I think at the ground and stuff, everything's sound as she goes. Young man's red heifer here that comes second. Here's a striking one. Love the way her neck comes out of her shoulders, huge back. Extreme amount of hip and stifle in that heifer. I'd like to see her just work those hind wheels just a smidgen better as she moves her hock, and one that maybe doesn't have that natural rib shape like that one right ahead of her does, but boy, a good looking, heavy muscled one there in second. The heifer in third today maybe just doesn't have that mass, that extra muscle that them two do right ahead of her. Huge footed heifer, huge boned heifer. Love the rib shape and body this one has. You know, when you get right behind her, she likes to hock in just a pinch. I'd like to change that about her, but one from the side, you know, in my guesstimation, when you get off of them, study their structure in terms of when she moves from the side. I love the way she goes off of both ends of her skeleton. High quality one in there in third. Much the same way with this yellow heifer in fourth. Here's one that just floats around the ring, just super soft-footed, all kinds of angle to both ends of her skeleton. I love that about her. Huge-bodied female, one that just looks a little quicker in terms of her maturity pattern as the three right ahead of her. But boy, that's going to be an awesome cow prospect for that young man if he keeps her for a cow. Just a high-quality individual. I'd just like to see a little more extension in that one. Really pretty fronted one here, this young man's black heifer that comes next. Neck comes out high out of that shoulder blade. Just doesn't have that extra depth of body as those four do right ahead of her, but a really sharp fronted, attractive one. Boy, the well presented one here comes next. This one, whoever clipped and fit her, put a lot of time in. She's done to the nines. Big bodied female, got enough muscle to her. Where we change her is we just like to see a little bit more slope and angle as she goes off of both ends of her skeleton. Gets pretty stilty off her back end as she stands there. Just like to see a little more flexibility to that one. But she's still got more product to get around this heifer that comes next. Just a little more moderate framed heifer. Sure got some rib shape and some top shape to her. Just doesn't have quite that structural integrity as the ones on up the line. Then we round out the class here with the heifer, little shallower bodied, higher flank kind of a female. Sure needs a lot more product.
You get into these falls, and it's a little tricky on condition and maturity at this stage. Are you gunning for Iowa Beef Expo? Are you gunning for next summer? I think, you know, there's probably different ways to look at these cattle. This one's a little more ready to go today and bloomy. Boy, she's powerful. Her body shape is awesome. She still sets her neck in nice to the top of her shoulder. I love the shape of her skull, clean in her throat latch. You know, she's maybe a little bit wider in her shoulder, and I could just see her a little softer at times in her back leg. That's a powerful heifer. Wide pin, bold made, good looking. That's a really, really high quality heifer to go ahead and win the class. The call was, is this heifer got enough to her to win? Because at the ground, we like her better. She's better footed, she's softer structured, smoother shouldered, longer, leveler hipped, and takes probably a stride that we're a bigger fan of as you see the use and flex of her hock and her pass turn. One pass behind and in front. I just need to see more of her, and I get it. These falls are hard to manage. You're going to keep them lean to allow her to have time to get better later on. I still think she'll read a little flat in her upper rib and a little flat from behind. I think the next three are pretty interesting. This one on the standstill hits you really hard. As soon as she goes, just not quite sound enough to be in that top group. Good looking, bold, stout, just needs to go better. The heifer that comes next, man, if you want to make that structure call, she's really nice at the ground. She's just good footed and solid in terms of the use of her legs. I like her body shape and cow character. A little plain up front, a little deep chested. You could switch that pair if you may. Stronger, leveler, top lined one that just gets a little flat and doesn't have the same quality from the side.
This is the first call for Class 241 market heifers. First call for Class 241 market heifers.
As we get ready to pick the middleweight division champion market heifer, I think we have four nice individuals out here. They all have some similarities to them. The heifer out of the first class, really nice made, really complete, really balanced, really level. I like the way she's put together, really, really well proportioned in terms of her makeup, really level and square out her hip, and moves nice. I think a really complete heifer. The next heifer, a lot of substance to her, a heifer that you like a lot of things about. Just like to see her a little more flex and a little more reach off her back two legs. The next heifer out of the third class, a heifer that's got a lot of body to her, a lot of substance, just gets a little plainer right in her lower chest and as compared to some of the others out here, but a heifer that's got a lot of good to her. Then the heifer out of the last class, a heifer that's really deep, a lot of body to her, and still really maintains a nice look. I like the way her neck and head sets on her. Her neck comes out good and high, but for the amount of substance she has and the bulk that she has in her bone and as sound as she is, she really maintains a lot of balance and really nice up through her shoulder and front. So I think it's a really nice middleweight division set of heifers. I think there's 3 heifers that are in contention. We'll pick you a champion reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Your 2021 champion Division II market heifer coming out of the final class there, class 239, and that's Hannah Noonan of Bernard. Coming into contention, Lincoln Bent of Corden. Keeping that pair together, coming out of the same class, that's Lincoln Bent, Corden, Iowa. Once again, champion Division II market heifer, Hannah Noonan, Bernard Reserve, Lincoln Bent of Corden. Let me give you the placings for that final class, class 239 market heifers. First place, Hannah Noonan. Second place, Lincoln Bent. Third, Grayson Belcher of Blakesburg. Fourth, Carver Pryor of Woodbine. Fifth, Jack Walter of Creston. Sixth, Chase Downing of Orient. Seventh to Drew Tuttle of Winterset. And eighth to Case Rawlings of Independence. Let me finish up the placings for the Foundation Simmental Heifer Division. Placings for Class 167 Foundation Simmental Heifers. First place, Shelby Griman of Goodall. Second, Owen Weisinger of Fort Madison. Third, Brandon Halverson of Radcliffe. Fourth to Brant Will of Wyota. Fifth, Eli Harbaugh of Piasta. 6th to Kaylee Hickman of Mount Ayr. 7th to Presley K. Van Winkle of Osceola. That was placings for Class 167. Placings for Class 168, first place Sarah Sullivan. 2nd to Anna Reeks of Lawler. And the final class, Class 169, first place Austin Evans of Creston. 2nd to Brenner Sullivan of Woodbine. 3rd to Megan Clark of Grand Mound. And 4th to Kaiser Will of Anita. Brandon Machado, Brady Jensen currently discussing what they're going to do here for your champion and reserve champion Foundation Simmental heifer.
Well, it was an absolutely incredible show here in our Foundation Simmental division. We had a lot of fun working through them. It was not easy. There was a lot of challenges, a lot of differences of types and kinds, and Brandon probably said it best when we were working through them. You know, we're both probably perfectionists, and at times, you know, we just couldn't find the one that was bulletproof to surface up. You might have had your favorites, and we had the ones we liked better than the others, but a lot of classes had a lot of sort and a lot of challenge, and if you can't be open-minded enough to realize how many really good cattle came through the ring, then I think you're going to have a tough time appreciating just how good and how hard to make some of these cattle are. We're not going to go through and talk each and every one of these heifers because there's a lot of them out here, and we got a little bit more to get after today. We think as you work through the lineup, there's a lot of really good ones that are so close to perfect. You just want to change this or that. You know, you want them to look like, you know, they're coming from a Foundation Simmental breed, and that's probably a hard part. Hybrid heifer, you got a lot of different breed types that are playing a role out here, so you get some differences in size and shapes. We think, you know, as you study through them, there's probably 4 or 5 that surface, and they're not alike. They're quite a bit different. To matter of fact, you can probably pick them how you like them. We're going to show you the 2 that we like, but put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on an outstanding show.
Your champion Foundation heifer goes to Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Coming into contention out of Sarah's class, Class 168, is Anna Reeks of Lawler.
What's your name, buddy? What?
Your reserve champion Foundation female, that's Cody Klein from State Center. Sarah Sullivan, champion Foundation Simmental reserve, Cody Klein.
think a real logical place of market heifers here in this class. We're going to lead off here with this young man's market heifer here. Just gives you a striking pose from the side. Very agile in terms of the way she goes off of both ends. Think she's really good in terms of her structural integrity. If we're going to change her, we might just like to elevate her just a shot in terms of her frame size, but one just balance, muscle, structure, very complete individual there to win this class. Let's not take anything away from this young man's heifer in second. She's got the advantage in terms of being a little bigger framed, a little longer sided kind of a heifer. She's got a ton of muscle to her, there's no doubt about her. She gets out in motion, gets a little high in her tail head there, and kind of how she works into that hip structure there. Maybe doesn't set down quite as true and square off of those hind wheels, but one, boy, muscle, body, power, got a lot of stuff going on. She's a logical place for second. Real practical place here is young man's red heifer. I asked the young man how long he had to search to find one that had the same hair color as he did. I guarantee you that's almost an exact match right there. But the young man brought us a really good, complete heifer, big body, going to make an awesome project for him. Just not quite the extra bells and whistles them two have right ahead of her, but a really solid red heifer there for third. Then the young lady brings this black heifer, real long-hipped, long-bodied heifer. Love that about her. Just not quite the stoutness in her structure, a little more refined in her bone work, a little shallower in terms of her rib cage. Just kind of logically fits in that hole. Really heavy muscled one, probably one of the heaviest two muscled in the class comes next here. Huge back, just explosive in her lower stifle. You love that about her. Just gets a little harder doing in terms of her rib shape and a little high flanked, maybe doesn't get out and go quite as easy off of both ends. Really tall fronted heifer that comes next, this young lady brings out, but gets a little shallower in the rib cage there. Sure doesn't go as agile as we'd like to see him off of both ends of her skeleton either, but a really super fronted heifer. Young lady does a great job of showing her. Then we round out the class with the tallest frame, longest sided one in the class, no doubt about it, but it works to her disadvantage because she flattens out in terms of her lower stifle, flattens in her rib shape and explosiveness in her top, and just need to deepen her up and stouten her up from end to end.
Nice pair of heifers here to get us rolling in the purebred semi show, and certainly some differences in female quality and refinement amongst the pair of them. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and side with the one that's just a little more appropriate in terms of the build of her skeleton. I think that one, in terms of just her hip and her hind leg, how she utilizes her hock and sets to the surface there on her rear foot, just a little softer, a little better there in that asset. Then you study them up high. She's rounder bodied, bigger pinned, and just has more true dimension. Like I said, maybe her head and neck shape's just not quite feminine enough, and I could certainly tie to those things in the heifer that we have in two. Really long, slender-necked, one that certainly has some shape of upper rib. She could probably benefit from a little more sweep there back into her flank. Just like to probably tweak some things there in her hock and pastern, have her get around with a little more authority.
Well, all right, over on the heifer side, we move into the purebred Simmental division. Placings in the first class, class 170. First place, Bell Netawicki of Fairfax. Second to Ty Kitzrow, St. Charles. We have four, count them, four classes left to finish out our day. Four classes of purebred Simmentals and a champion in reserve in that division. And Brandon and Brady are done. Okay, I might have lied. No idea, do I? Mine is missing a page. We have 9 classes left. Sorry, boys.
This is a second call, class 243 market heifers. Second call, class 243 market heifers.
All right, first class, Division 3 over on the market side. First place, Jax Pryor of Woodbine. Second, Elaine White of Blakesburg. Third, Logan Knowles, Albia. Fourth, to Riley Steffes of Nevada. Fifth, Daniel Ilg of Clare. Sixth, to Jace Weiner of Rockwell. Seventh, to Chase Anderson of Boone. That was placings for the first class, Division 3, Class 240, market heifers.
I think Jacob and Elizabeth were going to let me walk around all day with paint on my face. Oh, I didn't even notice. They were like, you got home. A kid came in with a mole of it.
I know. I thought, and there was one kid in it. Okay, I'm set now.
A nice set of young heifers here as we work through our purebred Simmental show. One that's pretty different in terms of her silhouette, probably for the breed that she's coming from. Really nice in her neck, great body shape, her chest, midrib, and flank balance so well. I think she gets out and goes with enough function off either end, really functional, but maybe could just be a little neater in how she puts some pieces to the surface, but high quality, hit us hard here from the get-go. Probably the discussion we had was between second and third. This one is green, 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 and a lot of future ahead of her. Long, level, smooth built, sound structured, a little flat as you get in behind her. We called her higher quality than the heifer that's just behind her because she's just a little smoother built, nicer structured at the surface. Heifer that comes just next, man, if you would tighten up that throat latch and you'd give her just a shot more balance to her hip and where her pin's set relative to her hook bone, I think you could really get excited about just the smoothness of that one's joints. Her feet and legs are good at the surface, just a tad plain at first glance. Heifer that comes next, another really solid cow prospect that's good in her underline, has some shape as you get behind the cattle. Maybe could just balance up a little nicer. We could stouten her up as we study the cattle right on down to the surface. Heifer that concludes the set's the biggest, stoutest one in terms of her pin set and her body shape. I think as we study the cattle in motion, she's the one that struggles the most in terms of her rear skeleton. Good class and a really nice class winner.
Got a really nice set here in the purebred side. I like this heifer a lot in terms of just her balance and her proportions. I think relative to the class, her ability to be that good in her shoulder angle, utilize her knee, I think it really separates her when you study him in motion, allows her to be collected there in her top line, one that you certainly like for her extra body volume and mass that she possesses. She's probably one that's maybe just a little shorter about her hip and off there in her pin set, yet I still think she utilizes her hind leg good enough when we study her in motion, still maintains a level of balance. Really nice, high quality one to start with. Big, stout, broody one that comes here next in the young man's Baldy. This one is ultra shapely and powerful when you study her from behind. Really, really bold in her rib shape. I think her neck sets high at her shoulder. It's just probably not as refined and thin as the heifer that beats her. We could probably just smoothen her up there at her point of her shoulder and just give her a little extra set there to her hind leg to make a play to beat that one that wins this particular lineup. Really nice, low input kind of cow for the young man here in 3 with his star-headed one. Big ribbed, one that's really highly presented, certainly got some power. I just like to lay her back on her shoulder, give her a little more reach there up front and loosen her up there through her spine. Young lady in the pink shirt that comes out next has a really nice blaze face that's big bodied, one that has a really stout in terms of her foot and bone size. I just like to give this one a little more shape when we study her from behind, just make her a little more coordinated on how she uses her hind leg. And the heifer that comes next, one that's plenty functional, I think, in terms of her build. It's just from a width and power standpoint where she kind of runs out of gas against these, maybe just not as wide constructed and big pinned and powerful from directly behind. And then kind of on the other end of the scale with the heifer we conclude with, this is a really big, high-performing, stout one. Lots of shape in this one. I just think she needs to be deeper and more maternal through the center portion of her body and just free her up as she gets in motion.
Another really exceptional class of market heifers. I think we got a real logical place to start here. 2 exceptional heifers in their right mind and their own different kinds. I think the heifer we used to start the class just got a little more substance to her, a little more natural width, a little more width right in behind her shoulders, and she maintains that width all the way back, still in a really nice complete package. Both of these heifers are exceptionally sound in the way they move. I just like the way this heifer's put together. I like her beefiness, and I like the bulk that she has, and I think she's pretty handily in this class. The next heifer, really, really classy, really showy, heifer that you really like, her neck and the way she comes out of her front end, and also really, really sound. The difference I see, Corey and I see in them, is she's a little bit flatter in her fore rib. She gets just a little flatter from behind. Not bad, but just enough. There's a difference in those two, and I think that's where it is. She's just a little flatter made. The next heifer, a lot of substance to her, big bone, burly, good depth of body. Out here with those two, she gets just a little shorter coupled and in pretty stiff competition today, but a really nice heifer in her own right. The next young lady's heifer, a heifer that's really level and square in her hip, a heifer that's got some shape to her. We just like to see her maybe have a little more bone to her to be moved up today, but really, really complete. The next heifer, really eye-peeling heifer that's got a lot of balance and a lot of completeness to her. We like the way she's put together down her top line and back and through her hip. A heifer that maybe could stand to have just a little more bone and maybe just a little bit better hair quality would help that, but a really, really complete heifer that's really sound and really put together from end to end. The next heifer, a heifer that's got some shape to her. Just like to see her move out a little bit better off her rear legs. And the next couple of heifers we'd like to see just a little more substance, a little more shape in her hip, a little more power to move up.
Another excellent class. I think the heifer that surfaces in this group for us does so in terms of just her ladylike features and refinement, beautiful profiling. I love her head and neck and shoulder design about as much as we've probably seen in as let that young man get his heifer back, but love her just outline and design and balance and quality. Just so hard to pick a hole in her front skeleton. She's not the stoutest, she's not the most powerful, but that's my kind of heifer in terms of refinement and quality and balance. She's awfully good to look at. This Blazeface heifer is bolder and stouter and more powerful. Just no question, she's the heifer that it edges the class winner in terms of substance. For me, she's a little bit straighter shouldered and needs more set from hock to pastern, but just a well-presented, nice heifer the young man brings us as far as substance and power. If you like them big, long, and extended, the heifer in third might suit your needs. She's more refined about her head and neck and probably the tightest throated of the set. Big, square, shapely back and muscle pattern, a little tubular looking as you study her in terms of her heart down into her underline. Heifer that comes next, we switch these next two based upon structure. The Blazeface needs more substance, but she edges the heifer behind her in terms of just flexibility and refinement and correctness to her spine, and that's why she lands where she does. The heifer that comes next is very three-dimensional and bold, just very heavy muscled. Wants to rotate her shoulders out and twist her front too. She's powerful and dimensional, still possesses a neat look. The two heifers that complete the set just need a little more balance as you study them. They're heifers and cattle that have some function and form to their body. You just like to increase them in terms of quality as you step to the profile.
All right, let's catch you up in the high percent semi show over here. Placings for class 171. First place, Brooklyn Curtin, Oxford. Second to Carly Axmere of North English. Third to Natalie McKenna, Sioux City. Fourth, Ty Kitzrow, St. Charles. Fifth, Sherricota of Harper's Ferry. Those placings for class 171. Placings for class 172. First place, Katie Flitch of Central City. Second to Colton Nedelicki of Fairfax. Third, Henry Steffensmeyer of West Point. Fourth to Ireland Wirt of Guthrie Center. Fifth to Perry Lehman of West Liberty. And sixth to Michaela Denio of Iowa Falls. And placings for class 173, purebred Simmental heifers. First place, Cody Klein, State Center. Second place to Derek Klingman of New Virginia. Third, Avery Jacoby of Calamus. Fourth, to Jordan Fink of Center Point. Fifth, to Caden Bailey of Creston. Sixth, to Rainey Hari of Gilman. And seventh, to Hudson Ross of Menden. That was your placings for class 173. Class 174 currently in the ring. placings for Class 241 market heifers. First place, Kinzer Gallagher of Elkhart. Second to Micaiah Smith of Charter Oak. Third, Sidney Matthias of Fairbank. Fourth to McKenna Rogers of Solon. Fifth, Alexa Rise of Manchester. Sixth to Jake Oathout of Wyota. Seventh to Colin Gravy of Carroll. And eighth to Cody Messer of New London. That was your placings for Class 241 market heifers.
Really nice class. The one that we go ahead and start with, I think, is the source of just quality and power in this particular lineup. That's kind of the up-headed one that's level in her top line. She's extremely bold and robust in her rib cage. She's got about as much power and width as you ask for one to have when you get behind her. I still think she's sound enough in terms of her hind leg. Maybe it's not just ideal for everyone, but I think in this particular group, when you put together her look, power, and body shape, I think that one puts the most good together. Really functional, kind of a brood cow here in second. Really good bodied one. I probably think she's the best in class in terms of just the way she scoots around the ring off either end. I think from just a quality and presence standpoint, maybe a little thicker there about the top of her neck, maybe a little plainer there through the floor of her chest, but I still think that one has lots of use and function about her. It's a nice heifer there in second. Heifer in third has as much refinement and just look of quality up front as any. Really long, slender necked. For one that's a little greener, I appreciate her extra turn to her upper body. One that I think has, she's got enough muscle and width, I think. It's just more from a build standpoint where we'd like to just get that one towing forward up front, maybe give her a shot more set there through her hock. The Baldy that comes next, moderate, low input, really big ribbed. One that's just a little further along in terms of fat today. I just like to free her up there, how she gets out of her hip and hind leg. The heifer that rolls out next with the hip iron, that's a big, stout, high-performing one. She's got some foot and bone size to go with it. We just need to probably mellow her, tone her down in terms of her muscle, and just see her softened up, just loosen her up there off her hock and pastern. And then the young man that we conclude the class with has a nice, low-input, easy-feeding kind of a female, maybe just not as long-necked and clean about her front end to work up any higher.
We got a real solid place to start here with this yellow heifer in this class of market heifers. She checks a lot of boxes from a carcass merit standpoint, just extremely explosive as she ties that full rib into her shoulder blade up high there, just big and wide down her back. Big square hip in her, just tremendous amount of width and dimension to this heifer, big barreled, and like I told Mark, you get kind of this rear three-quarter shot of her. A lot of them, heavy muscled ones will open up in their forerib and their shoulder blade there. Boy, just really solid in terms of the way she's put together for as much product as she has from nose to tail. After that, I think there gets to be some give and take. I think the second most complete one out here is this black heifer. Both of these heifers are a little different kind, a little more style, a little more pizzazz when you get off on the side view of them. We think the soundest one of the two is this one in second. She just sets down on a little softer foot and hind leg, and we like that about her. this heifer in third. You talk about a striking pose. That young man gets her set up like that. She's got the neck like the giraffe. She's flat-shouldered, really cool looking from the side when he gets her set up. Where she disappoints us a pinch is when he sets her in motion, she gets a little stilty on those rear pasterns and hind wheels. We'd like to change that just a little bit to move her up a spot or two. The young lady here in fourth, she's just struggling today a little bit. I think this heifer's better than the look that she gives us. You know, when she does take a step or two, love the softness to this one's hind leg. Just good feet, good soft feet on her. She'll give you a good look. Just never got a good read on this one, just never really showed for that young lady. That's a heifer I think is better than the look she gave us today. Then we get in here to fifth. Heifer a little more conventional in terms of her kind. Big, bold rib cage heifer, no doubt about it. Just a little higher flank, maybe just doesn't have that extra flexibility off of both ends like those heifers on up the class did. Then we round out the class with a little more practical kind of heifer. You know, there's some good usefulness and some utility to this white heifer here. There's no doubt. She's opened up down low, big and bold in her rib cage. She's just a little lower in her neck set, a little plainer fronted, just a little plainer in her overall package, but a high quality market heifer in her own right.
All right, over on the market side, placings for Class 242 market heifers. First place, Rylan Shaw of Riverside. Second to Jake Knutson, Esterville. Third, Kane Kilmer, Perry. Fourth to Brayton Striegel of Albia. Fifth, Anna Frisch of Adel. Sixth to Kaylee Pudence of Story City. Once again, that was placings for Class 242 market heifers. In the ring, last and final class of the day on the market side, it's Class 243. We'll then be selecting a Division III champion and reserve market heifer, and then a champion and reserve overall market heifer.
Another really nice heifer to start with. Really like the rib shape and the body that she has. Really balanced for as stout as she is. Really level and square. And when you get off and look at her, really like the way she comes out of her neck and really moves good. I think a real easy, logical place to start. The next heifer, a lot of body to her, a lot of substance. Heifer that's nice in her neck. We just like to change her out of her rump and the way she handles her back legs. She wants to get up under herself a little bit, but a heifer that's got a lot of substance to her and a lot of quality. The silver heifer coming next, a heifer that's sure long and level and square. It just needs a little more bone and just a little more up in her forerib to be moved up any higher, but a heifer that's really complete. And we round out the class with a black heifer that's got some body and substance to her, just needs to go a little bit better off her front and rear end.
Well, I think this class would be awfully interesting to poll the crowd and see how you would rank them, because the longer you study them, the more there's not a right answer. There's just a lot of differences in the cattle. The heifer that wins, the young ladies, is without question the soundest, and that's why she wins. Her feet are the best. They point the right direction. She's correct in the slope of her shoulder and knee. She actually utilizes her shoulder and knee to move out of her front end. She maintains the best top line. She's undoubtedly the most useful in terms of her hock and her pastern. We can all see she's got a little skin up front. Steady cattle. That one's good structured. That's why she wins. The next two get in some problem areas structurally, and that's why we kind of start to figure out how to put this class together. Right behind the cattle, you're concerned about the boys heifer's hock. She wants to bow it and get it outside herself. I think that's a heifer that's bold and stout, got a good look. She's just on the edge structurally for us. We're not sure how that's all going to stay together. She's a little open in her shoulder, a little high in her tail edge. She's maxed out in terms of presentation. She's bold and powerful in her look. Her neck comes out high. We just had to make a call structurally. I told the young lady with this heifer here in third, this is a heifer that is just absolutely not broke. Because she's not broke, she's fighting her. You can see that in her head. She's wanting to pull away at all times, and consequently, she's pulling her back up and twisting her front out. I said, I think when this heifer settles in and gets more comfortable, she's going to change. She's good-bodied. She's insanely wide-built and wide-pinned, heavy structured, and still nice in the set of her hock. This one hits you hard at first. She's a Baldy. She's maxed out in her presentation. She's beautiful in terms of her condition. Her body shape and muscularity is excellent. Her rear feet get her in trouble. She just wants to curl over and then back to, doesn't set down with enough authority off her rear leg. Bold, powerful heifer that just needs to be sounder, completes the set. Interesting class. I don't know if there's a perfect one.
Over on the heifer side, Class 174 purebred Simmental heifers, first place, Michaela Denio of Iowa Falls. Second to Riley Davis of Corden. Third, Kennick Pierce of Maxwell. Fourth to Kylie Knoll of Hedrick. Fifth, Carlin Scott of Oskaloosa. And sixth to Trace Van Ryswick of Russell. And placings for Class 175 purebred Simmental heifers. First place, Caitlin Sommerfeld of Walker. Second to Jaron Gertis of West Point. Third to Addison Lehman of West Liberty. Fourth, Elizabeth Blackford of Weldon. And fifth to Emma Miller of Goodall. Currently in the ring, class 176. 3 classes after 176.
More classes. By the time they get through this and that
Catching you up on the final class of market heifers, first place, Ellie Neal, Fairbanks. Second place to Maddie Wellman of Donaldson. Third to Sawyer Minor of Bondurant. Fourth to Beckett Suva of Lawrence. Judges Corey Thompson, Mark Kopus now selecting your champion Division III market heifer, and then they will be selecting your overall grand and reserve market heifer. Once again, Mark Kopus, being the black hat, went to El Reno Junior College in El Reno, Oklahoma, graduated from Cameron University in Lawton, Oklahoma with an animal science and ag ed degree, and has been involved in the show cattle business for the past 35 years, and he lives currently in Burnett, Texas. Judge Corey Thompson, born and raised in Wayne, Nebraska, on his family's diversified livestock farm that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Corey received his bachelor's degree in animal science from the University of Nebraska, where he competed on the livestock judging team. He also attended and competed for the livestock judging team at Northwest Community College. Corey is employed by 605 sires and donors and serves as their customer service or customer success representative. Corey and his wife Stacy have one son, Kai, who enjoys showing cattle and market goats. Let's give these two big round of applause for the hard work they've done today. They've had a pretty dang good set of cattle to sort. I will say that right now. Thanks, guys. Over on the heifer side, the two gentlemen sorting those. The one in the light-colored hat, that's Brady Jensen. He resides in near Brookings, South Dakota with his wife, Allie, and daughter, Kelly. He joined the faculty at South Dakota State University in 2017 and currently serves as the livestock judging team coach there. Brady served as an assistant coach and completed a master's degree at Kansas State in animal science, focusing on genetic component of feet and leg structure in Red Angus cattle. Before graduate school, Brady attended and judges competitively at Butler Community College and Kansas State University, where he is awarded the All-American status at both levels. In his collegiate coaching career, he has been on the coaching staff for 3 of the last 6 high individuals at the national contest in Louisville. Aside from coaching, Brady and Allie assist the family operation, Jensen Brothers Herefords in Cortland, Kansas, while expanding their own cattle, Jensen Cattle, which focuses on Hereford and Simmental. Go ahead, Brandon.
We lead off with an extremely nice blaze face, one that's beautiful, I think, in terms of balance, proportions. She's so maternal in terms of her rib cage, one that's still plenty stout, and to still blend it as smoothly as she does and still be correct in terms of her build. She's got a high quality foot shape, one that we like a real good deal. I think 2 and 3, there's certainly some differences. The one that we land on that's just probably just more genuine in terms of just her muscle shape and her composition. Maybe one that in motion tends to rise up in her top, but at least parked there at the standstill. She's good in terms of neck hookup, level topped, one that's really good in terms of just the set that she has there to her hock. The heifer in 3 probably is a little more bold in terms of just her center body, has a little more sweep there down low. When you get right in on that one that's probably pushing just a little too much fat for me personally at this stage. I'd say the biggest thing is when she wants to stand there, she kind of tends to lock that hock forward, and in motion, you know, it correlates and she's not just quite as long and lengthy in her stride. A heifer that if you're just going off silhouette and refinement and build, you'll really like this Baldy. I think that one is really up-headed. She's got good sweep to her rib, one that's built awesome in terms of her feet and legs. If you study that one if up front or from behind, probably just a little too flat and narrow for us personally, but that one's green and certainly has a lot of gas left in the tank. I could see her continuing down the right path. Then we round out with one that's ultra stout and bold, one that's really loaded full of muscle. If we could just tone down that muscle, make that one a little smoother, could certainly work her up in the lineup.
As we get ready to pick our Division III champion here, this is my last time on the mic here for the day. I'd just like to express, you know, how much of an honor it is to have a chance to be here. Always come down here to the Beef Expo and State Fair several times. The history of this old building, as many of you know, it's been around here a while. I looked it up online. They built it in 1902. Built it in 1902, cost $40,000, and they said they built it in 4 months. That's quite a, for that day and age, that's crazy that they threw this up in 4 months. But just a historical fairgrounds, historical building, just so humbled and so honored to be here. Enjoyed the heck out of it. Mark and I haven't agreed on everything, but we pretty much have. I mean, we've seen him pretty close. We've talked through some things. I've enjoyed the heck out of it. I hope he has. It's just been a blast. And we're left out here in this last division. You know, we're just talking. There ain't a bad heifer out here. I mean, there's this division just a lot of quality. All 4 classes. We're left out here with just really, really good cattle. We love them. Great structured. They got some muscularity. They got some carcass merit to them. I guess when we get to stepping back off of them and analyzing them, there's one that just from a balance aspect, we thought kind of comes to the top in terms of unique build, smoothness, balance, completeness. It's the young man's black heifer out of the Class 2.
Well, good class of 4. We found a heifer that surfaced rather handily in this group. She's my kind in terms of cowiness and structure. A lot easier to sort through, and you can build them from the ground up, and they're right and honest in the way they push and plant. She's not the neatest. She's got a little chest, sits down and forward in her, but that's good cattle as you study her from end to end. Real square built, right kind of shape up high, like her pins. That heifer wins pretty easy. Heifer that comes next, a little neater in terms of her neck. A little bit probably just nicer in terms of her length of body. She can hit you as attractive on the standstill as we ask her to go, just a little tangled up in terms of her rear too, not quite as balanced as you study her underneath from chest, midrib, and back to flank. The next two, Brandon and I said probably have some give and some take. The heifer that we like in thirds, a little more advanced, a little deeper and back to her flank and maintains more levelness from hook to pin bone. Heifer that concludes the set's a little flat, but she's smooth. As you study her from neck to shoulder, just need to stouten her up.
This heifer that comes in the second in that class, boy, we like a lot of things about this heifer. Really soft-footed, long-bodied kind of a heifer. That probably doesn't have the muscularity of the two right behind her, but gives you a striking pose from the side. You know, if we're going to change her, we'd like to widen her out in her chest floor and just give her a little bit more robustness in her rib cage as compared to the heifers on both sides of her. But high quality. I guess what it boils down to for us for reserve is the 2 heifers out of Class 3 and 4. These 2 heifers, in terms of just muscle and mass and power, they're sure 2 of the stoutest 2 that we've seen all day out here, no doubt about it. I think there's some give and take. We've talked about them quite a bit. I think it's very, very close here between these 2. You know, we've gone back and forth, but I guess we decided this yellow heifer out of Class 3, we like her the second best. She's going to be reserved today.
All right, over on the market side, your Division III champion coming out of Class 241. That's Kinzer Gallagher from Elkhart. Your Division III reserve coming out of Class 242. That's Rylan Shalla of Riverside. Once again, champion Division III, Kinzer Gallagher, Elkhart Reserve, Ryland Shala, Riverside. All right, over on the market heifer side, we're going to be bringing in your 3 division champion and reserve females, your division 1, 2, and 3 champion and reserve division females for an overall grand and reserve champion market heifer.
We get through this group of cattle and certainly probably have some different shapes and sizes and maybe some different things from a build standpoint to sort through. And with that, the one that we land on, I think, just from a functionality standpoint and having the look of a female, I think she excels in this particular group of cattle. I like her in terms of the shape of her head and her neck. One that's ultra bold in her rib cage, certainly has some mass and spread when you study her from behind. We could probably just drop her there in her flank relative to the way she sets in the floor of her chest. I could probably see that one just planting just a little bit softer, but I still think she's the most functional in the way she utilizes her hawk and her pastern, and she wins this class and does so pretty easily for us. After that, there's kind of some different molds to sort through, and I think after our winner, the one that just from a female quality standpoint, maternal body type, is the young man's black and white one. She's probably not going to be just the biggest in her kind ever, but I still think she's moderate, low input, easy feeding kind that's big in her rib cage and plenty functional and mobile in terms of her structure. Young man brings us a really stout, powerful Baldy in 3. That one is really impressive when you get behind her from a power and mass standpoint. I guess it's just from the side where we just like to clean her up there and her shape of her neck, maybe smoothing her through her shoulder, just free up those rear 2 when we study her getting going in motion. Young lady's heifer that's given her a hard time has a really big performance-oriented one that certainly has some real-world value. I think we set her in a show ring setting and maybe just doesn't have the bone and the extension to kind of rival some of them ones ahead of her. And then the young lady's Baldy that we conclude the class with. Big pin, shapely, and stout feature describe her extremely well in terms of just refinement, body, and just the way she gets around. We can maybe tweak a few things. Nice group of cattle.
Over on the market side, Judge Mark Kopus, Corey Thompson going to select your overall champion, market heifer and reserve. Coming out of Division 1, your champion, Tyson Goretzky, your reserve, Mallory Kane. Out of Division 2, your champion, Hannah Noonan, reserve, Lincoln Bent. And your Division 3 champion, Kinzer Gallagher, and reserve, Ryland Shala. At the Iowa Beef Expo, the champion market heifer does compete in the final drive for Supreme Champion Market Animal. And once again, tomorrow we will be starting at 8 o'clock, just as today, 8 o'clock start time tomorrow. One thing I was asked to announce, they are going to crack down on you guys in the makeup areas. There will be the exhibitor and one individual with them and nobody else. Big classes tomorrow. We're not trying to be jerks about it. We just can't get the cattle to the ring without having to weave through a bunch of people. And we went a little lax today. Tomorrow they won't. One person with the exhibitor and that's it. Will be strictly enforced.
Before we pick our champion market heifer here, as Corey had said, it's been a privilege for me also to look at the cattle today. Tons and tons of quality, and I knew it would be, and it sure hasn't disappointed. And only looking forward to an excellent day tomorrow. I think we got three exceptionally good individuals out here. The gold heifer out of the first division, really balanced, really complete, square, level. Every angle you look at her, she maintains her balance. I like that about her. Being critical of her, we might like to see her just a little more flex on those back legs, but not bad. For as complete as she is and all the power she has, really nice. The young lady's heifer in the middle division, heifer that's big-bodied. She's got a nice look to her, adequate inner muscle. I think just good enough, but I think it all matches. Maybe like Corey had said earlier, when she gets out here and gets on the move, she flexes good and moves good. Maybe gets just a little bit up in her back, but a really nice heifer and really complete. The young man's heifer out of the last division, really balanced. I mean, you just sit back and look at her. She's not hard to look at, and she's not hard to find. And I think in terms of substance and as complete and good looking and as sound as she is, she's got lots and lots of stoutness to her, big wide hip, carries her whip down her back and maintains an unbelievable look. And I think she's extremely good. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause and we'll pick your champion.
As we continue to work through the Purebred Simmental show, another great class. I think it looks like a pair here from the outside. You have two really good cattle. It probably depends on what kind of guy you are and what kind of cattle you like, which one you prefer. Brandon and I like structure, and this heifer is the one that is better at the surface. Awesome feet, great jointed. Love her hip and hind leg. Her center rib cage is awesome. Her length of hip is incredible. Brandon commented about our front end. You know, actually, that's really an interesting discussion between the two. The heifer that wins is so much nicer in the top of her neck as it ties into the point of her shoulder blades. Really got that maternal look about her skull. She's got a little more leather through the base of her neck and throat. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that, but it's a lot harder to make them built like that. That square from shoulder, knee to ground, that perfect in terms of their hock and foot and hind leg. It's a very nice heifer to start the class. This Baldy is demanding in terms of her presence. She's very highly presented. She's very stout. There'll be some people that just prefer her simply over that one. It just depends on what kind of cattle you like. This one's tighter throated, bolder, rounder bodied, bigger pinned, and stouter in terms of her muscle. We're kind of feet and leg guys. We need to see that shoulder and knee to ground a little nicer. We could see her operate just a little softer in terms of that hock and pastern. Those are minor details on two elite cattle. We just see them that way. The heifer that comes in third is a really long and level and good spined heifer that's good at the surface, wants to open up about her shoulder, just gets a shot plainer as you step off to the side. That's good cattle in terms of body, hip, and tail head. Heifer that comes next, a big framed, long, big scaled kind of female that just needs to get out and go off of her front end. She wants to walk on her tippy toes and needs to be dropped deeper in her flank. A little more moderate heifers, bold and stout, just need to extend her out in terms of her type and kind.
I think as we get out here for reserve, I think it gets somewhat closer. And for Corey and I, we discussed it, and I guess for us, the one that follows the type and kind of the heifer that we use for champion will be the young ladies out of the middle division, and she'll be reserved.
All right, your 2021 champion market heifer goes to Kinzer Gallagher. Your reserve to Hannah Noonan. Once again, Kinzer Gallagher out of Division 3, your champion. Hannah Noonan out of Division 2, your reserve. That concludes the market side today. Thanks to Corey Thompson and Mark Kopus for a really good job done. All right, while Brady and Brandon are discussing this final drive of the Simmental Heifers, let me catch up on placings. Class 176, first place Blake Wilkins Bennett. Second to Cole Miller of Charter Oak. Third to McKenna Jones of Tingley. Fourth, Carly Henderson of Wyota. And fifth to Cole Avery of Swaledale. Placings for Class 177, first place Alex Verplug Pella. Second to Hallie Wade of Oxford. Third, Alexis Van Ryswick of Russell. And fourth to Shane Stansberry of Ryan. Placings for Class 178, first place Keegan Bailey of Creston. Second to Eli Miller Winfield. Third to Connor Shivers of Bondurant. Fourth, Addison Moore of Beeman. And fifth to Natalie Nissen of Colgan. And the last class, the final class of the day on the heifer side, Class 179, first place Coy Steenhook, Maxwell. Second to Rachel Clark, Grand Mound. Third to Riley Thill of Pleasantville. Fourth, Colby Bailey of Creston. And fifth to Cade Knopp of Maxwell. Judge Brandon Machado and Brady Jensen will be selecting your champion and reserve champion Simmental, purebred Simmental female. Market side just finished. That's pretty close. That's real close.
Well, as we come to the last division of the day, Simmental purebreds here, it's been a good show. Brandon and I have really enjoyed it. We've had a lot of fun, working through those breeds. Some of them were really, really high quality and probably just had a few that surfaced. And these last two breeds probably make a guy work as much as a judge wants to work. So many differences in terms of types and kinds. We probably were more satisfied in how these purebred cattle come together. They probably hit us a little bit more, our type and kind, in terms of building them right from the ground up and having good cows before we got a good show heifer. I think some really, really good females out here. To me, as we get back through this lineup, we'll talk 4 of them because I think there's 4 of them that are really, really elite in this group. And I might even mention a 5th. I think she's green, but I think she's really good. This second heifer for a purebred Simmental is demanding in her presence. Her look up front, the way she attaches her neck to the top of her shoulder blade, to have that kind of chest to forerib to flank underneath is second to none in that breed. I think just balance and quality alone allows her to be part of that top discussion. I think as you stand there and break down the angles of her joints, I see no issue, I see no problem. I don't know if she's still getting used to this show ring environment or what. She could probably go just a shade more comfortable for us, but man, she's got a good look, a demanding presence from the side. This blaze face heifer next is just pretty dang nice. She's the hairiest one of these purebred Simmentals, so she grabs you because of that good soft hair coat. I think she's smooth blending and yet square built when you get on top of the cattle. Big upper hip and big shape to her rib cage. Wants to lose her pins as she goes. Maybe could be a little funny in how she walks on them front pasterns, but really, really good cattle. I love the silhouette of this heifer next. I wasn't going to throw her in the discussion, but man, she's pretty dang nice when you study her. Not a lot there today, but boy, she's a sweetheart in terms of her build, balance, and quality. We thought this blaze face heifer really hit us hard at first, just so cowy and maternal. Great rib cage. Really, really good forerib. Like the way her spine and tail head can all sit up together. Really good hook to pin. I told Brandon, I said, man, for being the one that's a little deeper in her neck and chest, I wish she had the rugged bone and the stout athleticism underneath to really allow that to balance. Just a few pieces here and there that make her just a little tougher to look at, but man, she's good cattle as you study her from bottom to top. We love the structure of this heifer that wins this last deal. For us, she wins this rather handily. Congratulations, young man. You'll be our champion in this division.
All right, your champion high percent Simmental coming out of the final class of the day. That's Coy Steenhook. Coming into contention, Rachel Clark, Grand Mountain.
Sorry.
Your reserve champion, Simmental female. I believe that is Brooklyn Curtin from Oxford. Once again, your champion, high percent Simmental, Coy Steenhook, reserve, Brooklyn Curtin. That concludes today's breeding side 2. Nice job, Brady and Brandon.